The planet Venus, which is the ruling planet of the Libra sign, as in Taurus, has been in Aquarius since the beginning of the year. Later it moves to the zodiac sign of Pisces. So, Venus is in the 5th house of Libra. And that right from January 3rd. It means that from the beginning of this year, energy is waiting for Libra, which means fertility, and sometimes even a dramatic approach to relationships. However, Venus also directs the positive side of her face to you. It will be a caress for the soul of many Libra people. As soon as the beginning of this year arrives, Venus directs Libra's attention to itself. If social events await you during January, it is clear that you will be a very popular, at first glance charismatic person. Self-expression and enormous charisma give Libra the status of the aforementioned Venus. You make new friends through social contacts. For single Libras, the astrological aspect is also focused on the pleasure of intimate encounters. Therefore, the horoscope in this period predicts that you will find joy in the spontaneous expression of your sexuality. The prediction speaks of the initial days of this year as a period of many transits. They affect the house of romance and love, but also on the house of fertility of every Libra. From this point of view, the fortune teller predicts a fertile period for each Libra. If you are going to enrich your household with the first or next child, and you have been longing for this dream for a long time, the first 4 months of the year can easily make this dream come true. Just focus more on yourself. Also, for the goals you want to achieve in this year. However, the placement of important astrological aspects in the 5th house does not help you in fulfilling your heart's desires. From February 20th to March 16th, Venus moves through the 7th house. It thus means a great influence on the love of each Libra, as well as on good personal relationships. Venus in the 7th house is a harbinger of a solid, good and successful marriage. If you are planning to get married in this year, the most suitable period is from January 18th to April 21st. Then all astrological aspects predict success in your decision. They also mean a loving marriage for the future. In this year, Mercury is in retrograde motion for 4 periods. As soon as the year comes, Mercury settles in the 4th house in this direction. There it affects the past. In Libra, it opens up a feeling of connection with the past. Well, especially with negative feelings that arise from the past. Later, retrograde Mercury is in the 8th house during the month of April and the first part of May. Here it can negatively affect the intimate life of Libra. Libra will now focus on other areas of life. Libra tends to avoid intimate pleasure. This position of Mercury can affect your relationships, and especially if they are based mainly on intimate pleasure. As for long-term relationships, also perceive the needs of your partner, who can be influenced by Mercury in a completely different way than your zodiac sign. If you are also interested in how this year will affect the people around you, it is essential to know their annual prediction. The planet Venus, which is the ruling planet for Libra and a very strong energy even in this year, is located in the 11th astrological house from July to September. In a backward motion. This Venus is full of diverse energies. And her placement in the 11th house of friendship can freak you out. It affects not only friendly relationships, but also family connections and the energy of single Libras. In this regard, Libra should be careful in friendly relations with the Cancer sign, and with the second sign in the sequence, Taurus. The yearly fortune telling for Libra considers these 2 signs to be the ones with which friendly relations will be the most complicated during the year. The relationship horoscope advises every Libra to avoid gossip, especially in the period from July 23rd to September 4th. Then Venus moves retrograde. And so, it blocks the good personal relationships of Libra. From an overall point of view, you achieve an excellent friendly connection, but also good relations in the family with the sign of Aries, Sagittarius and Aquarius. The described 3 zodiac signs form part of Libra's closest friends in this period. If any of the mentioned signs becomes your new friend in this year, it is clear that this friendship will be strong and unyielding. Over time, these three signs can become your closest advisor, your soulmate in the direction of friendship. As for long-term partner relationships or romances during this year for single Libra, you will find the strongest love in the Gemini, Leo, and Capricorn sign. With the mentioned signs, the forecast in this period does not predict big storms that would significantly threaten the future of the relationship. Of course, Libra must also know the love and relationship prediction in this period, because this prognosis also tracks the more disturbing astrological aspects that every Libra will have to overcome in this year. This year draws attention to the signs of Scorpio and Pisces in love. For these two signs, complications come with the whole year, mainly in love, personal relationships, and for the overall relationship future. You don't find much understanding in Scorpio. As for Pisces, Libra feels how this Pisces personality is completely different from his own. Libra is thus met with great misunderstanding. They do not focus on deepening this relationship. These complicated relationships can be the most damaged during this time, predicts the Relationship Libra Annual Prediction. The annual horoscope and the fortune teller Sybil also assess relationships between coworkers. A very interesting year awaits Libra from a career point of view. However, several astrological aspects of the year revolve around friends, singles, and past feelings. The prediction also deals with avoiding love and complicated relationships with some people. Last but not least, the forecast in this period also draws your attention to the strength of the astrological aspects associated with Libra's work duties. Among colleagues, you are looking for the strongest connection with the Virgo and Scorpio sign. These two signs can help and advise you well. You create excellent projects and plans together. With Virgo and Scorpio, you can even start a business during this year in a period that is suitable for these beginnings. You will learn more in the Work and Finance Annual Prediction section. This horoscope will alert you to the most important aspects and when it is a good time to change, and when it is better to avoid change. When we look at the astrological chart for the sign of Libra, it is clear that Libra will also face certain life trials. Right at the beginning of the year, this will be a test of devotion in a relationship, including towards yourself. Venus is placed in the 5th house, which is also responsible for sexual affairs at work. From this point of view, the prediction warns you about relationships, especially with Cancer and Scorpio. With the mentioned two signs, Libra can feel a great rush of sexual energy. This can affect good collegial relationships and transform them into something that will damage the good Libra's reputation. Be extremely careful, especially during the month of January and at the end of this year. Specifically, in the final days of December. The 2 months of this year represent the biggest impact on your energies and on the correct assessment of things around you. So, you can be fooled by the huge energy that is quickly affecting you now. Your judgment may be wrong. From September 23rd to October 23rd, the season of your zodiac sign begins. During this period, Mercury ended its 3rd retrograde action in the 12th house. You feel a huge purification of energies that were rather negative in nature. The previous Mercury concentrated on blocking personal progress. However, the Libra season is very favorable for each of you. The Sun moves through the 1st house, giving you a sense of great identification with yourself. Mercury also resides in this house. Venus moves into the 12th house. The mentioned period when Libra celebrates its birthday during this year is specific in that it offers Libras the most interesting moments of the year. You can realize yourself through things that bring you success. Right then is the best time to start a business or any project that fills you with joy. Your personal attitude and attitude towards yourself will now be reflected in such a way that you will be able to give good advice to others. You are once again becoming an extremely popular person in the team and among friends. The final months of this year are favorable in terms of building better personal relationships, especially with siblings and parents. These days are a harbinger of other social events in this year, to which you will certainly be invited. At this point, you can decide if you want to focus your energy on these social events. You judge whether the company of others makes you happy, or whether you prefer to stay close to your family. Either way, you're making the right move to feel good. Mars in the third house encourages you to focus more on yourself and your family. How about combining these energies and taking a family member to a place that makes you happy? The final months of the year are therefore rich in acquiring new contacts. You perceive how these new acquaintances can change your world, how they can help you in the future. However, the end of this year is not only a harbinger of positive aspects. From December 13th until January 2nd, 2024, the last retrograde Mercury will be seen. This Mercury affects the whole zodiac. It can affect you from a negative point of view, where it mainly affects family relationships, but also love. On the other hand, it can give you the gift of a period that is suitable for meditation and for judging past decisions. Therefore, the annual forecast does not only assess the ruling planet Venus, which will also affect Libra in this year. The horoscope also deals with the ruling Libra element, which is the air element. Air rules not only Libra, but also Gemini and Aquarius. The lucky numbers in this period for each Libra are the numbers 3, 4, and the number 6. Also, all combinations of these numbers are considered lucky. A suitable day for signing contracts or making big life decisions is Friday, but not during the movement of retrograde planets. Fridays are generally considered a lucky day for Libras. It won't be any different this year either. Of the positive qualities, your kindness and sense of justice, which will not leave you even this year, will be most evident. The color red is now associated with you. You will mainly have to treat the Earth chakra, which can be very disturbed in the second decade of the year. The health prediction, which is the last chapter of the entire forecast, will tell you more about how to work with your mental health and the energies of this year. In order for Libra to feel harmonious throughout the year, it is necessary to eliminate self-pity, indecisiveness, and especially judging the lives of others from your life. Negative energies that affect Libra in this year. Libra will also face some negative transits in this year. However, they do not have to affect the Libra's life deeply, if you know the prediction presented by the horoscope of negative transits. Thanks to this chart, you will find out which things to avoid and focus on during this year. In the opening days of the year, when Mercury moves retrograde in the fourth house of Libra, many negative feelings await your zodiac sign. This placement of the planet is responsible for the mental return to the past of each Libra. The aforementioned Mercury retrograde will be felt by every single Libra that has not identified with the past. However, it is also perceived by those Libras who made decisions in the past that they now regret. The retrograde energy of Mercury in the fourth house is a retrograde process where Libra absorbs everything related to the past. You focus on the memories, to the past certainty that you may no longer feel. You spend most of your time focusing on the past, even your childhood. All the wounds from childhood resurface in your world. The thoughts of every Libra revolve not only around childhood, but also around negative feelings. Balancing your Earth chakra is essential at this point. It will remind you how important it is to take care of yourself, of the presence you experience. You perceive the outside world in such a way that it does not lend you a sense of security. You have a strong tendency to cling to a childish attitude towards the world. Also, for these reasons, it is not appropriate to make big and important decisions regarding life and the future at the beginning of this year. The following astrological aspect will also take place in the month of January, when Venus affects the 5th house until the 27th of this month. In these moments, many a Libra faces a life test regarding relationships. And also, regarding your own beliefs. There may be someone in your life who, at first glance, will charm you. Affairs can appear in these moments. Even such relationships with other people, which in later periods can damage the good reputation of Libra. These are mainly affairs with the Cancer, Scorpio, or Pisces signs. These three zodiac signs threaten your integrity the most. Therefore, try to get the sexual energy between you and these signs under control. If you belong to a single Libra, you can enjoy January to the fullest, according to your wishes. Otherwise, protect your soul and the feelings of all the people around who could be hurt by your inappropriate behavior. The later energies of February, March, and April are quite favorable. From April 20th to May 15th, the second retrograde Mercury transit arrives, which can endanger you. It has a negative effect on sexual needs and intimate pleasure. It affects the sexual energy of every Libra. Now you avoid any intimate connection with your partner. The transit can inappropriately affect the single Libra's life, who may even be physically threatened. It is essential that during this period the single Libra maintains only such contacts as are verified. The Libra annual forecast does not recommend you to go on a date over the internet from April 21st to May 15th. Avoid people you don't know. Such people can be toxic to your soul, but also to your physical health. Be very careful. Saturn in the 6th house can also cause a negative impact on health. It operates from June 17th to November 14th. Every woman born under the sign of Libra must increase her caution in the second part of this year. Don't wander at night. Always surround yourself with people who can provide you with security. The world can surprise you with an unpleasant experience. And that from a certain aggressor who will surprise you when you least expect it. If you go to a disco or somewhere to have fun in the city, you always stay close to a person who can protect you. Never go out into the night alone, advises the Libra Health Annual Prediction. This part is very important already with the arrival of June, and you should definitely not underestimate prediction. Especially the second part of the year is likely for these experiences. Take all precautions to avoid inconvenience. The scary side of the prediction in this period is also supplemented by the third Mercury retrograde from August 23rd to September 15th. It takes place in the 12th house. Recommendations continue for Libras to avoid staying in risky places alone. Last but not least, the mentioned Mercury focuses its attention mainly on personal advancement. It blocks any positive thoughts in your head. It distracts your personality from understanding the reality of the world. Self-pity, but also indecisiveness, can be manifested in Libra. The transit also has a negative effect on unattached Libras, who now cannot decide what to do with their lives next. From this point of view, Libra can fall into depression, but also sadness. Self-pity comes mainly to those Libras who have doubts about past decisions. Libras are afraid of both violence and injustice. Unfortunately, all these negative feelings may be part of this year, according to the astrological chart. And therefore, thanks to your sharp mind and preventive measures, try to avoid unpleasantness. Search for balance and symmetry in your life through meditation or by being close to your family and loved ones. He advises the annual Libra annual prediction. Last but not least, you can also be influenced by the final retrograde Mercury and the planet Venus residing in the 11th house. All described aspects happen in the second stage of the year. They affect your friendly and family relationships. They can block good friendships. In Libra, Venus retrograde can even support gossip that will bring sadness. Maybe not to you, but to the people around you. Libra's annual forecast recommends that you sow joy, not poisonous words and thoughts. Don't support slandering others either. Since justice is extremely important in your life, support it with any actions necessary to achieve justice. positive energies that affect Libra this year. Realizing what the horoscope of negative astrological aspects predicts for this year, many a Libra can be terrified. On the other hand, the fortune-telling also provides you with a prediction of positive aspects that can easily negate the negative ones. First of all, it is essential that Libra is always sensibly involved in any social activity that awaits her. If you go out with your friends, stick with those friends throughout the evening. Try to always be surrounded by a person who gives you a feeling of protection, security. The annual forecast is generally set for the personal advancement of each Libra, which may, however, block the third Mercury in a row. However, Libra has a huge opportunity to prosper not only in employment, but also in personal life. That is why friends and family members require a lot of your attention, but also employment, where you can also discover someone who will be interesting for your future. The description mainly applies to single Libra. Other Libras should focus mainly on their household. You are ready to do whatever it takes to avoid violence and conflict in this year. And the main step for achieving this goal is a sense of security. You feel it especially with your loved ones. From this point of view, the horoscope advises you to avoid any quarrels that could scare away an important person from your life. Pursue justice, kindness, and diplomacy. Thanks to this, you will tune not only your life to the right wave. You also motivate the people who surround your life and are excited by how positively you look at the world. In this way, they also take on a more beautiful view of the surroundings. They have the ability to see themselves with more favorable eyes. In this year, you are the person who will maintain peace in your surroundings. Many positive aspects mean that Libra will also grow professionally and financially in this year. The astrological aspects described by the horoscope are indicated from the month of May to the month of August. These are the most ideal months for Libra's career advancement. They have a positive effect on your work duties and career. Even retrograde Saturn in the 6th house. Generally, retrograde movements of planets are considered inauspicious. However, from the point of view of Libra astrology in this period, Saturn in this position is very beneficial for any Libra work decisions. The forecast says that great success awaits every Libra in terms of work. In the first part of the year, astrology prepared very strong relationships with your partner for you. Many possibilities to expand the family. But also, an ideal time to seal your long-lasting union with wedding bells. Admission for 4 months of the year is also beneficial for singles. Because they give Libras enormous charisma and charm of personality, which is admired by more than one person. Certain social events can direct you to meet your soulmate if you so desire. As Libra season begins, from September 23rd to October 23rd, you feel a huge connection between your life and your intellect, and your sharp mind. Inspirational moments come not only in the month of September, but also in the following months October, November, and December. Almost all days from September 23rd until the beginning of 2024 will be favorable. The exception is the days from December 13th, which can have a negative impact on a relationship with a certain family member. With a past relationship with family. However, the other days are there because they have something to tell you. They will introduce you to the great Libra meaning for communication. They motivate you to see your partner as your main priority in life. Singles, on the other hand, focus on maintaining a good relationship with themselves. Last but not least, these last months of this year also mean an excellent connection of Libra with the financial sphere of their lives. Money can cause complications for you in the first part of the year. In the second half of the action of astrological aspects, and at the end of the year, the financial side is under the Libra's control. Do not forget to fulfill all your obligations related to financial decisions during the year. If you want to make a decision of any major kind, such as buying real estate or a vehicle, Libra's financial horoscope recommends this step at the end of this year. Specifically, in its last 4 months, until December 13th. In the first stage of the year, Libras can balance between right and wrong decisions regarding several things. However, the opening and closing 4 months of the year constitute a period of harmonization of all unpleasant energies around. Love and relationships prediction for Libra. Libra enters this time with a favorable position of Venus in the 5th astrological house. It gives every Libra a charming radiance. Also, attraction for another person. Venus creates Libra, which looks at life around relationships and love in a positive direction. Venus resides in the 5th house throughout the month of January. In January, the 5th house is most strongly occupied. From January 20th, the Sun joins the position of Venus. Partner relationships develop according to the ideas of each Libra. In your partner, you are not only looking for a source of finance, a lover. You also find a friend in him. You don't even feel sexual frustration because this very activity is now your self-expression. Excellent relationships await you during the month of January, even with children. Children find joy and happiness in life if you are around them. The sweet friendships with children that you establish during January are the icing on the cake of this extremely favorable period for any Libra in a long-lasting relationship. The position of the astrological aspects from January to April 20th is so favorable that every Libra will even manage to fulfill their dream of the first or the next desired baby. The astrological aspects that emerge these days in this year mean the great Libra's fertility and success in this regard. Not only do the Sun and Venus move through the 5th house. Later, the planet Mercury also enters this position and Venus moves to the 7th house. Venus in the 7th house means a very favorable influence on love. Also for a happy marriage. Every Libra feels such astrological influences in February and also in March. In these 2 months, the 6th and 7th houses are more strongly occupied. He is responsible for organizing, analyzing, for relationships, and last, but not least, for a happy marriage. The home atmosphere and moments spent with your partner will be harmonious and friendly. Marriage plays a major role in every Libra's life during this period. Libra can even rely on their partner for new ideas that you can work on together. The mentioned astrological aspects are also excellent for Libras who want to work with a long-term partner. Doing business with him, coming up with new ideas to enrich the family financial budget. Your charm and popularity also help to make a very positive first impression wherever you appear. Such strong astrological aspects are described in the astrological chart until April 21st. Then Mercury flips into a retrograde position, where it also causes slightly negative vibrations. From April 21st to May 15th, the yearly fortune telling for Libra also focuses its attention on a long-term relationship of such Libras, which is disharmonious. If even at the beginning of this year you have not been able to overcome the big gaps that you feel in your marriage, it is time to make a big change. The position of the mentioned Mercury and its retrograde process in the 8th house indicates that Libra will end certain major chapters in his life. Libra has its own house, and Mercury is placed in it. It's clear that any Libra in an unbalanced relationship will wonder if it's time for a change. In addition, Libras also tend to avoid an intimate connection with their partner during this period. You keep many thoughts and plans only in your head, for yourself. The yearly fortune telling for Libra warns that any Libra in an abusive relationship should now decide to take a step forward. However, you will take these steps only after May 15th, when the energy of retrograde Mercury will fade. On the other hand, Libras, who will be affected by only a small doubt about the relationship or a dislike for intimate pleasures, can orient their mind to the search for a deeper meaning in themselves. Retrograde Mercury in the 8th house offers the possibility of meditation, meeting oneself on a deeper level. You cling to thoughts that were once a place of safety. On the other hand, however, you also realize how valuable your long-term relationship is, your children, partner, family. After May 15th, this influence fades away. Venus is settled in the 10th house, where she mainly focuses her attention on Libra's work duties. Mars is in the 11th house. It means deepening friendly relations, focusing attention on society, accepting changes, and realizing hope. The second part of this year seems to be more tense in terms of long-term relationships. Throughout the year, you perceive the strongest compatibility with the Gemini sign. You and Gemini understand each other, you are deeply connected. Even if this relationship is already weakened, you know how to give it a spark, energy. You will also be successful in relationships with the sign of Leo and Capricorn. Each Libra perceives a very strong connection with the mentioned 3 zodiac signs. On the other hand, the biggest quarrels are predicted by the annual prediction Libra with the sign of Scorpio and Pisces. With the mentioned 2 signs, the relationships of this year can be the most complicated. They may require more attention and more of your efforts. In the coming months, there will be no important astrological transits that would negatively affect your energies. Mercury in the 12th house from August 23rd to September 15th blocks Libra's personal progress. So, she can also feel frustration in a personal relationship. Based on this, you will focus less on the well-being of your partner. You mainly solve questions about your karmic past. You can't open yourself to the world. You cannot identify with fate. Mercury retrograde is now tearing you away from the karmic path. You are experiencing identification with the past. Last, but not least, every Libra underestimates itself. It closes on life and relationships. The insufficient expression of love that awaits you from August 23rd to September 15th can cause problems in the relationship. Your partner will feel that you are not paying enough attention to him, that you overlook him. Your children may have the same feelings. You can overcome this Mercury retrograde best if you plan activities together with your closest loved ones. The Libra season starts on September 23rd. Every Libra was born from September 23rd to October 23rd. You are also celebrating your birthday in this year. The horoscope and tarot wish you lots of love, success, and above all, lots of health. The energies of the astrological aspects taking place during the Libra season are very favorable. The Sun is in the 1st house, in your zodiac sign. It gives you a sense of security, anchoring. In addition, Venus moves from the 8th to the 9th house. You have the opportunity to talk with your partner about your intimacy and sexual pleasures. Perhaps you are also solving a question regarding the purchase of real estate or a larger household item. From October until December 13th, you do not have to worry about any steps that would positively affect the household. Treat yourself to celebrating your birthday according to your own ideas. The astrological aspects taking place during the Libra season do not predict any negative effects on finances, long-term plans, goals, relationships, or on the family atmosphere. From this point of view, the month of September and the first part of October is a very beneficial period that you can enjoy just the way you want it. At the end of this year, there are also no warnings that would pull you away from your fateful life path. The astrological chart in this period shows no major storms in Libra's life. But only if Libra's relationships are balanced. If we are talking about relationships that suffer from violence or psychological abuse, it is necessary for every Libra to end such a relationship. And this is exactly what the months of April, May, and also August and September are talking about. The mentioned months are the most suitable period for life analysis and the subsequent shift to new knowledge. Libra's annual forecast draws attention to major problems, for example regarding finances, which you will solve with your partner. Also seek help from a professional if you feel that you are at the end of your relationship, especially in a relationship with the Scorpio or Pisces sign. It's time to look for couples therapy, like a yearly horoscope. Do not be afraid of this step, which can advise you, better navigate you. If you are dealing with the issue of financial expenses, there is certainly someone older and wiser around you. He, like a therapist, can give you invaluable advice. Annual prediction. Libra assesses this year as a period of shift, deepening of emotions. A year of emotional stability and security. However, it will be the year of the end for broken relationships. A period of new journeys and challenges for all Libras. Annual horoscope for single Libras. This year also means certain opportunities for Libra to find long-lasting love. If you belong to Libra, who are satisfied with their status single, you don't have to deal with major complications regarding relationships this year. First of all, the prediction introduces you to compatibility, which is the most important for single Libras. The love forecast for this year of Libra speaks of the greatest compatibility with the signs of Aries, Gemini, Leo, Sagittarius, Capricorn and Aquarius. 6 zodiac signs form partners for Libra, with whom you build the best and strongest connections in this year. If you desire to establish a long-lasting relationship with these 6 signs, the fortune teller predicts success in this decision. On the other hand, the love prediction tells you to avoid Cancer, Scorpio, Taurus, and the Pisces zodiac sign when it comes to a long-term relationship in the future. With the mentioned 4 signs, relationships are the most complicated throughout this year. These relationships mainly concern singles. You are looking for a partner with these people, born in the mentioned signs, but you will only find tears, sadness, and misunderstanding of the other party. The overall compatibility in relation to these 4 zodiac signs is disharmonious. In the future, this relationship will not last, it will be full of regret. You are not the only one who will be sad about these connections. But also the other signs of the zodiac will feel discomfort in the relationship. Anyway, the exception proves the rule. Therefore, it is very important to look at the days when you will meet your destined love. Some days are suitable for building personal freedom and personal advancement. Others may be suitable for meetings even with the mentioned 4 signs, which would otherwise be in great incompatibility. The first 3 months of this year alert every Libra to relationships that can be prosperous. According to the astrological chart, only January is a period that can cause uproar in personal decisions for singles. Libras can get into a love triangle, which does not bode well for their life. Avoid relationships with committed partners, the Libra annual forecast emphatically underlines. If you are already in such a relationship, the astrological chart says that January will reveal your intentions to a third person. In this way, you can disrupt good relationships with yourself, but also other people's relationships. You will create more sadness in the lives of others, and you will feel sadness yourself. Incorrect past decisions will be reflected during the month of January for every single Libra. Later months are a harbinger of new meetings, harmonious relationships. The cleansing of energies brought by the month of January will be very noticeable. Subsequently, however, the cosmic energies give you a lot of energy, which is directed towards love and enjoying new encounters. February, March and the first part of April are months that also focus on the love of singles. Also, the astrological aspects passing through the 7th house indicate that each Libra has many opportunities to find love. Social events are also waiting for you. Meetings that will enrich you with new friendships and acquaintances. The 2nd retrograde Mercury of this year will take place in the 8th house. In the period from April 21st to May 15th. For singles, the key astrological aspect of the year. At this time, people who do not wish you well appear in your life. It can also be your ex-partner, people from the past. There are those in your life who do not wish you luck and want the smile to disappear from your face. There are also sexual problems and assessment of intimate life in the past. Problems of a psychological nature can occur in those Libras who in the past dealt with a complicated relationship based mainly on intimate pleasure. Beware of people who contact you from the past. If you are contacted by an ex-partner, with whom the relationship would be on a violent level, and you experienced more tears than joy with him, you must say a firm no to him. Do not deal with such a relationship anymore, which will bring only tears and sadness in the future. Annual prediction for single Libra recommends that you look ahead in this year. Even if astrological aspects of a disturbing nature lead you to perceive past decisions, it is time to forgive yourself and move on. 2 decades of May, June, and the first days of July seem to be satisfied. Single Libras do not dwell on their love affairs. They achieve emotional security with themselves. You know that solitude is sometimes the best medicine for your soul. From this point of view, you enjoy the said period to the fullest. You identify with your life. You also have no problem meeting friends or family, who usually have comments about your attitude to life. The yearly chart already warned every Libra against danger in the forecast of negative transits. Especially single Libras must be careful. And especially women born under the sign of Libra now have to be careful when walking. But also when returning from the disco, entertainment. It is not a good decision to go home with a stranger or alone. Always leave with the people you came with. Be on the lookout for each new acquaintance. And that mainly in the second part of the year, from July 23rd until the end of this year. That's when the astrological chart indicates danger for women born under the Libra sign. In the second decade of the year, astrological aspects appear, which, however, wish you well in your love encounters. It is mainly the months of November and December. The mentioned months seem to be beneficial for every single Libra who gets to know a new, potential partner through a family member or through a friend. From an overall point of view, in this year, meetings via the internet are suitable. If so, then only in the first part of this year. The other months belong to caution. Avoid meetings with people whom you do not have a background check, whom you do not know. At the end of this year, the fortune teller predicts new friendships that may later develop into a partnership. You should also forget about returning to your ex-partner. All the negative manifestations that you and this partner have felt in the past in your relationship will manifest themselves again and again this year. If you expect your ex-partner to contact you, it is very likely, especially in the month of April or May. But you should think carefully about what you will do. The right step is also to consult your closest friend about your decision. Libra family and friendship forecast. Family relationships are strong in this year. However, according to the astrological chart, you can expect more significant storms while Venus is moving in a retrograde direction. And that from July 23rd to September 4th. Relationships that were disturbed in the past are manifested here. Venus in this retrograde position represents the most difficult position for good personal relationships. You lack patience and understanding of others. Relationship storms can take place from July 23rd to September 4th. You may not be able to avoid them. However, you cannot avoid negative energies related to family relationships even at the end of this year. Specifically from December 13th to January 2nd, 2024. Major complications in Libra's life from the point of view of family relationships can also occur if you are dealing with inheritance or other material estates. Every new idea or quirk that you or your loved ones bring to the family will be misunderstood. Arguments occur even if you mean things well. You long for harmonious relationships. However, this may not be successful throughout the year. In the second part of this year, you may feel personal rejection from your family. However, the Libra annual forecast also represents a very positive influence in this regard. In these moments, you can advise others better than yourself. Even though you may feel a certain discomfort in personal family relationships, this may not be the case, for example, on the part of your sibling, parents, or other relatives. Since you can give good advice, you are a popular and sought-after person. However, your secret desire is for others to do things your way. Now you wish to be able to enjoy moments alone and free yourself from the obligations that surround your entire year. Such negative energies will manifest themselves in Libra's family relationships in this year. As for friendly relationships, in the second stage of this year, you will also want to isolate. You are attracted to different things. You become a more closed person. Multiple astrological aspects from Libra season make you more of an introvert. That's why you avoid social events. And that mainly from the month of July until September 23rd. That's when your season begins, when every Libra was born from September 23rd to October 23rd. This period is extremely beneficial because it comes after more demanding days. From these days, you enjoy social events, the closeness of family, but also friends. The period from December 13th until the beginning of 2024 isolates you again. As for the first part of the year, the months of January to June are set in the right direction for you to fully enjoy family well-being and a priceless atmosphere. Several Libras will also have the opportunity to turn to a family member with an important request or problem, or to a close friend. In this respect, you get along best with the Aries, Sagittarius, and Aquarius signs. You can seek understanding, support, and advice from these signs. On the contrary, the signs Cancer and Taurus could judge your decisions and your life in general too harshly. And from this point of view, you can feel more strained family or friendly relations with two signs. This year is set for the right energies in the family circle. Annual prediction advises you to avoid arguments or squabbles regarding inheritance, past financial decisions, people in your family. Even if family relationships do not crystallize around this time, they can be strengthened by Libra. The astrological chart does not predict a deepening of relationships that were broken in the past in the family. It also does not predict the return of past friends who have hurt you. On the other hand, you feel pure energy that you know how to use for personal future growth. Libra annual prediction for work and money. In the first 3 months of the year, Libra focuses mainly on personal relationships. All the ongoing astrological aspects of Libra suggest that it should fully focus on success in its personal life. Under the influence of the astrological energies of the first months, you can forget about work duties, which are many. However, they will certainly be remembered with the arrival of Mars in the 10th house. From March 25th to May 20th, Mars in the 10th house is associated with work, with long-term goals. When the planet Mars hovers through this house, Libra is interested in seeking social status, a better position. Libra's energy is also focused on career during this period. It is mainly focused on achieving success. For better working conditions. You want to achieve success. It doesn't matter if you have a long-term job or are looking for a job. This position of Mars is very powerful. It provides the opportunity to achieve a leading position in the job, or very fast advancement. Either way, this position of Mars from the 21st of March until the last days of May brings leadership qualities and abilities that more than one person around you will notice. The position of Mars is also extremely favorable for unemployed Libras who want to succeed. Mars lends you tremendous combativeness. You don't lack talent. Communication is not broken. And so you have a great opportunity to get the status and job you desire. You can even take advantage of Mercury retrograde, which occurs during the action of Mars in the 10th house. Retrograde Mercury allows every Libra to develop a quality resume. Also, to identify with the workplace and classification. The retrograde process of Mercury is an analytical position. The kind when Libra thinks about past decisions. After the warlike Mars leaves your world, you will continue focusing on work duties and success. Venus also enters the 10th house, where the Sun, the planet Mercury, is also located in the months of June and July. Last but not least, your ruling planet will also focus on this house in the month of May. All astrological aspects therefore mean an interesting position for a Libra's career. Libra annual prediction predicts up to 2 months of upheavals, which mean the right decisions for Libra regarding finances and career. They are the months of May and the month of September. Both months mean strong energies set for the right decisions. These decisions will also affect your career. In the month of June, benefic Mercury acts on the 10th house. From June 11th to 27th. A person with this Mercury is again looking for employment. It also brings excellent news for the unemployed who have previously struggled to find employment for a long time. The Sun also guides you to courage in June. You are not afraid to travel for work. The month of June also supports students. May, June and July are the most favorable months for changing jobs. Also for starting a business, for finding a new job. These 3 months of this year can be very revolutionary in terms of career and future work plans for Libra. But be careful to make the right decisions. If you are changing jobs, check the new employer carefully. You don't want to face unpaid invoices or other problematic news at work in the future. However, nothing negative will happen in these months, even if the yearly fortune telling for Libra requires Libras to show their analytical skills and check out a new employer. These months are also favorable for Libra, whose job is to take care of the household. On the mentioned days, you can make smaller decisions regarding the household. These decisions will make your home cozier. They will give you a sense of security. Childcare is also hassle-free. Annual prediction also mentions children, because they also become a full-time job for some Libras. You try to make everything right, perfect. However, the pursuit of perfection can exhaust Libra working in the home. In these months, it is necessary to pay attention to yourself and rest more. Rest awaits every Libra, especially in the second part of this year. From September 23rd, the season of the Libra zodiac sign begins, which is revolutionary for this sign in this year, even from the point of view of career. The days that last until October 23rd are coming. They offer Libra a connection to what it wants. Libras are on the path to happiness thanks to their analytical way of thinking. Annual prediction considers these days to be turning points even for those Libras who want to finally make a decision. Maybe about traveling abroad, for career success. I also guess about starting a business. In any case, the fortune teller predicts that the indicated cosmic energies of September and October will navigate you correctly. Therefore, you can count on the fact that your decisions will be correct. Moreover, retrograde Saturn operating in this year. From June 17th to November 14th is a very favorable astrological aspect related to career. Every Libra becomes a perfect organizer. You can put together all the necessary things that will later bring you success. You also learn how to balance work responsibilities with your personal life. You know how long you have to work and how much rest is necessary for the harmonious feeling of your body. Thanks to retrograde Saturn in this year, every Libra is gifted with a lot of free time and the right thinking about their career. Even though you have many responsibilities, and in addition to your job, you also have to take care of others, you can handle this task perfectly thanks to Saturn's retrograde energy. This Saturn is a huge gift of this year from the cosmic energies for every Libra. Any task will be completed. The needs of the people around you are met. Every Libra can satisfy others even in small things. The energies of the second stage of the year, which operate from June until November, are therefore correctly set so that Libra finally feels satisfied with what they are doing. Satisfaction comes not only to long-term employed Libras. The unemployed are also doing well. And maybe also through volunteering, which now fulfills these people. In addition, the period when Libras celebrate their birthday also means making the right decisions. Last but not least, during this time, you are not afraid of taking advantage of foreign opportunities. Such positive astrological aspects are found around Libra in this year. They predict career success for each of you. As for financial opportunities, according to the astrological chart, they appear only at the end of this year. Specifically, in the last 3 months of the year. Then transits come from the cosmic vibrations, which positively affect the financial budget. Until this period, the aspects do not predict any negative impact on Libra. Perhaps only in the summer months of this year, the horoscope indicates greater caution regarding finances. Be especially careful during foreign holidays. And above all, in the months of May and June. At these moments, your finances may be at risk. And the fortune teller predicts that your savings would be greatly affected. Anyway, Libra should not forget to educate the elderly people in the family who need advice about finances. Otherwise, they may run into a fraudster. There is also a recommendation in the Libra astrological chart. Pay attention to your family members in the summer months. Be interested in their financial decisions even at the end of this year. The elderly's finances, which may be at risk of fraud, require attention. Subsequently, these negative family decisions can also affect your financial budget. The months of October and November talk about correct financial decisions. During these 3 months, aspects settle in the second and third houses. They are talking about the right habits and the right setting of priorities. You know which money to spend and which to put aside. There are even recommendations from the astrological chart indicating that Libra will decide to make a bigger purchase. And that right at the end of this year. This purchase will be a good step for improving the family budget. However, the horoscope certainly does not predict great financial luck in games or gambling. And not even at the end of the year. On the contrary, Libra should avoid these bad habits throughout this year. If you don't want your finances to be really negatively threatened. Since the astrological chart in this period does not predict any big win or extraordinary luck in the game, it is clear that such an approach to your finances would only impoverish you. Libra Health Horoscope. Libra, as an air sign of the zodiac, may experience various health complications during this year, which are discussed in the year-long astrological chart. In order for Libra to improve their health, it is necessary to monitor the balance of the chakras. And especially that chakra, which is responsible not only for the psychological, but also for the favorable physical setting of each Libra. For the health of Libra, it is also advisable to surround yourself with the color red, which is your color of the year in this year. Red and shades of purple can identify you with your earth chakra, which is otherwise known as the root chakra. According to the astrological chart, it is designated as your chakra of this year, which you must take care of the most. It is connected to the foundation of your life. The root chakra represents energy, Libra's connection to the spiritual world. If the health of this chakra is compromised, you cannot absorb energy from the environment. It blocks your vitality, strength, and energy. Libra can also feel the inability to make the right decision. Feelings of hopelessness or sadness. A total disruption of this chakra can block your positive attitude and positive perception of the world. In order to unblock the chakra of this year for the Libra sign, meditation is also important. You need to connect your body deeply with your mind. Only thanks to this you can receive the flow of vital energy through your body. The red color you surround yourself with brings warmth, means rest, balance of the root chakra. For better Libra health in this year, the fortune teller recommends taking a hot bath every week. Relax, relax. Free your mind from the negative energy that a disturbed root chakra has sucked into your body. You must focus your mind during meditation on the flow of positive energy into your body. Feel how the negative leaves him at the same time. If you follow this meditation exercise throughout the year, it is clear that you will support your root chakra. Thanks to this, you will feel the lost energy again. For correct chakra harmony, you can also use patchouli essential oil, or the smell or taste of black pepper. All these ingredients will give new energy to your life. They will free you from depression. There's more hidden in black pepper, somewhere than you might think at first glance. This spice also has a beneficial effect on the function and activity of the brain. It also provides many benefits, not only the balance of the most important chakra for Libra, the Earth chakra, in this year. In order to heal the chakras, it is essential to identify with your life. However, Libra will also face various other physical problems that you should avoid through a healthy diet or by improving your habits. In addition, Venus helps you improve your health immediately after the arrival of this year. Then the Sun also moves to the 6th house in the months of February and March. Before that, however, your thoughts about entertainment, coming from the placement of January's planets, can cause certain colds or health complications. Because you underestimate the weather and the right clothes. Pay attention to the lower back and urinary tract. This warning mainly concerns women born under the sign of Libra, who may experience problems with the urinary system in this year. Overall, the annual Libra's energy in this year speaks of great brain activity and restlessness. This activity can turn into stress and tension if you underestimate the right lifestyle and especially enough sleep. The Libra sometimes works even in extreme conditions. He wants everything to be completed. Because of this, he cannot follow proper eating habits. Insomnia may also bother you in this year. And that's mainly due to work duties or problems in personal life. Libra should also get Dead Sea soap. Take care of your physical beauty as well. This year can complicate skin problems. Dry hair and dandruff can also occur all year round. If you feel tired and weak, the eating habits that the annual forecast will present to you for the whole year will also help you. You should include apples, strawberries, oatmeal, spinach, peas, carrots, corn, vegan yogurts, walnuts, and almonds in your diet. The forecast also reminds Libras to forget about the daily consumption of meat, which can be a complicated part of the diet. It is not necessary to consume fatty and meaty products every day. Sometimes it is necessary to treat yourself to a vegan or vegetarian diet throughout the day. The forecast recommends that you also drink a sufficient amount of clean water. September-December are the most favorable months for observing the right habits and lifestyle. That's when every Libra can be identified with a healthy lifestyle. You can also start losing weight if your body or health needs it, or if you want to change your appearance. Libra does not have to worry about excessive weight gain when looking at the horoscope. Anyway, it is essential to consume more protein, less sugar throughout the year if you want to keep your body fit. Try to support the body. Fiber will help to get rid of waste materials more easily. If you replace your daily meat diet with fruits and vegetables, your health will surely thank you. If you feel hungry, legumes are the right choice. They satiate for a long time thanks to the protein content. The mentioned small change in diet can lead you to satisfactory results. In terms of warnings, the yearly fortune telling for Libra foretells the biggest warning for fun-loving Libras. However, the prediction also warns those Libras who come home from work late in the evening or late. Be careful when wandering the night roads, because in the second part of the year you may be threatened by an aggressor who will significantly affect your health. Try to surround yourself with people with whom you feel safe. Do not stop on an empty road. Avoid contact with people you do not know. You don't trust people who may have very bad intentions with your health, be it mental or physical. The warning comes from June 17th until the end of this year. Then every Libra, male or female, should increase caution, especially at night. But also during the day, especially if you are in a foreign country. Certain decisions regarding your health will be a beneficial for your future vitality. The horoscope recommends that you do a preventive checkup at the end of this year so that you don't forget to fulfill this obligation. And not only with regard to the usual preventive checkup, but also the teeth. Women are also required to see a gynecologist. This is how the annual forecast looks at the Libra's health, which must not forget about drinking. Avoid alcohol, meat and refined sugar. And as much as you can. Alcohol can be devastating for your kidneys, and of course fast food and excessively fatty foods. The fortune teller does not say you should not indulge in a little joy if you love the things mentioned. However, do not overdo it with anything. Remember, the recommendation of this yearly overview, which reminds of an important sentence for health: everything in moderation. Dear friends, this was an overview of this year. Listen to predictions for others, and find out more facts about the year and its effects on your friends, family members, and you. Horoscope and divination wish you all the best in this stunning year. According to Chinese astrology, 2023 is the year of Water Rabbit, when good things are coming. Listen to Chinese horoscopes 2023 as well and be ready for this year. Subscribe to our channel for more information from the Zodiac world. Remember to support us by subscription. In the description below, you will find links for all essential horoscopes. Know yourself better with the Horoscope divination site. With free horoscopes and tarot readings. Wish you all the best in 2023. The astrological aspects of the beginning of this year may affect the water sign Scorpio. Scorpio is a person who will feel emotional security in this year. And especially in the period until the final days of April and the months before the arrival of 2024. The opening months of this year encourage you to believe in things that come naturally to you. Thinking is influenced not only by the position of the Sun, but also by the placement of Mercury in the 4th house, from February 11th. During the action of the Sun on the 3rd astrological house, and later on the 4th house, you will focus your attention on family and siblings at the beginning of this year. The powerful co-ruler of the zodiac sign Scorpio continues its work in this year in the Cancer zodiac sign. The position of Mercury, which connects you with home, affects a lot in the Scorpio's life. In February, you focus your attention on your loved ones. This position of the communicative planet Mercury creates a new identity in your life. You are using your own intellect. The placement of Mars in the 9th house from March 25th to May 20th means a relationship with learning and getting to know each other for this year. Due to the effect on the 2nd water sign, your water energy is deepened even more. You are thinking about adventures, but due to the placement of Mars in the 9th house, specifically Cancer, you are worried about these decisions. So, from March 25th to May 20th, you are reluctant to take the initiative for changes in your life. Although you are afraid of uncertainty, on the other hand, you are persistent and hardworking. This placement of the fighting planet Mars, which signifies initiative, will visit your zodiac sign towards the end of this year. At the end of the year, its placement allows you to reflect on the past. Even over what you did wrong in the past. During this year, the planet Mercury appears in retrograde motion in up to 4 periods. Right at the beginning of this year until January 18th, it acts on the 3rd astrological house of Scorpio. Mercury retrograde in the sign of Capricorn at the beginning of the year says that Scorpio has the opportunity to turn his mind back and understand past mistakes. It is necessary to arrange the future so that everything works according to your wishes. The first retrograde Mercury of this year will remind you of this fact. For the Scorpio sign, the water element is important in this year, which also rules this sign. Scorpio shares the element of water with the signs of Cancer and with the last sign in the sequence, Pisces. Even though you have the same element, your prediction for this period will be different. The horoscope describes lucky and unfavorable things in this year for each Scorpio. The lucky numbers of this year for the Scorpio sign are the numbers 1, 3, and 8. And also all combinations of these numbers, such as 38, 18. Shades of red will bring you the greatest success, joy, and relaxation after a difficult period. Red is associated not only with this year, but also with the chakra, which is essential for Scorpio in the current year. The health forecast predicts that the first chakra will require Scorpio's full attention. This is designated as the root chakra. Unblocking it will be very important for you to connect with your surroundings and relationships that are bothering you. The first chakra expresses your relationship with yourself, to work and to home. Improper work with the first chakra can mean losing solid ground under your feet, loss of energy or strength. For these reasons, the health forecast will also focus on advice for healing the root chakra in this year. The main problem of this year will be the manipulative Scorpio's behavior. In the middle of this year, you are distrustful. And that's because of the effect of retrograde Saturn and Venus, which affect your energy and past thoughts. You still haven't managed to come to terms with the past, so you have trouble trusting again. From this point of view, this year also reveals your negative characteristics. And those are, for example, jealousy and mistrust of others. Scorpio can also expect jealous scenes in the relationship during the year. This will happen mainly at the beginning of this year, when Venus will move to the 5th astrological house. This will happen in the first 2 months of the year, from January 27th to February 20th. In addition, you later struggle with the influence of retrograde Mercury in the 7th house, specifically from April 21st to May 15th. Here you meet the past again. It is especially painful if your relationships were violent, superficial. However, Scorpio does not lack courage throughout the year. Thanks to the favorable action of Mars, which will end its retrograde journey on January 12th. In this year, we no longer have to expect a second retrograde Mars, which would negatively affect the Scorpio energies and the entire zodiac. Thanks to the favorable position of Mars throughout the year, your life does not lack the right commitment, courage, and energy. On the other hand, the passionate power of this planet can encourage your jealousy and mistrust of those around you. Throughout this year, Scorpio is certainly interested in love, and also about energy related to love. The strongest compatibility in love awaits you with the zodiac signs of Taurus, Pisces, and with the sign of Cancer. In general, you achieve strong compatibility with these 3 signs, and the Scorpio prediction focused on relationships and love does not predict other energies. From the opposite point of view, many conflicts await you with the Gemini and Libra signs. Mistrust, manipulation, and possibly jealousy are associated with relationships with these signs. With Gemini and Libra, you will not be able to establish a physical and emotional connection to such a depth that you will be satisfied with your relationship. You are looking for intimacy and love with them. However, these desires may not be fulfilled during this year. As for friendly relationships, the astrological chart speaks of new friendships, especially at the beginning of this year. The Sun is also in a good position during August and September, when many Scorpios and social events await. These periods are favorable for new friendships and for strengthening old ties. You find the strongest friendly relationships with Sagittarius, Aries, Cancer, another Scorpio, and last but not least with the zodiac sign Virgo. You don't understand too much with the Sagittarius and Aquarius sign. The prediction also advises you not to gossip with these 2 signs. When it comes to work matters, finances, or health support, expect the greatest help from the Virgo, Aries, and Capricorn signs. The mentioned 3 zodiac signs understand you perfectly, they understand your needs and feelings. They can tune into your wave of courage and activity. This makes you work well with these signs. If you need to overcome a certain challenge, turn to the listed 3 zodiac signs. Work relationships will cause you problems with the Scorpio and Libra signs. In this regard, expect dishonesty and the revelation of the secrets you have entrusted to these 2 signs. From the given overview of compatibility in relationships for this year, you already know which signs you can entrust your secrets to. Also, remember that job duties should remain at work. Do not mix privacy and work matters. If you transfer negative energy from the workplace to your home, it can cause difficult situations in relationships. Forecast also strongly warns against gossip that could affect your good reputation and good relationships. And not only at work, but also in the family and among friends. Expect the most negative energies that can be related to gossip at the end of this year. Specifically, from the month of October until the beginning of 2024. During this period, the horoscope strongly advises you to avoid gossip, slander, and ugly talk behind others' backs. Express your emotions with respect to the feelings of others. Fight dishonesty. Do not turn to people who support your manipulative side of behavior and cause jealousy in your life. Check things out before falsely accusing others of nefarious intentions. The water energy of your zodiac sign offers you stability and the ability to keep secrets. So don't let yourself be lured into bad ways by people who don't know the word tolerance, trust. The emotional setting will teach you more about yourself even during the big year. The water element, which is already an element of new possibilities and talent in Scorpio's life, will manifest itself in full force. Thanks to Mars, you gain passion even where passion has not been manifested so far. Last but not least, Scorpio perceives the position of retrograde Pluto from the beginning of May until October 11th. Your ruling planet enters retrograde motion for 162 days of this year. From the 4th astrological house, it enters the 3rd house during the retrograde phase. It therefore passes through the 4th and 3rd astrological Scorpio houses. Thanks to this Pluto position, you have the opportunity to undergo your own life transformation. You know you can't change the whole world, but you can change your personal view of your surroundings. The position of Pluto in the middle of this year means a more sensitive nature. It can also indicate a return to the past following one's own footsteps. You mainly remember the connection of your life with the thoughts of other people. If the past was painful, you may experience this pain repeatedly. You make a lot of effort to get rid of the past, habits, and problematic memories. Thanks to this, you know exactly which life path you are on. Even if you are afraid of everything new, you can leave some things behind. And that is the positive face of retrograde Pluto in this year. Negative energies affect Scorpio in this year. Fortune teller Sybil works with a year-round forecast. Thanks to this, he knows that there are more negative energies waiting for the Scorpio, which you will have to face. In this paragraph, we will discuss what transits will affect the overall energies of your year. What do you need to prepare for and what to avoid to make your year as positive as possible? It is in this section that the Scorpio prediction will answer which negative energies will trouble Scorpio in this year. At the beginning of the year, Mercury in the 3rd house, in a retrograde position, acts on every Scorpio. At the same time, the planet Mars is added to this action until January 12th, the same in reverse motion. These two astrological aspects result in a feeling of great mistrust in Scorpio's decisions and relationships. Scorpio could not identify with the past sufficiently last year. Although many astrological aspects have given you the opportunity to put your mind at ease, in this year, these energies will again manifest. And that's because of repeated feelings of personal failure. In addition, jealousy will be a characteristic feature of every Scorpio, which this year will bring to the fore. At the beginning of the year, up to 2 unpleasant astrological aspects interfere with your energy. Until January 18th, you feel the energy damage coming from the retrograde movements of the planets Mercury and Mars. If you expect social events with the arrival of this year, you should slow down. Be aware of where you want to spend this time between 2022 and this year. Your decision will be important. Will you start this time with a smile or surrounded by problematic and poisonous people? The decision is yours. Venus in the 5th astrological house from January 27th to February 20th causes complications in the personal relationships of each Scorpio. This Venus is known for its effect on the sign of the zodiac by causing great attractiveness and a positive relationship to affairs. This position of Venus can threaten such partner relationships of Scorpio, which were disturbed in the past by fraud, arguments, or a deeper disruption of good relations. Venus in the 5th house evoked in Scorpio a desire to satisfy superficial needs. This is how affairs arise at work, between friends or colleagues. In order to avoid this negative influence of Venus in the 5th house in the first and second months of this year, it is necessary to strengthen your long-lasting relationship in every possible way. For singles, this position of Venus means relationships that can be damaged quickly. If you start a relationship with someone new, Venus in the 5th house does not predict such a relationship will last long. On the contrary, this relationship will be based mainly on physical pleasure. Last but not least, Venus in the 5th house of single Scorpios can enrich them with a gift in the form of the first or next baby in the family. So, if you want to avoid this result from your romance at the beginning of this year, be careful, the Scorpio prediction advises. Another negative astrological aspect that will focus on Scorpio energy in this year is Mercury retrograde in the 7th house. Every Scorpio will feel the influence of the retrograde process of Mercury. It will be a very prominent Mercury, which will affect all Scorpios' personal relationships, even in a negative way. The forecast of negative transits points to retrograde Mercury in the 7th house. The latter presents complications for most Scorpio relationships. Scorpio wants to put the past in order. However, it only leads you to negative thoughts and frustration. You constantly look back to the past. You deal mainly with personal relationships. This aspect is complicated for married and single Scorpios who wanted to improve their relationships with the arrival of this year. You want to explain to others everything you messed up in the past. It causes you to spoil your personal relationships with other people in the present by focusing on the wrong things. You will focus all your energy on overcoming the past, which is already forgotten by other people. In your husband or long-term partner, you now see more of a child that needs to be taken care of. You perceive him more as a family member, brother or sibling, not as your partner and the person through whom you satisfy your desires. The strong elements missing these days, from April 21st to May 15th, astrologically predict that you want to make decisions for other people as well. And they will not be identified with it. Because of this attitude of yours, you will find yourself in situations where you will have to face the opposing opinions of your loved ones. Looking at the karmic action of this astrological transit, it is clear that this transit will disturb your karma. It impoverishes you with the ability to understand others. So, you constantly and persistently judge your past thoughts. The consequences of your decisions, your actions. You treat other people rather impersonally. This constellation of cosmic energies is difficult if you want to strengthen your personal relationships. Last but not least, Mercury makes you an introverted person who is closed off from social events. The energy of retrograde Mercury will last until May 15th. From this date, the vibrations from Venus and Mars will focus mainly on career advancement. So, if you did not strengthen your relationships with the arrival of this year and its first 3 months, the second part of the year will be more difficult to clean up your relationships. From June 17th, the influence of Saturn in the 5th house pushes into Scorpio's attention. In addition, until October 11th, you also perceive the retrograde position of the planet Pluto, which is your ruler. Pluto moves through the fourth and later the third astrological house. This position of your ruler will also negatively affect the year-round energies of this year. The aforementioned position of retrograde Saturn and Pluto is accompanied by fear that comes from early childhood. Problems caused by retrograde planets can have a strong impact on emotions. You are blocked from expressing your feelings. Even though you know that love and its support is very important in your life, you cannot find a way to grow in this direction. Retrograde Pluto, as your ruler, affects paranoid feelings. You perceive negative impulses from the environment. Pluto placed in this way indicates that you have trouble disassociating yourself from the problems that occurred during your childhood. It also indicates that you are unable to break the bond with long-term habits that hold you back. They don't allow you to progress. You want to experience inner rebirth, but the position of Pluto in retrograde motion blocks you in this direction. Saturn operating from June 17th to November 14th reminds you that you did not have time to do the things you wanted to do. The position of Saturn in the fifth astrological house gives your life a great need to overcome obstacles. You feel like you're doing less in life than you really are. You don't want to put things off until later. But right now, you don't have the energy to take care of important responsibilities. Your energy is blocked by retrograde Saturn, which directs your attention to doubts. It blocks situations that could help in your personal advancement. Retrograde Saturn raises self-doubt. Scorpio is afraid of any commitments during this period. Despite the fact that other astrological aspects give you many opportunities in the career field, you have a problem to start implementing them. Life will now put you in situations that you feel are challenging. You feel that the weight of responsibility weighing on your shoulders is now unbearable. Your personal affairs, emotional security, or personal relationships develop only very slowly for the better. You yourself do not show any activity to direct the relations to better functioning. However, your creative abilities are not blocked, and you can help other people who will later help you. On July 23rd, retrograde Venus, which acts on the 10th house, is added to the aforementioned astrological aspects. From an overall point of view, the Scorpio career in this year is successful. In this regard, however, Scorpio longs for social recognition, which he chases after. Energies deteriorate with the Venus arrival in the 10th house on July 23rd until September 4th. During this period, you are highly sensitive to any criticism at work. You don't feel comfortable around other people. It is this pressure from the planet Venus that can lead you to try to bring other people down or damage their good reputation. During this period, the annual forecast strongly advises you to avoid gossip. Complicated relationships at work or in friendly relationships are now waiting for you with the Libra, Scorpio, Aquarius, Sagittarius signs. Especially under the influence of Venus in the 10th house. Negative aspects do not appear in the astrological chart in the final 3 months of this year. On the contrary, the astrological aspects of the final period, with the Scorpio arrival season from October 23rd, are set for success and personal advancement. In December, the action of the last, final Mercury retrograde of this year awaits Scorpios. This time it acts on the 3rd and 4th houses of astrology. In this direction, Scorpio can be influenced by astrology, especially in relation to siblings or the household. However, every Scorpio now has the opportunity to reassess what they have achieved during this year. You can go back with your thoughts. Although Mercury in retrograde motion prompts you to think about the negative aspects of this year. But thanks to the positive mindset that will come from October 12th, you can fully identify with positive things, accept them in your life, enjoy them. The Scorpio prediction therefore predicts several disturbing aspects that hinder Scorpio from progressing. In order to avoid manifestations of a negative character and on your health, it is necessary to set your mind to a more positive perception of the environment. Last but not least, Horoscope warns you against alcohol or other addictive substances that can endanger your health. Throughout this year, astrological aspects are a warning for Scorpio to avoid excessive consumption of alcohol or other addictive substances. They can cause a disaster not only in your personal life, but also in terms of health. Avoid driving or any risky activity under the influence of addictive substances. Positive energies that affect Scorpio this year. This short summary of positive astrological aspects was created by the fortune teller Sybil to give every Scorpio a brief overview of how astrological aspects can affect the whole year. Astrological transits are not only focused on disturbing your sign. Now we will also look at the positive effect of cosmic energies on each Scorpio. In this section, the horoscope will present you with the positive astrological transits of this year and their greatest impact on love, financial health or career. In a positive direction, the annual forecast at the beginning of this year talks about negative karma that is connected with past relationships. It is represented by retrograde Saturn and Mercury in missing movement until January 18th. Nevertheless, every Scorpio has the opportunity to identify with his past. The period until January 18th requires a certain degree of isolation from others. However, you will find peace and forgiveness within yourself, which you consider extremely important. Through meditations and breathing exercises, you find identification with your life. Your negative karma leaves your mind. Everything negative that you bring from the past will help you to remove from your life the beginning of this year. If you fully concentrate on it, you have the opportunity to get rid of negative karma. Positive astrological energies arrive from January 18th to April 21st. This period is extremely auspicious for any Scorpio looking for a safe home and comfort from loved ones. Astrological aspects are concentrated in the 4th, 5th, and 6th astrological houses. They are therefore a harbinger of a fertile period for every Scorpio who wants to expand his family. The Scorpio pregnancy horoscope assigns the first months of this year the greatest chance for success. Every Scorpio who tries to expand the family through the first or next offspring should be successful at the beginning of the year. Until April 21st, it is predicted by properly set transits that are not blocked by disturbing aspects. The first, extremely disruptive aspect, comes with April 21st and lasts until May 15th. It is retrograde Mercury placed in the 7th astrological house. Astrology considers this action of Mercury on Scorpio extremely disturbing. Even in this case, the fortune teller Sybil knows that the Scorpio can draw a certain energy from Mercury for positive self-enhancement. Although the retrograde energy of Mercury in the 7th house can disturb you a lot at the end of April, you have the opportunity to return your attention to forgotten things. Some decisions in the past seemed too ambitious for you. It is also reminiscent of this retrograde Mercury and its position in the 7th house. However, in a positive sense, this Mercury gives you the opportunity to slow down. Go back to your plans from the past. Mercury in the 7th house is a favorable position for any Scorpio who wants to go back to certain things and make them better. Perhaps this Mercury will give you the opportunity to better connect with your partner. Try to go back to the past together. To those things that tied you to the other. Connect your thoughts with the person you love and focus on what may have disturbed your relationship in the past. Thanks to retrograde Mercury, you know that you will never make the same mistakes again. If you involve your partner in these feelings, who is certainly also affected by retrograde Mercury during this period, you can get a very positive Mercury effect on emotional security. If you are looking for a job or a better background, continue to take measures that help you achieve this dream. No matter how disruptive Mercury retrograde in the 7th house will be from April 21st to May 15th, every Scorpio has the opportunity to gain from it a positive effect on personal adjustment. You have a chance to do a better job. The possibility to return to the old. To get back what you have lost in the past. Conscious perception of what was wrong in the past and what you would like to correct is a necessary part of life so that we do not repeat our past mistakes. Only if you remember the things you did wrong can you move on with life. so that later the correction is no longer necessary. Other positive aspects that affect the Scorpio energy are expected during the summer months. The favorable placement of astrological planets and aspects from June to the end of August predict that many interesting opportunities await Scorpio. And that's mainly from the point of view of career advancement. In addition, Mars placed in the 11th astrological house from July 10 to August 2.7 is a harbinger of social events that will be prosperous for personal relationships. Not only can you feel the energy of friendship all around you, you also meet new people. Mostly those born under the Sagittarius, Cancer, Scorpio, Virgo, and Aries sign. They become your closest friends. If in the second part of the year you avoid slander and gossip, which are part of the prediction according to the astrological chart for this period, your life and personal position will be much stronger. Your placement in this year requires more activity, as well as correct decisions. Throughout the year, Mercury lends you communication skills. And that even during action in the retrograde direction. For the better health of every Scorpio, the horoscope advises you to enjoy life every second of it. Perceive what life wants to tell you in every minute of its activity. Several astrological aspects of the end of this year are extremely favorable. For example, the Scorpio season, from October 23 to November 21, is strongly associated with the position of Mars in the first house. Mars in the first house means a huge amount of energy for the single and the unemployed. The energy can be used to get the desired job. Also for getting to know a person who can be Scorpio's fateful love. Mars in the first house is beneficial for all Scorpios. For all of you who want to do a better job, a change in your life. Who doesn't want to be afraid of the future and their decisions? The end of this year seems to be the most favorable for Scorpio from the point of view of the astrological chart. In addition, Mars in the first house creates a more extroverted nature in every Scorpio. The horoscope predicts that the celebration of Scorpio's birthday in this year will be full of joy. Joy and success await you at the end of the year. And not only from Mars in the first house. For many Scorpios, but especially for those who are single, the beginning of this year means a purification of the mind. Venus in the fifth house can have an impact on long-term partner relationships, even in a disturbing sense. However, those relationships that are strong will go through a total personal cleansing. You can make decisions that matter. Therefore, the right decisions await you not only in February, but also at the end of this year. According to the astrologer, the month of December seems to be an ideal month for solving problematic relationships. Venus is in the first house. It lends Scorpio beauty, a sense of identification with oneself, a lot of energy, also properly oriented towards the things that really matter. Scorpio love and relationship forecast. The longer transit of Mars in the 8th house ends on January 12. Since last October, the first sign of the Zodiac will take a break from this retrograde position of the planet Mars. In your Zodiac sign, retrograde Mars caused a blockage of emotions. You have not been able to separate your lust from what the other wants for himself. This constellation of retrograde Mars also means intimate problems and rejection. In the past, Scorpio struggled with fear of rejection, loneliness. As of January 12, energies are shaping up to be more positive as Mars flips into the 8th astrological house in a direct position. So, he continues on his way. Karmically speaking, however, its action turns to the positive. As your secondary ruling planet, Mars placed in the 8th house is the planet that seeks information. You also solve problems in various areas of life, and especially problems of an intimate nature that you had in the previous period. This Mars position gives you more strength and determination. You will be guided by strong and deep feelings. You can also be interested in sexuality, which now becomes a form of your expression. The first 3 months of this year, when your secondary planet Mars affects the 8th house, can be a period of calm and joy. Especially for Scorpios in a long-term relationship. Feelings of intimate separation disappear from your life. You have the opportunity to take the initiative, tune your partner to your wave of new experiences, understanding, and joy of being close to another. The Sun is favorably placed in the 4th house during February. That's when it connects your mind with home. You want people around you to feel cozy, safe. Thanks to the placement of another planet, Mercury, also in the 4th house of Scorpio astrology, Scorpio becomes an understanding person full of understanding. The entry quarter of this year is favorable for all relationships that were disrupted in Scorpio. The beginning of this year gives you the opportunity to deepen family connections. You can strengthen relationships with children. Children now enjoy your attention and your interest in spending your free time with games and entertainment. Until April 21st, the energies affecting long-term Scorpio relationships are extremely favorable. Moreover, from April 20th, the Sun moves into the 7th astrological house. This position of the Sun is crucial for all good Scorpio's personal relationships. Positive vibration towards the Sun in the 7th house, however, blocks the onset of retrograde Mercury from April 21st. The retrograde process of the second retrograde Mercury of this year will end its return to the direct position on May 15th. From April 21st to May 15th, each Scorpio faces the energy of retrograde Mercury in the 7th astrological house. The 7th house is responsible for personal relationships, a good marriage, and relationships with coworkers. In this case, the horoscope warns every Scorpio against entering into a quick, thoughtless marriage. If you are a Scorpio in a long-term partner relationship, and you are thinking about marriage, this period is definitely not suitable for this step. Not only are your decisions wrong. Last but not least, Mercury in the 7th house can also block your plans and completely disrupt them. Therefore, this period is not suitable for signing important documents, such as a marriage contract. Disturbing April and May retrograde Mercury is a really important position for Scorpio's long-term partner relationships. In this case, all your parsing attempts keep going back to the past. Every Scorpio now wants to sort out what they've been through emotionally. Several Scorpios are now experiencing frustration and problems in their married life. This period can also deprive you of free time. You want to spend them mainly thinking about yourself, but also about your past decisions. Under the influence of retrograde Mercury in the 7th house, you are nervous, sometimes even angry, in the presence of other people. Mercury in this position does not recommend Scorpio to participate in social events for which you really do not have the mood and energy. From April 21st to May 15th, you make decisions about personal relationships. However, this is not a good move. The best thing to do is to think about yourself. If you identify with past decisions, do not take hasty actions that are mainly related to your long-term partner, warns the Scorpio love and relationship prediction for this period. After this disturbing position of Mercury from May 15th, the energies will crystallize into more beautiful, better ones. The Sun still affects the 7th astrological house, and during May it also moves into the 8th house. Other astrological aspects from May to August will focus mainly on career advancement and issues related to long-term goals and reputation. Partner relations are pushed to the back during the summer months of this year. However, the planet Saturn in retrograde motion from June 17th to November 14th also has something to say in romance and the fertility of every Scorpio. The Scorpio pregnancy forecast for this period also mentions this retrograde phase of the planet Saturn in the 5th house. You have a strong need now to overcome any obstacles you perceive in this direction. You want to create persistent values. This aspect concerns all Scorpios who desire to have their first or next child in their life. In this direction, all the problems and complications that were part of your life when raising children are opened up. If you are a Scorpio who longs for your first child, you may find yourself in situations that remind you of how big a role the role of a parent is. Forecast speaks of a great responsibility that comes into your life. Pregnancy fortune-telling does not talk about major problems with conception. However, you will think about sufficient finances and other matters related to the new addition to the family. The fertile period for Scorpios lasts until May, from the beginning of the year. Later, you can use the fertile period of the month of December to fulfill your dream, if you were not able to do so in the first decade of the year. Long-term partner relationships will therefore be interestingly affected mainly by the second retrograde Mercury of this year. Later energies, especially those during the summer months, deal with Scorpio's career and friendships. The end of this year directs the attention of the committed Scorpio to the household, but also to siblings. Many social events await you at the end of the year. The position of Venus in the first astrological house from December 4th to 29th also requires your attention. Venus in the first house means a favorable development of personal relationships for Scorpio. All relationships that are important to you. Not only those with a long-term partner. This position of the planet Venus, which takes place during the last month of this year, means Scorpio's great desire for love and friendship. Favorable energies flowing from the planet Venus at the end of this year will bring more love, understanding, and harmony into your life. Therefore, the end of this year for Scorpio is very positive in terms of long-lasting relationships, friendship, and family relationships. Therefore, the annual forecast does not predict big storms in your long-lasting relationship. Only Mercury retrograde from April 21st to May 15th can cause great impulsiveness in Scorpio. From this point of view, you can cause quarrels in the family, and especially with your partner, which can be painful. Be careful how you express yourself during this period. Also, the summer months of this year can be difficult for long-term relationships. Your work will require your attention. Career in the first place will be the focus of many arguments and misunderstandings with a partner during the summer months for Scorpio. Forecast advises you to try to find a balance between work life and personal obligations during the year. Treat your love as a precious gift, not as a matter of course. Especially from May until the end of August. The Scorpio season, which starts on October 23rd and ends on November 21st, will enrich you with new personal growth and development in several areas of life. And of course, also in personal relationships. As Mars in the first house from October 12th to November 24th predicts asserting your views through physical force, it is possible that more aggressive, masculine energy will manifest in your life. A more extroverted nature at the end of this year can be used by Scorpio for success and personal growth. Horoscope for single Scorpios. Retrograde Mars, which since last year blocked favorable prospects for the future for single Scorpios, expires on January 12th. The frustration you felt in the previous months caused problems in expression. Your feelings were hidden. Retrograde Mars in the 8th astrological house also causes problems in Scorpio's sexual expression and intimate life. Maybe you're a single Scorpio who made bad decisions in the past months. You judge yourself because of many things you have done in the past. You believed that these things and your mistakes have cut you off from some people, denied you the identification of yourself with your deep emotional feeling. You must realize that Mars in this position has offered you the possibility of transforming yourself. Looking at retrograde Mars, which turns its retrograde process on January 12th, opens your eyes in direct position. You long to identify with the world in which you live. You want to actively communicate how you feel and that you've learned from your mistakes. If you control your needs, then in this year you will achieve success, love, harmony with yourself, predicts the horoscope for single Scorpios. Direct Mars resides as your secondary ruling planet in the 8th astrological house. In a direct process, he talks about solving many problems that you yourself are responsible for. The urge to seek intimate pleasures is stronger now, especially under the influence of this Mars position. Sexuality becomes a form of expression for you. However, under the influence of retrograde Mars, you mainly sought complicated and impersonal relationships. The situation has been changing since the second half of January. Every Scorpio is only interested in relationships that are deep, connected with feelings and emotions. In every person who arouses your interest, you are looking not only for experiencing intimate joy, but also for deep feelings. You may also be more interested in better financial management. As for single Scorpios, the secondary ruling planet draws your attention mainly to your relationship with sexuality. This Mars also encourages the magical abilities of every person. The attention of an unmarried Scorpio can also be oriented towards mysticism. Several Scorpios can also use white magic to attract love into their lives. For example, during the lunar new moon, which occurs on January 21st. Or during the February new moon, which forms in the 5th astrological house on February 20th, all the energies of the opening days of this year, the months of February, March and April, connect you with love, and with the right by setting your mind to seek meaningful partnerships. The correct position of several astrological aspects, and the formation of the full moon on March 7th, encourages every single Scorpio in search of new, interesting friendships. The March full moon in the 11th house opens your eyes to the world around you. It will bring many new people into your life who deserve a place in your heart. It can be new friends who will later develop into a person interesting to your emotional world as well. Mercury retrograde in the 7th house is responsible not only for unfavorable feelings in committed people. Even for those who are single, it blocks the overall expression of personality. It will happen from April 21st to May 15th. This Mercury is key to balanced relationships throughout this time. It may happen that a single Scorpio will act very impulsively. It's no surprise that such Mercury encourages you to make quick, rash decisions related to feelings and personal relationships. This Mercury is often responsible for sudden breakups, emotional problems, for impulsive marriages that do not last long in the future. Therefore, the annual forecast advises single Scorpios to be more cautious, especially in the period from April 21st to May 15th. The new relationships you start in this period will be more complicated than you initially think. They can bring more problems into your life. If you are going to make a huge change in your life this year, tap into your passionate energy during the mentioned period of Mercury retrograde. Everything in your life takes time. And this time will come with the arrival of the second decade of this year. Retrograde Saturn forms in the 5th astrological house from June 17th to November 14th. Said Saturn also affects single Scorpios and their view of personal relationships. Although in the second part of the year there are many social events waiting for every single Scorpio, retrograde Saturn will influence your navigation of your emotional life. The 5th astrological house is often associated with romance, love, but also with affairs. Affairs in the life of a single Scorpio are predicted not only by Saturn in retrograde position. Last but not least, the Sun in the 11th house and the full moon on August 31st, which is also taking shape in the 5th house, also add to the warnings. All mentioned astrological aspects help you in personal relationships. But at the same time, they block correct judgment. From this point of view, a single Scorpio can make a bad decision. These decisions mainly concern the given partners that you are now looking for and attracting. To avoid problems with a love triangle, forget about relationships with specified partners. Not only would you cause a lot of trouble for yourself, these problems could also disrupt the partnership of other people, maybe even those you don't know. In this way, you will negatively affect not only your life, but also the lives of other people. Retrograde Saturn from June 17th to November 14th warns you not to be influenced by too much sexual energy and emotions that you cannot process. Work with your first chakra and surround yourself with the color red. Make it a part of your wardrobe. This color helps you fight against wrong decisions. Unfavorable energies crystallize from November 14th until the arrival of 2024. The very favorable position of Mars, which enters the first astrological house on October 12th, also encourages single Scorpios to make the right decisions. Specifically, since October 12th, energies are cleaner. From November 14th, you no longer make bad decisions. Venus in the first astrological house also encourages you to clear out any negative energies that have accumulated during this year. So, the prediction for single Scorpios advises you not to become part of a love triangle. Energetic Mars, which is the secondary planet of your zodiac sign, moves direct in this year. It is very favorably set up for the possibilities of every single Scorpio. Opportunities to find love, but also personal growth. The greatest personal peace, harmony, smile on your face and well-being await you in the final months of this year. In the second decade of November and throughout December, Venus affects the first astrological house, and last, but not least, you also feel the favorable position of the Mars planet. So, spend the rest of the year communicating. Surround yourself with family and friends. Maintain loving relationships even with those people you met this year. All new relationships from this year will have a sense of the future, adds the annual chart. The pregnancy fortune telling warns the single Scorpio against an unplanned pregnancy throughout the year. Energies are set for great Scorpio fertility. But some decisions may not be right. And therefore, protect yourself if you are more comfortable with the life you lead. Single Scorpios are identified with their status during the year. You are hoping for better relationships that are likely to come this year, and especially in its introduction and in the month of December. Scorpio family and friendship forecast. Looking at the astrological chart, it is clear that the first months of this year will play the biggest role in family relationships. The Sun in the fourth astrological house is placed from January 20th to February 18th. Every Scorpio yearns to identify with his family during this period. You want to preserve traditions, to be closer to the people you love. You are family-oriented. In January, February and March, Scorpio seeks refuge. A safe environment that influences your worldview. This year will give you favorable moments in the circle of your family. But the second half of the year can also be beautiful. Do not miss the opportunity in the first quarter of this year to fulfill the desire for understanding family members and healing bad relationships. Thanks to the position of the Sun in the fourth house, and thanks to the placement of Mercury in the same house during the month of February, the astrological aspects are set very favorably for strengthening personal and family relationships. You tend to bond with your parents, but also with the wider family circle. Let your loved ones know how much you love them, that you are thinking of them. The first 3 months of this year are the most suitable for strengthening family relationships. It also leads to the calming down of such relationships that suffered from problems in the past. Mercury in the fourth house lends you enormous communication power, which you can direct in order to calm previous, broken family or other personal relationships. Favorable astrological positions in the first 3 months of the year connect you with genus matters. You are not only looking for your own identity. You want to analyze all the problems that were related to your own life and family peace. You place great emphasis on parents, but also on other family members who created variable conditions in the home. Although you may tend to be irritable under the influence of Mercury in the fourth house, you can communicate any problem with strong communication skills. You are a person that all family members can rely on now. Thanks to this, you strongly hold the position of an important person, which supports your self-love. The planets are not negatively aspect during this period. Thanks to the fact that even the direct position of Mars offers you a lot of strength, you have the opportunity to fight any family problem that has disturbed your own integrity in the past. Therefore, family relationships are strengthened by favorable astrological aspects in the first months of this year. At that time, the Scorpio energy is oriented towards the household, children, parents, but also siblings. You experience your own sense of identification with others. You show your emotions easily. The surrounding area also enjoys your love. Mercury in the 7th house has a disruptive effect on the overall emotional stability. Not only for family relationships that were healed in the initial months. Mercury in the 7th house will bring you back to the past. Especially one that is associated with painful memories from childhood. From your early days. If you experienced a childhood in which you remember violence or tears, you will experience difficulties. These painful wounds will be opened by Mercury in the 7th house from April 21st to May 15th. Scorpio must build resilience and a strong outer shell in the first quarter of this year. Build resilience so you don't make decisions you'll regret later during the second Mercury retrograde of this year. In the summer months of this year, there are days that focus on long-term goals, as well as getting to know the world, the surroundings. Energies are also focused on traveling and supporting each Scorpio in discovering new opportunities. More than one Scorpio now has the opportunity to start an interesting business, or to seize work opportunities related to family members. Especially with siblings. This is also how Saturn is set in the 5th astrological house from January 17th to November 14th. So Scorpio can make interesting decisions in terms of career. If these decisions concern siblings or friends. An extremely favorable friendly atmosphere awaits you from August 10th, when Mars enters the 11th house of astrology. In this position, Mars will surround you with many friends. The period from July 10th to August 27th is therefore oriented towards meeting new friends. Also for deepening relations with old acquaintances. It has a significant impact on every Scorpio, who perceived relationships with friends in the previous period rather more superficially. Mars in this position breaks the old rules. You are looking at new friendship structures. From this point of view, perhaps a single Scorpio, who discovers new values in a certain friend, has an opportunity. Other Scorpios can rely on the soul of friends who wanted to give them the right advice. The July and August position of the planets in this year means an independent Scorpio person. In any case, you always have friends at hand if you need support or help. The Sun is also in the right position in the month of August, which from August 23rd until the second half of September also affects the 11th house of friendship, hopes, fulfilled wishes, but also social events. Therefore, the annual forecast predicts many interesting possibilities for finding new friends. These new acquaintances will also make sense for Scorpio's future. But choose wisely. Friendships with Aquarius and Sagittarius can cause you more trouble than good. Nevertheless, you can expect a strong friendly connection from the signs of Aries, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Cancer, and from the Virgo sign. Friendly relationships are strong with the mentioned zodiac signs. Unbreakable bonds. As for family and friendly relationships, the end of the year is favorable for every Scorpio. From the point of view of astrological aspects, not only Mercury is favorably placed, but also Mars and the planet Venus. All these astrological transits at the end of this year give Scorpio the opportunity to deepen all the relationships you want to improve. Moreover, the position of Mars gives you fuel. It drives you to tangible results. It progresses from the 1st to the 3rd house. Mars at the end of this year means that a lot of independent work awaits you, but also better relationships with friends, family. Last but not least, with yourself. Venus in the 1st house joins this favorable position and the influence of Mars in December. Scorpio encourages you to enjoy the end of this year according to your own ideas. Even before the arrival of 2024, astrological aspects offer you the opportunity to resolve problematic relationships from the whole year. Scorpio work and finance forecast. In this year, many Scorpios will ask themselves questions about their career life. You ask whether you are comfortable with the work you are doing. You are interested in what options you have for change, in terms of finances and the overall family budget. The beginning of this year will remind you that there are people around you that you can rely on. The correct position of Mercury with the arrival of this year will provide you with useful information and a sense of communication. You can fully concentrate on the work that will strongly influence this year. Your naturally strong analytical skills will help you to clean up your career, according to your own ideas. In this year, several Scorpios may be approached with a job offer from a completely new direction. People born with the Sun in Scorpio can make excellent decisions in career fields. If you follow not only your heart, but also the advice of older, more experienced people around you. A motivated Scorpio's career may be in jeopardy. And that right away with the first position of Mars, in the 8th house. Then you focus your attention on joint finances with the people in your household. The financial budget does not bother you, but it is interesting for the future. And that under the influence of retrograde Mars, which has been in this position since October last year. The energies related to finances and your career, and which you carry over from 2022, can interestingly influence the development of your career and financial stability for the year. Prediction concluded its finance and career forecast with a harbinger of favorable financial developments at the end of last year. Optimism in this direction may persist even with the arrival of this year. However, expect larger expenses in the first quarter, which is strongly focused on personal relationships and the Scorpio household. Even though the end of last year presented itself with financial stability, the beginning of this year may be more difficult to spend. It is necessary to mention the advice from the horoscope, which says that every Scorpio should spend wisely. At the beginning of this year, you have some money set aside. Thanks to this, you don't have to be too negatively surprised by the financial expenses that are the arrival of the year, which will be mainly required by your household. In terms of career advancement, with the beginning of this year, you compare your entire past year. You also compare your work performance in relation to the work of others. This year is initially oriented towards several transits that support the start of a business or career plans with the family. You should use the positive transits that the beginning of this year provides you to prepare for the negative vibrations that come in the second part of the year. The beginning of the year can put more pressure on Scorpio. And that's especially the case with those who do business. Not only will you have to fully concentrate on solving the problems from last year, the household will also require your attention. The shortcomings that you will have to deal with in connection with the reconstruction or small changes in the home will give you a lot of work. If you are wondering whether this year will be successful in the field of work and career, fortune teller Sybil has several answers and interesting observations for you. If you expect complications in your career, the work horoscope for this period will surely navigate you correctly. From March 25th to May 20th, the position of Mars takes place in the 9th house. The other months of the year are therefore strengthened by the secondary ruling planet in passionate Scorpio. Astrological aspects indicate a very strong effect on personal, family relationships with the arrival of this year. So, in the initial 3 months, you do not have a great need, nor an opportunity, to deal with your career direction. Nevertheless, since March 25th, Mars enters the 9th house. From this date on, every Scorpio's attention is focused on career opportunities. Thus, the opening quarter of the ongoing year 2023 does not indicate any astrological aspects that would negatively affect the career. You also don't have to worry about career opportunities. However, the horoscope does not predict any changes for unemployed Scorpios who wonder when the opportunity for change will come. Do not expect this change in the first 3 months. From March 25th, Scorpios should avoid big purchases and spending too much money. However, with the cosmic energies flowing through your world, you have the opportunity to choose knowledge. Mars gives unemployed Scorpios the opportunity to travel abroad. You can also concentrate on your studies to deepen knowledge. All these steps help unemployed Scorpios to later capture the career opportunity they desire. From April 21st, retrograde Mercury joins the favorable position of Mars, which now has a very beneficial effect on the career of every Scorpio. This position of Mercury will cause more work responsibilities that Scorpio can expect from April 21st to May 15th. From this point of view, complications also await you in employment. Not only does the horoscope expect problems in personal relationships as well. Forecast Scorpio also predicts greater pressure at work. Looking at the career and finances of Scorpio throughout the year, the annual forecast thus speaks of the first disruption of favorable energies by Mercury in the 7th house. After it ends, on May 15th, a stronger aspect comes that will affect the Scorpio career. Mars moves through the 10th astrological house from May 20th to July 10th. The planet Venus is later added to this position of Mars. And last but not least, the placement of Mercury in the same house. According to astrology, the 10th house is the house of long-term goals and career matters. From this perspective, you can expect multiple opportunities. And not only to find a desired job. Scorpio can be oriented towards achieving such life goals that are close to you. Every Scorpio is doing well. To the one who runs a business. Even to the one in long-term employment. Last but not least, you also have the opportunity to change your job if it does not bring you a sense of personal fulfillment. Financial matters will not bother you to such an extent that you cannot take an important life step for your happiness. Sometimes it's better to humble yourself and find happiness than to worry about a few extra pennies, highlights Sybil through the horoscope for this year. June, July and August are richly oriented towards achieving career success. You are trying to achieve a championship. You are fighting for your good position in a job where you have already done a lot of work. It often happens that Scorpio, with Mars placed in this way, is also interested in politics. And of course, also about achieving success in personal space. You want to be heard. Your words now carry weight. These positive astrological transits that pass through the summer of this year will focus Scorpio's attention mainly on achieving career success. You want to see yourself in a better position. Desire to achieve goals that were unimaginable in the previous period. The fighting planet Mars helps you to achieve a leadership position at work. And improving your overall status. For Scorpios who work in the home, aspects of the summer of this year mean opportunities for career growth. Many Scorpios decide to work part-time, or to do work that you can monetize. The summer months of this year seem to be beneficial for the Scorpio in terms of career. You can expect rapid progress in life. Without fear and without any problems, you decide on big life changes in terms of career, business, your personal work advancement. Although the beginning of this year may encourage you to submit to the opinions and demands of others, the second part of the year brings more independence. The Sun in the 10th house demands the attention of every Scorpio. From July 23rd to August 23rd, the Sun in the indicated position means that the Scorpio will not escape the attention of the public. You are trying to get more skill. A good reputation can be damaged by a scandal at work. The latter can mean deep problems for the future career direction of Scorpio. To avoid the problems caused by this position of the Sun, Scorpio prediction navigates you. The energy is disturbed by martial Mars in the 11th house. Focus mainly on your career responsibilities. The aforementioned astrological transits predict problems, mainly because you will also deal with personal matters at work. Even gossip can damage your good career reputation. But also unfavorable relationships with the Libra and Scorpio signs. As far as rumors are concerned, the annual forecast alerts you mainly in the months of July and August. Any gossip about others or judging their work performance can distract you from your personal life path of success. Focusing your attention on what is natural to your surroundings is of great importance. Do not try to advance your ambitions by damaging another person's reputation. Don't act selfishly. Selfishness can be triggered by the Mars position in the 12th house at the end of August. Until October 12th. The period from May to the end of August means that you can work on your resume. You can take advantage of an incoming job offer in your home country, or even travel abroad. Scorpio, who takes care of the household, will consider partial work options. About how to improve the family budget on your own. In the closing months of this year, during the Scorpio season that begins on October 23rd, you have the opportunity to create more safe space around you. The housekeeping of those Scorpios who work in the home will be admired. Your home will be a haven for loved ones. Your work will be appreciated by all family members. At the end of the year, taking care of the household may require more work commitment from Scorpio. November and December require greater deployment in the household. These months can be much more demanding for work duties than the previous period. The Scorpio season, which begins on October 23rd, can mean the full manifestation of self-knowledge and expression in society. In terms of career opportunities, the annual forecast expects many social events that will enrich you with new contacts in the Scorpio season. Due to the fact that no negatives are blocked in the Scorpio season from October 23rd to November 21st, the Scorpio steps are correct. At the end of this year, you are on the right path to success. Even though a greater number of duties, negative aspects do not hold you back at the end of the year, even in terms of finances. Both October and November Scorpio are oriented towards new things and new directions. This kind of approach to your life at the end of this year is very positive and required by others. An active way of thinking will provide an unemployed Scorpio with many job opportunities. As for students born under the Scorpio sign, they should not be afraid to take new opportunities into their hands, the horoscope advises. Be interested in new things and new directions throughout the year. You will do well. And especially in the summer months of this year. At that time, you need to end certain periods with successful exams or improving your grades. The winter months of this year, be it January or December, are more family-oriented, and therefore students may not be able to succeed in everything they desire. Scorpios will take care of the household without any complications. You may have more work, especially at the end of this year. The beginning of the year is associated with great success for Scorpio, with less pressure on work duties. Even if you compare your work performance with others throughout this year, you still know what position and reward you deserve for your work. And thanks to this, you know how to direct your career correctly. Scorpio's finances seem to be quite balanced throughout the year. At the beginning of the year, the consequences of certain transits can impoverish you from saved money. However, the first part of the year will allow you to improve your financial budget again. You can expect a financial profit mainly at the end of this year. The first 6 months of the year seem to be more demanding for buying new things, such as electrical appliances, or other things that break down in the home. At the beginning of the year, it is therefore reasonable for Scorpio to avoid large purchases. During the period when Mercury is retrograde, also avoid impulsive spending of money. Don't buy things you don't even need. Mainly, the retrograde position of Mercury encourages you to quickly buy things you want for your home. However, this is the wrong approach. You should consult with other family members about any big investment or major purchases. You should also think carefully about these purchases. And that throughout the year. At the end of the year, Scorpios can expect an extraordinary reward. You will also have the opportunity to ask your employer for a salary increase. The extra money will boost your family budget, especially in the final part of this year. Scorpio health forecast. From an overall point of view, the health prediction for this period speaks of great resilience, which is typical for the Scorpio sign. Even if your health is sometimes on a swing, you can still prevent various health problems thanks to your defenses. Horoscope in this section will offer an overview of what complications should be expected from the point of view of the effect of cosmic energies on your health. Scorpio will be susceptible to certain diseases this year, but they may not be directly related to a healthy lifestyle. However, the forecast also considers less stress to be a healthy lifestyle, which can cause major health complications in this year. If you are often surrounded by problems, worries, and your mind is directed only to the negative perception of the environment, you can expect several health complications. From this point of view, the fortune teller recommends you to focus your attention on the root chakra right from the start. This chakra is associated with the color red. The color red and its shades represent the color of this year for every Scorpio who wants to strengthen their vitality and energy. In order to connect with the energies that this year brings you and to avoid complications right at the beginning of the year, it is essential to heal and unblock the root chakra. This waiting causes the blocking of a positive relationship with the environment. The first chakra also expresses your relationship to your family and to the most basic needs that are related to your life. In order to achieve better health, in terms of your mental resilience, working with the chakras is essential. A blocked chakra has a negative impact on your strength and overall understanding of the world. A disturbed root chakra can cause not only mental but also physical problems. It robs you of your physical strength. In terms of psychological resistance, we are more dismissive, we do not feel solid ground under our feet. A healthy root chakra is essential for faster personal progress and spiritual growth. Unblocking the root chakra is extremely important for every Scorpio in this year. A healthy root chakra will help you overcome problems and the pitfalls of everyday life. Thanks to it, you overcome the stressful period better. You perceive that not only problems are a part of your ordinary life. A blocked root chakra blocks your recognition, appreciation, proper career progression. Regulate the disturbed root chakra by meditating right from the start of this year. A healthy or, on the contrary, a disturbed root chakra can also be reflected in the radiation of your aura. Scorpio also suffers from physical difficulties. They are also related to the blocked function of the root chakra. You will have problems with the circulation of the limbs. You will often experience a general feeling of winter in your body. This year will also trouble you in terms of inharmonious blood pressure. Frequent urinary tract infections await women. Men born under the sign of Scorpio will struggle with addictions and physical restlessness. Forecast and astrological prediction for the said year also predicts problems with digestion, lungs, and sore throat. All these problems are physical difficulties predicted by the horoscope. You are more prone to health problems and other psychosomatic disorders. Even from this point of view, you can see how important it is to work with your inner self. Try to keep your emotions in balance and harmony. If your psyche is damaged, your physical body also responds to stressful situations and feelings of insecurity. Therefore, the basic point for the Scorpio to feel good health in this year is to take care of the psychological setting. Stress is definitely not good for you. It will hit you the most in the summer months of this year, because you have many work responsibilities waiting for you. The passionate sign of the Zodiac, which is largely controlled by the planet Mars, has a positive relationship with exercise and physical movement. Thanks to this, in this year you will not struggle with excess weight or a lack of exercise. Thanks to this part of a healthy lifestyle, which is the basic characteristic of every Scorpio, the health of this year can be fully in your hands. It is no less important that every Scorpio finds a place where he feels safe, protected. The health problems that await Scorpio bring with them recommendations for general cleansing of the body. Especially in the early months of this year, it is necessary for Scorpio to undergo a physical cleansing. Eat less, focus mainly on healthy food, vegetables and fruits. Include less meat, more fiber, and more healthy fats in your diet. From March 25th, Mars enters the 9th house. It affects your desire to learn, to travel, to discover the surrounding roads and the world. In these periods, which can cause more than one Scorpio to choose to explore the world, it is also appropriate to be interested in alternative ways of healing the body and soul. Aromatherapy is also an important part of this year. Peppermint oil is the oil of this year for every Scorpio. It helps you overcome several pains. For example, if you are a Scorpio who will face unpleasant toothaches, peppermint oil can help you overcome these pains. And thanks to inhaling this essence, which will give you vitality, a feeling of freshness, better health. For severe toothaches, we also recommend the procedure from 2022. Mix clove oil with a deciliter of water and apply it to the painful parts of the teeth. Aromatherapy reminds you to always get 100% quality oils. Choose oils that are used for both external and internal use. Buy only high-quality oil, preferably organic. As the forecast has already stated, this year will be the most demanding in terms of health in the summer months of this year. Possible health problems of a physical nature occur here. In addition, the position of Mars in the 12th astrological house from August 27th to October 12th warns of accidents or physical injuries. Be careful with any physical activity during this period when Mars moves through the 12th house. For Scorpio, physical movement is very important. In these moments, however, you need to be more careful with your body. Increase caution when driving. Under the influence of several events that Scorpio perceives in the surroundings, it is also necessary to warn Scorpio about driving under the influence of alcohol. Any such decision of yours could cause huge complications not only for your health, but also for your overall future. Therefore, avoid driving under the influence of any addictive substances. The whole year requires the attention of Scorpio to cleanse his aura of negative thoughts. You have to combine your outer and inner body, that is, mental and physical health, with things that make you happy. A positive mindset is very important for good health in this year. For unexpected sore throats, which will appear mainly in the winter months of this year, reach for foods that contain enough zinc and good cholesterol. Be sure to include avocados, cherries, cottage cheese, asparagus, fish in your regular diet. Avoid alcohol at all costs throughout this year. Your body will not have enough strength to regenerate, especially after consuming a large amount of alcohol. At the end of this year, Scorpio must fully concentrate on ensuring a sufficient drinking regime for his body. At the end of this year, the favorable position of Mars in the first astrological house, and the later transit of Venus to the first house, gives you the opportunity to experience new tastes and smells of the surroundings. You can enjoy everything new that will support your health. Be interested in alternative health support. Through aromatherapy, chakra healing, acupuncture. Every new thing that brings you closer to better health is welcome in this year. But be careful, don't be tempted by conspiracies and charlatan procedures to treat your body. Use common sense to select the recommendations that will really help you. You make the best decisions under the influence of quality astrological placements at the end of this year. Then you can focus on treating all health complications. The best time for health checkups is at the beginning of this year. The second half is more demanding in terms of work duties. Scorpio will struggle with multiple tasks. They will leave you enough time to focus on minor or major health complications. Scorpio forecast summarizes that the way to better health is to cleanse the aura, think more positively about the world and remove stress from your everyday life. Live in the present moment. Enjoy every minute so that it is as happy as possible for you. Thanks to this, your health will also be stronger. Horoscope and Tarot wish you, dear Scorpio, a successful year full of happiness, health and positive energy. Dear friends, this was an overview of the year 2023. Listen to predictions for others, and find out more facts about the year and its effects on your friends, family members, and you. Horoscope and divination wish you all the best in this stunning year. According to Chinese astrology, 2023 is the year of Water Rabbit, when good things are coming. Listen to Chinese Horoscopes 2023 as well and be ready for this year. Subscribe to our channel for more information from the Zodiac world. Remember to support us by subscription. In the description below, you will find links for all essential horoscopes. Know yourself better with the Horoscope divination site. With free horoscopes and tarot readings. Wish you all the best in 2023. Fortune teller has prepared a horoscope for this year to predict health, career, and love for the Sagittarius zodiac sign. The annual prediction will reveal the Sagittarius future, and last but not least, how to make decisions in the important moments of this year. Sagittarius enters this year with the Sun placed in the second astrological house. Mercury is still in a retrograde position in the second house, so you can expect Mercury's influence on energy, especially on the second house of finances, until January 18th. At the beginning of the month, Jupiter, as your ruler, is placed in the fifth house of astrology. The ruler placed in this way speaks of the greater independence of Sagittarius. During this period, Jupiter can strengthen Sagittarius to such an extent that it reveals its hidden talents. The Sagittarius season does not begin until the end of this year. Every Sagittarius will celebrate their birthday this year from November 22nd. The Sagittarius season ends on December 21st, when the period of the Capricorn sign begins. Each of you will celebrate this year's birthday in Sagittarius season. In addition, the horoscope perceives this period as the time Sagittarius spends with friends and with himself. Transits are favorable and mean personal progress and success. Sagittarius element is fire. According to astrology, Sagittarius shares its element with the signs Aries and Leo. Fire signs of the zodiac have certain characteristics in common. Even so, the forecast for this period is different, even for the fire signs of the zodiac. Despite the amount of information provided, the annual predictions offered by Fortune Teller are free. And that's why Sagittarius should also know the prediction for those closest to them. Even in this year, the fiery Sagittarius does not lack commitment and hard work. Not only your ruling planet Jupiter gives you great energy. With the arrival of this year, Jupiter is placed in the Aries sign. It therefore represents happiness, fertility, correct sexual orientation. The Sagittarius pregnancy prediction, which is part of the love forecast, will also prepare you for this life journey. In the later months of this year, every Sagittarius also feels the influence of the planet of love and beauty, the planet Venus. In various houses throughout the year, it reminds us how important it is to reconcile with the family. But Venus doesn't just focus on relationships. It often affects financial matters as well. According to the astrological chart, Sagittarius will have several social events right from the beginning of the year. The placement of Venus also supports them, so that they are beneficial for your future. Since Sagittarius in some moments of this year forgets the feminine principles due to fiery energy, it is necessary to avoid the negative aspects that this year brings. In order not to regret the words you say to your loved ones, you must avoid poisonous language, especially during the period of retrograde Saturn and Mercury. In this year, Sagittarius will also face the position of retrograde Venus in the 9th house and the position of Saturn in the 4th house. All the astrological aspects that await Sagittarius in this year mean different energies. The Sagittarius sign is characterized by the fact that it spends most of its life keeping calm and practicing balance. Constructive passion in the life of a Sagittarius will appear in the right position of Venus. As of February, Venus is in the 5th astrological house. This alignment of Venus means romantic moments for many Sagittarians. For some, however, this position of the planet of beauty can also mean affairs at work, or a one-time passionate outburst. Forecast Sagittarius focuses not only on love and relationships of Sagittarius. The position of Mars in the 8th house from March 25th to May 20th means highlighting Sagittarius intuition. This prominent placement of Mars means clear decision-making. You bang your fist on the table. You say things as you feel and perceive them. The energy, sometimes a little aggressive of Mars, accentuates your masculine energy. For the above reasons, you can act more aggressively, but you will solve many things. Especially regarding real estate, past inconveniences, and work matters. Especially regarding the work that is related to your home. The second and third quarters period encourages Sagittarius to also focus on household repairs. Therefore, many duties related to the home await you. Forecast Sagittarius, however, likes you to avoid excessive use of force for your own goals. During this position of Mars, you will also be interrupted by the vibrations of retrograde Mercury in the 6th house. In these moments, every Sagittarian must focus on a healthy lifestyle, exercise, avoiding overeating and unhealthy eating habits. The position of Mercury in the 6th astrological house can be an opportunity to organize your life in terms of positive aspects. You also care more about family members or pets. You are adjusting to the right work habits. Forecast Sagittarius in its forecast describes in detail every astrological aspect that is related to a specific category of the fortune telling. The second part of the year is more challenging for each of you from the perspective of the astrological chart. Sagittarius expects the position of up to 3 planets important for his energy and strength in retrograde motion. And the 4th retrograde movement is the retrograde ruler, Jupiter. You will most strongly perceive Saturn, Venus, and the planet Mercury, which will manifest themselves in a slightly disturbing position in the second decade of this year. The ruling planet of your zodiac sign is the powerful planet Jupiter. From September 4th until the arrival of 2024, you perceive its retrograde placement in the 6th house. Jupiter is responsible not only for the Sagittarius energy, but also for his reasoning and perception of the surrounding world. So a lot will change in your perception of the environment, with the flip of the planet Jupiter into retrograde motion. The position of Jupiter in this year will continue to bring you hope and perspective. The planet Jupiter and its location in this year is in a strong position. It can sometimes drown out the influence of negative aspects and encourage you in direct life progress. As for compatibility in relationships, friendships, or in the work relationships of each Sagittarius, the annual forecast analyzes this part of Sagittarius life as well. You achieve the strongest compatibility in love with these zodiac signs, Aries, Gemini, and Aquarius. But, during this period you will not understand the signs of Scorpio, Capricorn, and Cancer. Relationships with these 3 zodiac signs can be complicated. And especially during the disturbing aspects that affect the love and relationships of Sagittarius. Sagittarius annual forecast also looks at friendly relationships as an important part of a Sagittarius life during this period. You feel strong bonds of friendship with the 2nd Sagittarius, with the Pisces, and also with the Leo sign. The 3 zodiac signs are ready to give you the best advice and support throughout the year. You should be careful about gossip throughout this year, especially with the Virgo, Libra, and Scorpio signs. Gossip with these 3 zodiac signs is not worth it. It can endanger your reputation. The most significant career opportunities come in the middle of the year. Correctly set astrology transits encourage you to think about career matters. Are you happy at your workplace? What can you do better? Sagittarius will also ask these questions in the middle of this year, when several transits will focus on the house of career and long-term goals. The best relationships at work come with the whole year with the Aries and Aquarius signs. You also create a great working duo with the other Sagittarius. In this case, the excess of male energy is a benefit. It helps you progress faster. So, suppose you are working on a team project or want to start your own business. In that case, the Sagittarius forecast advises you to connect with another Sagittarius, with the energy of Aries, or with the ideas of Aquarius. However, projects that you work on with the signs of Taurus, Scorpio, or Capricorn will be less successful according to compatibility for this period. Failure comes from a great lack of concentration when working with the mentioned zodiac signs. You are distracted by several things, and astrology's disturbing energies this year fall on you. Forecast for this period does not predict a great chance for work or financial success with this combination of signs. The prediction reminds you that every Sagittarius should associate with the color blue. According to astrology for this year, this color is associated with success, happiness. The color of this year for Sagittarius is blue. From this point of view, you should secure accessories of this color for your home. Not only for the home, but also for the office and wardrobe. In addition, this color is connected to the chakra, which is likely to be disturbed in Sagittarius. It is the throat chakra, and you will be told more about its treatment in the last part, Sagittarius Health Horoscope for this period. The opening overview of the year also defines the numbers that are considered lucky. In this year, for the Sagittarius sign, these are the numbers 2, 4, 8 and all combinations of these numbers, for example 24, 88, 428. The numbers are also associated with the dates of individual months. So expect days that are suitable for success and predict progress 8/2/4/24 of every month in this year. In the following lines, we will discuss the most important astrological aspects. At the same time, Fortune Teller describes the strongest influence on various directions of Sagittarius life and energy. Forecast offers a complete overview of what Sagittarius can expect from this time. Prepare for the future with a personal annual prediction. Negative energies that affect Sagittarius this year. How will yearly astrological aspects affect Sagittarius love and relationships? How will the year develop from the perspective of negative astrological vibrations? This year can also torment Sagittarius due to disturbing transits of astrology, which will manifest themselves mainly in the second part of the year. Since the beginning of the year, Sagittarius perceives the unpleasant position of Mercury and also the planet Mars in retrograde motion. These retrograde energies enter this year from the previous year, when the planets began their disruptive position in retrograde motion. The love forecast immediately draws attention to the January. The energy of Mars has a disruptive effect on the financial budget in the Sagittarius family. Although the vibrations of the retrograde planets fade with January, Sagittarius still feels them. Both Mars and Mercury can influence the Sagittarius love and intimate relationships in the first month of this year. Many positions in the first half of January prevent you from expressing your feelings. Transits have a negative effect on Sagittarians who feel hatred in their hearts and a desire for revenge in their souls. Now the negative energy is gathering heavily inside you and you feel only exhaustion and disappointment instead of driving energy. January will therefore be more demanding. However, from the point of view of bad transits, there is a period of calm until the arrival of the second quarter of this year. Mercury now enters the 6th house. But beware, Mercury is retrograde. Its retrograde motion begins on April 21st and ends on May 15th. The prediction considers it important to mention this aspect, which is generally a warning for every Sagittarius. In the mentioned period, you will go back with your thoughts. You want to manage your own life. but you perceive that those around you want to shape your life according to their ideas. Now you lack the energy to fight for your own convictions. You prefer to go to a safe zone, where nothing threatens you. Your soul now requires more responsibilities to not deal with criticism, relationship problems, wrong past decisions. Your soul is now troubled by the past again. And especially the decisions you would have made differently. Saturn moving through the 4th house from June 17th to November 14th can disturb Sagittarius. Negative changes affect Sagittarius, who are constantly reliving the past. It means an emotional fixation on childhood and problems that were already manifesting in Sagittarius back then. Emotional conflicts now also arise for those Sagittarians who have an unresolved past with people who are still part of your family. This Saturn can also trigger phobias from early mornings, warns forecast. In the year's second half, Venus presents its influence on the 9th house of astrology. This Venus sees love as a complication. It can cause fear and panic disorder at the thought of expanding the family, of marriage. And especially for those Sagittarius who are afraid of changes. Sagittarius avoids long-term relationships. Even a single Sagittarius is now looking for superficial relationships. You keep your personal space only for yourself. But friends are the bright side of this transit, because they are always close to you. Pregnancy forecast also warns of blocking the right decisions during this period. Pregnant women born under the Sagittarius sign must also be more careful during the days of retrograde Venus. And that in sports and in eating. In addition, Mercury in the 10th house of astrology, which manifests itself at the same time as retrograde Venus, also does not indicate an improvement in energies regarding pregnancy. The 3rd retrograde Mercury will bring more responsibilities to Sagittarians, which can endanger the health of an exhausted Sagittarius. Resting is essential, especially in the second half of August. Mercury from August 23rd will introduce more responsibilities into the perception of Sagittarius. Sometimes you will feel that you cannot concentrate on anything else under the weight of many tasks. For these reasons, insomnia, exhaustion, and lack of energy await you, warns the annual Sagittarius prediction. The horoscope describes the following months for this period, which is devoted to favorable energies. This is because the astrological aspects are set auspiciously. However, the forecast warns about accidents and health problems in the final days of this year. After the Sagittarius season ends, December 22nd, be more careful. Avoid risky activities in particular. Choose suitable clothes for colder weather. The forecast perceives these days as more risky from the point of view of health. Alcohol and its excessive consumption is not recommended. Sagittarius is a sign that should mainly focus on a healthier lifestyle at the end of the year. Positive energies that affect Sagittarius this year. However, the disturbing energies discussed by the prediction in the previous section are not the only prediction. Sagittarius needn't worry too much. You can handle every disturbing aspect with the right attitude and the right work with yourself. Negative forces that are directed towards Sagittarius do not have to harm your life. You can even take advantage of them and overcome their distracting cosmic thoughts thanks to the advice that the Sagittarius prediction for this period will now present to you. You need to surround yourself with family to ward off the distracting forces of the first days of January. This procedure is identified with the placement of Venus, which can now drown out the disturbing energies of retrograde planets, because Venus in the 3rd house emphasizes all good relationships and encourages Sagittarius to focus on family time. Thanks to the action of Venus, the negative aspect of the month of January can be more easily overcome. The horoscope considers the first 3 months to be crucial for better family relationships. This is indicated not only by the placement of the Sun in the 4th house, but also the action of the planet of communication Mercury on the same house of family, household, femininity. Feminine energy, which currently comes from the Sun and Mercury, helps Sagittarius better balance the excess male energy in ordinary days. Thanks to harmoniously adjusted energies, Sagittarius is currently ready to seize every opportunity. The beginning of the year is therefore influential from the point of view of improving Sagittarius family ties. Focus your attention on those family members who need a helping hand, advice, support. Every step you take to help others will strengthen your karma, and there will come a time when your good heart will be rewarded. The strong influence of the right astrological aspects also gives an opportunity to Sagittarians who wish to expand their family. The Sagittarius pregnancy horoscope specifies the initial 3 months as the strongest for conceiving a baby. It is a period of fertility and the right attitude towards the family. Thanks to this, you can think better about everything related to the family and its future. The second Mercury retrograde, which affects the entire zodiac at the end of April and in the first half of May, may be disruptive. But you also have the opportunity to meditate more. Since this Mercury can cause Sagittarius to become isolated and reluctant to go out into society, you can return to your decisions and finally accept them in your mind. You accept yourself and your past. In order to be happier, you have to accept that the past is immutable and part of who you were. The positive thing is that there is always room for change, development. The negative aspect of Mercury fades away after May 15th. Again, you can look forward to milder vibrations that you don't feel so intensely. The energy within you is being balanced and strengthened by the Sun's move into the 7th house. This placement of the powerful Sun is extremely important in terms of building stronger and better relationships. The horoscope considers retrograde Saturn to be negative. It appears from the second part of June until the middle of November. It negatively affects the attitude of Sagittarius towards the past. However, from a positive point of view, Sagittarius has the opportunity to finally overcome phobias, fears, and problems that persist from youth. Mars in the 10th and 11th house from July to October gives Sagittarius enough strength and fighting energy. Thanks to this, you successfully fight with what troubles your heart. In the middle of the year, several astrological transits take place, which on the one hand are disturbing, but on the other hand, the graph speaks of many possibilities for their use. For example, even Venus from July to the end of October means the opportunity to relive beautiful feelings from a past life. From a period that made you happy. Feelings of love and closeness with those you love repeat in your mind. Under the influence of retrograde Venus in this year, a spiritual journey to make better use of opportunities awaits certain Sagittarians. You support your own intuition. You feel the need to fill your life with love, and you are happy to help fill other people's acceptance. Venus in the second half of this year is an ideal aspect for deepening friendships. After the third retrograde of Mercury, after September 15th, Sagittarius can breathe a sigh of relief. Moments full of favorable vibrations await you. They are aimed at friendly and family relationships. And the same for the career of Sagittarius. Career opportunities are pouring in from September. Every Sagittarius gets an opportunity to change. Also to distribute responsibilities and reduce demanding pressure from a work point of view. The end of the year connects you with success. You are finding your own identity. You finally feel in life that you have identified with what was in the past. The final months are ideal for healing the body and soul. They are very beneficial for decisions, final solutions. Many a Sagittarius is waiting for great personal progress. Understanding things that you perceived completely differently. Last but not least, the end of the year also supports the Sagittarius health. Both physical and psychological, forecast adds. Sagittarius love and relationship forecast. During this year, there are several transits that astrology considers crucial for good and strong personal relationships. According to the astrology chart for this period, the love of long-term committed Sagittarius is most strongly affected with the arrival of this year. Later, the energies of love also affect the months of May, June, and, last but not least, the final quarter of the entire year. At the beginning of the year, the forecast is influenced by positive transits, mainly represented by Venus. After the more disruptive moments under the influence of retrograde Mars and Mercury, the long-term relationships of your sign are more harmonious. Throughout January, Venus is in a position related to family and Sagittarius personal radiation. From the second half of the opening month of this year, your nature is creative. You want to enjoy more moments together with your partner. Fortunately, the time of the Sagittarius is not negatively limited by other obligations that would not allow you to focus more on the family. The children you raise are grateful for your attention. The third house is the seat of self-realization. Whether through children or love, you want to connect properly with those you love. And there is no more beautiful path than the one that leads directly to a cozier home, to more stable relationships. You strengthen relationships. Children are obedient, your partner is your support. The following period is also the same days until February 20th. However, Venus moves into the fifth house from this date. This house expresses the sexual desire of every Sagittarius who is dissatisfied in a relationship, marriage. Such a placement of Venus can direct your attention to short-term flare-ups of passion and wrong decisions. However, Jupiter is strongly placed in the same house. It thus blocks your ardent passion with which you want to charm such people who are only interested in physical pleasure. Jupiter can encourage any Sagittarius to make the right decisions. It is likely that your ruler will not allow you to make wrong decisions for your relationship future. However, suppose your relationship is severely disturbed. In that case, even the influence of strong Jupiter cannot overcome the passion that you want to calm down through a short-term romance or affair. Watch out for any disturbing affairs. Such vibrations of Venus can mean wrong decisions and bad future relationships. So a lot will depend on how you approach the period from February 20th to March 16th and your personal decisions about a long-term relationship. The relationships of some Sagittarians, those who are extremely dissatisfied in the relationship, may be threatened in the second month of the year and in the first half of March. However, the following transits add energy associated with long-term relationships. April and May rearrange their actions in a negative direction and only positive vibrations are manifested. Both Venus and the Sun gradually enter a favorable placement in the seventh house. It will support your relationships, fertility and future in a long-term relationship. The entire first half of the year is favorable for Sagittarius, who wish to expand their own family with a new offspring. According to the astrological chart, great fertility is estimated mainly for the months of February, March, April, May and June. Later, the pregnancy forecast predicts the most fertile period in the year's final 3 months, from September 16th to the first half of December. Therefore, the Sagittarius pregnancy forecast also describes your chance of success. Whether you are a Sagittarius in a long-term relationship, married, or a single Sagittarius, every Sagittarius is affected by this characteristic of fertile months and your chance to successfully fulfill the dream of a new addition to the family. So, love will certainly be supported by the joy of a baby, if you strive for it for a long time. However, be aware that this desire can be fulfilled especially if you and your partner agree on this decision. If you want to agree on this topic with your partner in this year, the Sagittarius prediction recommends the months of May and June, when you will easily soften your partner's heart as well. Thanks to the favorable energies of Sagittarius, the partner understands your personal desires, feelings, needs and personal settings. In addition, the energy of Sagittarius is enriched with a feminine perception of the world, so dealing with a partner in the background is more aggressive. Thanks to this, you explain things more clearly, directly, without aggressive expressions. You will achieve what you desire thanks to a clear and unforced behavior towards your partner. In order to capture all the opportunities to improve love, also get to know the partner's love forecast for this period, which is as essential for your relationship as your own prediction. The key period for strengthening love is May and June. That's when Sagittarius relationships are the clearest. They bring you the greatest joy. Later, the prediction will focus more on work duties, which the chart predicts for the next month of the year. Work will consume you, and you may not have enough time for your partner. These energies flowing to the love of Sagittarius, which can be more disruptive, leave with the arrival of the second half of the month of September. At that time, many Sagittarius feel relief. There are fewer obligations, much more time for loved ones. The final months of this year are beneficial. They mean very rapid personal growth for Sagittarius. Relationships that have been bothering you for a long time and have not been successfully repaired fall apart. However, it is not negative. These relationships have taught Sagittarius a lot, and now it's time to move on. Sagittarius himself should end relationships in which there is violence. This setting of your life is not happy and makes you look at the world as a bleak place. At the end of the year, Sagittarius makes fundamental but correct decisions. If your relationship is solid, beautiful, meaningful, it's time to move it on. But the whole year is telling you about this, which through your personal feelings guides you to a shift in a long-term relationship. Since the end of the year forces Sagittarius to think and move forward, these moments are a sign navigating you through the right decisions. However you approach a relationship, it will be right. At the end of the forecast, December reminds you not to suspect your partner of things he hasn't even done. Whatever suspicion you have, first have evidence to back it up. Only then decide what to do next, advises the Sagittarius love forecast. Excessive suspicion and jealous scenes will be a stumbling block for good Sagittarius relationships. Be careful not only in the last month, but also during the other months of the year. Many responsibilities at work and doubts about your partner's fidelity can be the focus of unpleasant arguments in this year, the Sagittarius love forecast warns in the end. Horoscope for single Sagittarius. The great position of Jupiter, which is in a direct position in the 5th astrological house until September 4th, also affects the love of single Sagittarius. The favorable positions of Venus and the Sun in some critical moments of this year also give you opportunities to explore new directions and gain new experiences during the year. Thanks to the extremely good position of Jupiter as your ruler, the Sagittarius prediction for singles predicts more energy. You have more self-confidence, which attracts the gaze of passers-by. The prediction perceives this power of Jupiter and knows that thanks to its strong radiation in your direction, you will reach the heart of the one who is interested in you. You now find happiness in long-term and short-term love, but also in raising children. A single Sagittarius who raises children enjoys their trust and understanding. Children understand your decisions. The first half of the entire year seems to be very favorable for the single Sagittarius. Sagittarius, who is affected by this Jupiter in the first decade of the year, is also successful in short-term relationships. You choose so that your decisions don't hurt anyone, that you don't hurt anyone around. Your current radiation from Jupiter can affect everyone around you. You can convince others of anything. However, a Sagittarius who is only interested in a one-night stand should choose well, so that you don't hurt anyone. Caution in this direction and in these decisions of Sagittarius is mainly required in the month of February. Specifically, the days from February 20th to March 16th. Then Venus in the 5th house joins the energies of Jupiter. It can blind you, lead you to such decisions that may be wrong. It is not an exception if this Venus means an affair or a romance at work, and especially with specified partners. Think carefully about your decisions regarding the relationship, especially at the beginning of the year. It may happen that you make the wrong decision. And under the influence of these decisions, nothing awaits you later, only sadness, a feeling of hurt and loneliness. The Sagittarius prediction for this period therefore strongly warns against these negative vibrations at the beginning of this year. In the later months, after Venus fades away, you perceive more the beautiful side of your solitude. You look at what you can do. You also perceive the surroundings and their opinion on long-term relationships. You know that not everyone is happy in a relationship. That is why you will smile more than once at the fact that you know how to enjoy life and your free time according to your own ideas. The previous months were more difficult for singles who are also raising a child. It was difficult for you to combine your personal life with education and correct procedures. However, since the second part of March, the situation has leveled off. Children also understand your needs. You yourself are a parent who demands an award and a gold medal for caring. Even if you are always considerate of others, there comes a time when a little selfishness doesn't hurt you either. The key period for finding a partner who will be perfect and give you a new perspective on the world are the months of May and June. Specifically, the days from May 15th to June 21st. The Sun is slowly moving into the 7th house of Sagittarius. Here it has a beneficial effect on all your decisions regarding love and relationships. If you are a Sagittarius who longs for love, now the Sagittarius Love Horoscope recommends you to sharpen your attention. Partner relationships and those on a personal level are significantly supported by current astrological aspects. The principle of this position of the Sun can also be the discovery of new things and feelings. Don't be afraid of the new. This can bring beautiful moments to your life now. Fear often holds you back. However, Mars, which lends you the energy you need in these moments, will push you on the path to success. In the summer months of this year, the astrological aspects are placed correctly to support you in new relationships, to give you more courage to act for your own dreams. It is also important to focus on your spiritual path. It comes precisely with the months of June, July, and August. This journey means cleansing from your past and coming to terms with past problems or feelings. It is likely, and the Sagittarius forecast for singles indicates that from June to August, you will meet the past again. With a past that is connected to personal relationships. Maybe your ex-partner will call you. And you will get into a position where you will look for answers. Forecast in the general prediction cannot predict how you will react to your past relationship. But he knows that the position of Mars is whispering to you to look forward, not back. So whatever you decide, the astrological aspects of the year will move you forward quickly. So the past is the past. A period with which it is necessary to identify. To which it is advisable not to return. The ex-partner is in your life again to remind you of your old decisions. Karma, the bark comes with it, but warns you. The aura you feel from your ex can guide you in the right direction. Jupiter placed in the 5th house even before it goes retrograde will help you make the right decision. And that's thanks to the fact that it significantly supports your intuition and correct decision-making. Use the information that your intuition whispers to you. Cosmic energies are now in such a connection that you are well navigated. And that's why, prediction advises single Sagittarius, don't go head against the wall. Pregnancy forecast Sagittarius already mentioned in previous parts that this period is a fruitful year for Sagittarius. In this regard, he warns single Sagittarians who do not desire to expand their family against wrong decisions. Be careful with short-term passionate outbursts, affairs, or romances. That is, if you do not desire a gift from this year in the form of a baby and more complicated life decisions. If you desire it, the horoscope predicts luck and success. At the end of the year, the astrological chart tells about relationships that focus on a happy end to the year. Your attention is directed mainly to yourself. This is where the mentioned little selfishness appears, which appears hand in hand with a strong intuition and a desire for care. At the end of the year, treat yourself to love, the closeness of friends and family. Sagittarius himself should now take more care of himself. The period of strong occupation of the 1st and 12th astrological houses is coming. Now you stand by what you believe. Your own identity is revealed. The good news for the end of the year is that you are not worried about how others imagine your life. You are satisfied with how you decided in this year and where your life is headed. At the end of the year, Venus multiplies your faith in yourself, so the year ends happily for every single Sagittarius. Sagittarius family relations and friendship. The chart for this year also assesses no less important relationships, family and friendship. Sagittarius is a zodiac sign that never forgets family. Even if Sagittarius sometimes puts family relationships behind career and finances, this year will remind you of their importance. Family is very important for Sagittarius, who needs support and good advice at the beginning of the year. However, the horoscope also looks at friendly relationships at the beginning of the year. You are most interested in them at the end of the year, but even in the first part of it, you should not forget about your friends. According to the astrological forecast for this period, Sagittarius, friendly relations are favorable. Here, however, the annual prediction Sagittarius mentions certain exceptions. Friendly relationships make you happy, especially with the Leo, Sagittarius, Pisces, Aries and Aquarius signs. These zodiac signs represent a lot of good advice and fun for Sagittarius throughout the current year. However, a friendly connection with the Virgo, Libra and Scorpio signs can present complications and unbalanced energies. Maybe you are also waiting for the breakup of these relationships. Mainly under the influence of lies, gossip and slander, warns the Sagittarius friendship horoscope for this period. Excellent family relationships travel to your zodiac sign as soon as the year arrives. After January 18th, you enjoy excellent relationships after the retreating disruptive energies have subsided. Especially in the family. Children are your joy. Motivation to live your life better yourself. To draw joy from every ordinary day, from the little things. From the second part of January until April 21st, you are making progress. You manage to calm down any problematic relationships. If you haven't seen your family or some of its members for a long time because of trifles, these negative forces disappear with the arrival of this year. Your life is cleaner, more balanced, thanks to these favorable cosmic energies. Mercury in the month of March, from the 2nd to the 19th of March, gives you a lot of strength and opportunities to communicate with your family. Thanks to the powerful analytical abilities that Mercury now lends to Sagittarius, you can penetrate to the roots of strife and problems. And thanks to Venus placed in the 5th house, you get other family members on your side who also want to end problematic relationships with others. Thanks to teamwork and the strength that astrological transits bring at the beginning of the year, you gain better, stronger bonds with your family. Common sense will guide you on the right path. The one for forgiveness, understanding, for resolving disputes. If disputes concern property, these relationships also finally deserve to be calmed down. Sagittarius can retreat, but you should also look for the possibility of a constructive resolution of disputes with others, prediction advises. Prediction Sagittarius predicts that only harmonious family relationships and their pacification can help your sign find inner happiness and peace. Be careful, however, relationships must be harmonized with the arrival of the first decade of the year. From June 17th to November 4th, Saturn retrograde in the 4th house blocks the blossoming of friendly and family relationships. And so the forecast predicts a more demanding second half of the year in terms of these relationships. from June 17th, every Sagittarius feels the placement of Saturn in the 4th house. However, this Saturn is retrograde and thus can cause an unpleasant pressure on your soul and decision-making methods. Problems that originate in the childhood of Sagittarius are now highlighted. The horoscope indicates the feelings that you have been carrying in your heart for many years, and you have not yet had the opportunity to remove them. However, in these months, the attention of each Sagittarius is mainly focused on the work of finance and on friendly relations. In the family ones, however, the favorable vibrations are blocked by the unfavorably placed Saturn. The latter can cause certain complications in the family and Sagittarius's wrong reaction to some unresolved problems. Saturn's disturbing effect only reverberates with the arrival of November, when it weakens until it gradually loses the energy affecting Sagittarius. Saturn's influence mainly concerns Sagittarians who experienced a certain trauma in their childhood, but also those who did not cope with something. Now you are again trying to get rid of the burden that has been bothering your mind for a long time. Fortune teller and Sagittarius forecast advise you to use the karma from Saturn in these moments to learn to be more tolerant of other people's emotions and decisions. You can't change the past, but you may be able to better understand why other people in your past acted the way they did. The feelings associated with this past disappear in November. It is very likely that several Sagittarians will manage to overcome trauma and sadness flowing from the past this year. And so will be a turning point and you can move on in life. Since November, you no longer allow negative feelings and the energy of negative cosmic energies into your mind. The graph tells about the correct development of transits for an ideal end of the year, also from the point of view of family relations and friendship. As for friendly relationships, the Sagittarius forecast advises you to avoid gossip throughout the year. Gossip can damage not only the reputation of others, but also your own. Arm yourself with resistance to those people who provoke conflicts, lead you to slander others. Go your own way, even if it means losing some friends. But ultimately, these friends would be toxic to your life. Work and finance forecast. The astrological chart for this period specifies the beginning of the year as months focused on personal relationships and self-development. Of course, work is also an essential part of Sagittarius life even at the beginning of the year. However, you are not fully focused only on your career and duties. Private relationships make you happy. Well, even those at the workplace are developing correctly. The horoscope predicts ideal relationships in this year with the second Sagittarius. You will find a common language with him. Moreover, thanks to the favorable setting of the transits, the summer is very strong for starting a project with the second Sagittarius. Your relationships are strong. You are able to finish projects and you know how to get going, persevere. Job opportunities come during most of the year. You form very strong bonds with colleagues born under the Sagittarius, Aries, and Aquarius sign. You finish joint projects excellently and successfully. You know how to agree, get started, and conclude things successfully. A connection at work with the mentioned signs is a harbinger of success for every Sagittarius. On the contrary, wrong decisions and possibly unsuccessful projects are related to the Taurus, Capricorn, and Scorpio signs. If you want to be successful in your career during the year, avoid working with these signs. If cooperation is waiting for you despite your efforts, cultivate your persistence and motivate these signs to get the job done. Jupiter lends you great motivational power, which you can distribute among others. Household work, which is specific to many Sagittarius, will be problem-free from the beginning of the year. Some months, however, draw Sagittarius' attention to other possibilities for taking care of the household and family. Many Sagittarians also think about short-term or part-time jobs. The energy of Mars and Jupiter combine to make Sagittarius an extremely ambitious person. And so you also want to contribute your hand to the family budget. even if forecast reminds you that you already do a lot for the household. Sagittarius' strong attitude to success and job opportunities reaches you mainly from the 5th month of this year. The May chart is a symbol of Venus in the 8th house, and at the same time you also feel the longer transit of Mars, which begins precisely from May 20th in the 9th house. These strong energies, especially from the planet Mars, mean an excessive energy in many Sagittarius. And you want to direct it to career success. Feelings after a better Sagittarius career settlement come from the end of May. They last until August 23rd. In these days, months, Mars passing through the 9th and 10th houses means the development of the abilities of Sagittarius. Not only are your hidden abilities manifested, but you also have energy sufficient for any actions and decisions you make. Unemployed Sagittarius is also successful in the mentioned weeks. He also perceives the enormous energy coming to Sagittarius from Mars. During the times when Mars moves through the 9th house in June to July 27th, Sagittarius may feel the need to travel and rest. Rest is connected to your next personal success. It is necessary to gather new energy so that things move in a better direction later. Rest is recommended by forecast, especially to those Sagittarius who are thinking about starting something new. About starting a business. But also for those who are thinking about changing jobs. It is also necessary for Sagittarius, who are depressed by the constant, unsuccessful job search. Your interest must now be focused on gaining strength and energy for the coming period. This will require you to show up in full force and energy. Sagittarians are thinking about their career life, about employment, and whether you are in a place where your life is fulfilled. Work is an important part of a Sagittarius being. It is important for overall satisfaction, and every Sagittarius in this year feels the same way. In past years, fear, or even stress from a lack of finances and fear of change, could have prevented you from making a change. But this year will be different. Mars navigates you and gives you a driving force. You can move forward, following the success predicted for you in the month of August and later from September 15th until the end of this year. However, before you make certain changes, there is still time for deep reflection on where you are at the moment. You are aware of your position in the world and at work. This is so despite the more negative vibrations of retrograde Mercury in the 10th house of astrology. Mercury is in retrograde motion from August 23rd until September 15th. In this position, it means blocking progress. However, it gives Sagittarius the ability to organize and analyze past procedures. Although Mercury retrograde can slow down your career progression, it is still essential. For Sagittarians who ignore the rules and go head against the wall, this Mercury position can be very harmful for work. Mercury in the 10th house in retrograde motion therefore threatens Sagittarius, who indulges in gambling, alcohol, or other wrong work or personal habits. Now a single event can result in termination. Be more cautious, advises the work horoscope for this year. This Mercury will give great opportunities to other Sagittarians. It is suitable for analyzing the past and thinking about the future. Judge whether you are in a place that fills you with satisfaction. There is no room for change, but you have enough options to make good decisions. The annual forecast now advises Sagittarius to return to dreams and projects that you previously thought were science fiction. Seize the chance that retrograde Mercury in the 10th house will bring up in your mind again. Thanks to this planet, you are now judging old results. They surprisingly motivate you to move forward. You learn from every failure. You don't repeat mistakes anymore. However, your expectations may be greater than the reality will later show. In any case, you are on the right path to career success. At the end of the year, your career does not make wrinkles on your forehead. After a wave of understanding from retrograde Mercury, you are still in a position to understand what you want. And you go straight for it. Horoscope, however, also assesses Sagittarius finances and your family's annual budget in this context. Opportunities and downfalls regarding finance. The beginning of the year has already been financially covered by Horoscope in its previous lines. The following period, the months of summer, are balanced from a financial point of view according to the chart. The graph does not show many exceptional opportunities to enrich the family budget. From this point of view, the horoscope can be diametrically different from last year's forecast, which talked about many financial changes. The horoscope is not in the right position for a big purchase or big expenses. So, throughout the year, you should try to maintain a balance between income and expenses. Fortune teller also advises you to save more. However, the most important thing is to gradually eliminate bad habits from your life. And especially those that impoverish your budget by considerable money. Last year, transits ended positively for your finances. However, the conclusion of this year can be different if you are not careful about excessive spending. Fortune teller predicts that, despite the stimulating energy of Mars, you will have to moderate your finances slightly compared to 2022. Sagittarius prediction of health. In this section, the horoscope looks at the health and complications that may come with the arrival of this year and its energies. In order for Sagittarius to prepare for the power of astrological aspects that affect health, it is essential to familiarize yourself with this, the final part of the horoscope for this period. The Sagittarius prediction predicts the continuation of some of Sagittarius' persistent health problems with the arrival of this year. The physical condition could have been compromised even before the arrival of the year. And psychological resistance in the first month of January also requires your full attention. The good news, however, is that the horoscope predicts the overcoming of several milder health problems that will appear over the course of the year. The energy of astrological energies entering this year continues from last year. The feelings associated with being healthy change for the better only slowly. This means that if you discovered a new health problem last year, or if a problem persists from last year, it will also be noticeable in the early months of this year. However, you can support the development of your health for the better. And that in several available ways, which are described in the annual health forecast. First of all, it is advisable to adopt a relationship with aromatherapy and its benefits for your health. Several Sagittarians may suffer from recurring pain in the spine and musculoskeletal system right at the beginning. To support healing in this direction, it is essential to bet on aromatherapy and on your oil of this year. This is rosemary essential oil. Fortune teller reminds you to choose this oil carefully, because you will use it not only in the aroma lamp, but also for massages. And so it should be of the purest possible quality. But rosemary oil can do more than just make you feel better about back pain. In this year, Sagittarius will also be able to deal with digestive problems more easily. Last but not least, the oil of this year, rosemary oil, is a huge helper for seasonal colds and flu. The many benefits contained in a few drops of this Sagittarius health miracle will quickly convince you that this oil is connected to you in this year. On the psychological side, inhaling rosemary essence supports self-confidence in more difficult and demanding times. Apply the essential oil in an aroma lamp or in a cup of water that you place on the radiator. This fragrance will surround you at home and support the elimination of mental fatigue. Refreshes Sagittarius' physical body and psyche. From the point of view of mental and physical health, however, there is another important recommendation for Sagittarius. This recommendation for stronger health of Sagittarius is to work with the fifth chakra in the sequence, the throat chakra. This chakra is traditionally associated with the color blue. The color that is part of this year also brings you calm if you feel stress, tension, deteriorated physical health. Complements of blue color should appear in the Sagittarius household during this year. Last but not least, also at your workplace and in your wardrobe. The fifth chakra in a row, the throat chakra, is not only responsible for how Sagittarius feels during the year. A blocked throat chakra is associated with feelings that accentuate the negative personality traits of a Sagittarius and block your correct perception of the world around you and, last but not least, of yourself. Under the influence of a blocked throat chakra, which the astrological chart predicts in discomfort, your mind is blocked. You don't feel freedom. Impatience shows up in your everyday life. There are also promises that you make, but you know in advance that you cannot fulfill them. Mainly from a time or financial point of view. This blurring of reality is characteristic of a blocked throat chakra, which accentuates your fear of failure. In some months, when you ignore self-healing and spirituality, poisonous language prevails on your part and communication that is sharper than it should be. However, the throat chakra and its blockage do not only have consequences for your mental state. It also causes physical difficulties. Its incorrect harmony causes, for example, problems with the thyroid gland or great pain in the oral cavity. This year may be associated with a big toothache, or you may be surprised by canker sores or other problems related to the oral cavity. And in addition, it aggravates problems with the spine and pain in the neck. So, as you can see, neglecting the throat chakra and its healing can have unpleasant consequences for your health. Looking at the chart, fortune teller considers it important to listen more and perceive what others want to tell you. You need to return to your life a feeling of freedom from forgotten habits and customs that drag you to the past. This is also one of the ways to heal this chakra. And that through the treatment of one's own psyche. Each of the chakras, even the fifth one, which is likely to be blocked for you, is part of the energy system of the chakras that needs to be taken care of. Fortune teller considers it very important to take care of the psyche, which often causes problems of the physical body as well. In addition to rosemary oil, include also oils that stabilize the activity of the throat chakra: chamomile, peppermint oil, and the scent of sandalwood. These oils in the aroma lamp will stimulate your mental health through the harmonious throat chakra. Horoscope in negative aspects for this year, in his initial prediction for this year, also mentioned the injuries that the fortune-telling predicts, especially at the end of the year. Since the end of the Sagittarius season, forces have been manifesting that can affect your good judgment. From this point of view, it is also likely that Sagittarius will underestimate their health status, or even worse. That Sagittarius judgment will be influenced by an addictive substance or by the decision of someone close to them. The health horoscope warns you to avoid driving under the influence of addictive substances. And last but not least, he also underlines that you should not get into the car with a driver who indulges in this bad habits. Be careful, ask Sagittarius forecast, which draws attention to this issue throughout the year. But most prominently in the last month, December. And what vitamins does the health horoscope recommend adding to the diet? How to eat to support health and to treat some health problems. The most unpleasant period related to health comes at the beginning and at the end of this year. That's when you need to replenish your body with vitamin C. The correct ratio of vitamins is important throughout the year. And that's why a balanced diet is essential. Eating is not a problem for you. However, the correct distribution of vitamins can help you to have better vitality. Sagittarius, don't forget vitamin D. Go to the sun more often. If you do not do so, supplement this vitamin artificially. But remember that you should consume everything in moderation. In the summer, Sagittarius has a predisposition to lose weight. The astrological chart will show the correct energy radiation of the planets that support your energy and firm decisions. Astrological aspects from June to September help you start and maintain the right habits. Therefore, follow the call of your body and a healthy lifestyle. Teamwork for better health with the Leo, Pisces, Aries, Aquarius, or with a fellow Sagittarius will work like clockwork. This is the general overview of the Sagittarius annual health throughout this year. The horoscope and tarot and the fortune teller wish you, dear Sagittarius, much love, positive energy and a favorable setting in this year, which is also a favorable period according to the Chinese calendar of the year of the water rabbit. Dear friends, this was an overview of the year 2023. Listen to predictions for others, and find out more facts about the year and its effects on your friends, family members, and you. Horoscope and divination wish you all the best in this stunning year. According to Chinese astrology, 2023 is the year of water rabbit, when good things are coming. Listen to Chinese horoscopes 2023 as well and be ready for this year. Subscribe to our channel for more information from the Zodiac world. Remember to support us by subscription. In the description below, you will find links for all essential horoscopes. Know yourself better with the Horoscope divination site. With free horoscopes and tarot readings. Wish you all the best in 2023. The astrologer Sibylla has prepared an annual prediction Capricorn and for those who are interested in this sign. Whether you are a Capricorn or you want to know the prediction for a loved one born under this sign, this horoscope is a detailed list of information you need to know for the favorable course of this year. When looking at the astrological chart for this year, the horoscope does not only look at the ruling Capricorn element, although it also affects how the energies will be affected in the year. In the beginning, we will analyze a short overview of who a Capricorn is, and we will also mention the strongest transits related to the development of a Capricorn's life. Earth is the element that rules the 10th sign in the sequence. Astrology ranks Capricorn among the earth signs of the zodiac, just like Taurus and Virgo. Even though these three signs have a common element, horoscopes in this period are still different. Capricorn's ruling planet is Saturn. During this year, Saturn moves to March in the Aquarius sign. In this year, after more than 900 days, it changes its action because it enters the Pisces sign. And so, in this year, your ruler moves his action from the second astrological house to the third house. In addition, Capricorn perceives the retrograde action of Saturn in the third house from June 17th to November 14th. The more detailed Capricorn annual forecast also talks about the effect of retrograde Saturn in other lines and sections. The chart for Capricorn also perceives the essential Capricorn-esque question: how will love develop and what will relationships be like this year? Capricorn defines the most strongly influenced relationships of taken and single Capricorns from March to May, when Mars influences love. Later, the vibrations of the Sun also come into play, which also affect Capricorn relationships. And that is from June until August. As for partner compatibility and matching of partners for single Capricorns, the Sibylla predicts the strongest relationships for taken people with the Taurus, Cancer, and Virgo signs. These three signs represent a solid partnership for a taken Capricorn. They will bring a lot of harmony and understanding into your relationship in this year, which is why relationships with the above signs are the strongest for a long-term engaged Capricorn. But on the other hand, there will be disturbing relationships with the Gemini and Aquarius signs. Two zodiac signs can cause more arguments and misunderstandings in the long term in this year. Even for single Capricorns, Aquarius represents the most unsuitable combination for a relationship in this year. The love horoscope for single Capricorns describes the connection with Scorpio, the other Capricorn, with the signs of Pisces or Libra as ideal for a strong, solid and steadfast relationship in the future as well. In addition, the horoscope assumes that a person born in one of the listed signs is the most ideal partner for Capricorn in this year. For solving family matters, the most suitable energies come right from the third month, March. Since March, family relationships have been roaming with the energy of Capricorn, and the resolution of these relationships comes to the attention of your sign from March until the end of April. However, the Capricorn chart does not predict extraordinary disasters in family relationships. An important astrological aspect of the year is not only retrograde Saturn. Even Venus, with its retrograde process from July 23 to September 4, will strongly influence the energy of the 10th sign Capricorn. In this regard, Venus will manifest itself most strongly at the end of July and through the month of August. Thanks to the mentioned Venus during this year, Capricorn receives a gift of new energy and driving force. Your ideals are not high, and you can be satisfied with more modest conditions and smaller achievements. This position of Venus is beneficial for your feelings. Thanks to a better outlook on the world, you are now not chasing success, you are not affected by stress. And this position of Venus is therefore extremely beneficial for Capricorn health. Things during this period can take a completely opposite direction than you initially planned. But don't worry about things being different than you originally wanted them to be. Your adaptation to change is admirable. Well, watch out. The influence of this Venus can have a negative effect on the closest relationships. It is a problem for you to show your feelings. Impatience will also be manifested in full force now, especially in relation to love and plans in love for the future. You want things right away, which can scare your partner. Therefore, the horoscope says that the period of retrograde Venus is not a good time to deal with a shift in a relationship. Not even for weddings or pregnancy. Pregnancy Capricorn annual forecast, however, considers the months of February, March and later also the months of September, October, November and December to be a favorable period. Each of these months is a suitable time for a Capricorn pregnancy and for these big decisions. Capricorn pregnancy annual forecast also predicts greater fertility for Capricorns than in previous years. With the arrival of the last quarter, your attention will be focused on work duties, but also on friends. November and December are also months when Capricorn perceives the importance of what they believe in. Also, the end of the year appears to be favorable for several decisions of Capricorns that are related to health. Capricorn enters this year in the season of its sign. Therefore, several Capricorns celebrate their birthdays until January 20th. However, the Capricorn season in this period does not end on January 20th. Even at the end of the year comes the period when December Capricorns celebrate their birthdays. A Capricorn is any person born from December 22nd to January 20th. The end of the year, i.e., the December Capricorn season, is manifested by the full moon in the 7th house. The moon is placed in the Cancer sign, so the attention of your sign is fully focused again on your family and the related building of stronger bonds. The last full moon of this year is a significant transit for Capricorn, who is looking for a sense of security and safety. This feeling is reflected in the final period of this year, and specifically in the second half of December. That is, the period of birth of December Capricorns. Several Capricorns can take on a motherly role under the vibration of this moon at the end of December. If you are a childless Capricorn, you are thinking about how the role of a parent would change your life. The moon also multiplies your intuition and gives Capricorn a more extroverted nature. These energies are suitable for Capricorns planning a fun end to this period and celebrations. Thanks to the benefic influence of the moon in the 7th house and the placement of Venus in the 11th house, you feel an extremely friendly atmosphere and feel the desired emotional security. A strongly built moon formed into a full moon in the Cancer sign represents better relationships and new contacts, annual forecast Capricorn adds. Thanks to the favorable astrological positions of the final months, you will still get a lot done. Before the arrival of 2024, Mars in the 12th house is also a harbinger of the personal, spiritual Capricorn development. A certain transformation awaits you if you consciously seek it. If you want to grow, learn, discover new limits of your life. However, Mars in the 12th house also warns of health complications, which the Capricorn health horoscope in this period foretells more about in the final part of the Capricorn prediction. Negative energies that affect Capricorn this year. Throughout the year, Capricorn deals with feelings, which can sometimes be negative. This happens when the Sun, Mercury, or other astrological planets are negatively aspect. Capricorn must first of all focus on strengthening their own psychological resistance. This will also be tested by Saturn in retrograde motion in the second part of the year. Some days are so difficult for Capricorn that you stop believing in yourself. The initial 3 months are not manifested by negative aspects, even if in the first days of January your energy is still affected by retrograde Mercury in the first house. Capricorn expects its strongest action from the 1st to the 5th of January, so you can feel the power of this planet and its more disturbing expression through your person. Capricorn's impatience is manifested in the first 18 days of the year. Perhaps you have already decided on the things you want to accomplish in the year before the arrival of this year. Be careful, however, you don't have to do everything in the first few days, reminds the annual Capricorn annual forecast. In these days, single Capricorns should choose their potential partners wisely. You have a tendency to be lured into lies. From March 25th, Mars is placed in the 7th house. In this regard, it is dangerous for Capricorns who desire rapid development in a relationship. It is unfavorable for Capricorns who do not want to wait. Well, for impatient people. This is because Mars, set in this way, speaks of an impulsive shift in the relationship. Single Capricorns will be in a hurry and thus may enter into an early and especially thoughtless marriage. Or make other sudden decisions that later turn out to be not the wisest. Impulsivity is the main keyword of the period when Mars vibrates in the sign of Cancer from March 25th to May 20th. However, be careful during this period. Capricorn may feel that his former partner was the right one for him, even if the relationship was under the influence of violence. You need to forgive your ex-partner, let him back into your world. Annual forecast Capricorn warns that this is not a good idea. The masculine and overly aggressive energy of Mars prompts you to take these steps. Impulsive returns have or will have the same result, an equally impulsive end, warns the annual Capricorn forecast. The second retrograde process of Mercury manifests itself at a time when the said Mars still acts on the 7th house. The curiosity that is part of this transit further encourages Capricorn to forgive their past partner's violent acts. Therefore, in this regard, annual forecast mainly warns single Capricorns about returns that can be dangerous. Other Capricorns have a lot to think about. Unfortunately, also intimate dissatisfaction. You think more about intimacy and become aware of areas of your dissatisfaction. Until May 15th, however, communicative Mercury is blocked and you now have a problem communicating about these problems. Relationships can also be more complicated with children, because you want to realize your dreams through them. And so, you can put more pressure on children than is healthy, warns the Capricorn annual forecast. In this year, Capricorn observes and especially perceives the retrograde movement of the ruling planet from June 17th to November 14th. Its influence manifests itself through the blocking of communication for each Capricorn. At these moments, Capricorn tries to express his opinions and thoughts more strongly. As a result of this retrograde Saturn, there are many thoughts that run through your mind, and it is likely that they will not allow you to sleep well and relax. In addition, in the mentioned period, several transits are directed to the love and relationships of Capricorn. Good relationships that describe several transits will be beneficial for several Capricorns. But Capricorn, who has not resolved his past, returns to these thoughts repeatedly. Negative feelings do not allow him to sleep. Thoughts, regrets and questions run through your head and disrupt your normal days. In order to feel peace again, you need to cleanse your karma during retrograde Saturn. Step by step, you should gradually reveal your secrets. And especially those in a relationship. Do not judge your partner harshly in a long-term relationship, but expect direct communication and truth from him. The last unfavorable transit that reveals disruptive energy in Capricorn is retrograde Mercury in the 9th house. Although Saturn is still retrograde in the 3rd house, its strength has been declining since September. And so, it is overcome by more favorable transits. Saturn's negative energies, which cause worry and insomnia, peak in July and the beginning of August. Later they are just a memory. Mercury manifests itself in the 9th house from August 23rd to September 15th. This complicated position of Mercury can distance Capricorn from what he feels and perceives. Mercury in this position directs your knowledge to many things. You can't fully concentrate on just one thing. Although many astrological aspects are now focused on work and related responsibilities, you tend to appreciate the traditional ways of life. You are now presenting your thoughts in a way that is difficult for you to understand. This complicated Mercury aspect can cause problems in communication with coworkers. You may not agree at work or make the wrong decision. Capricorn annual forecast advises you to analyze the situation more before you do something big. Mercury placed in this way also warns you that it is not suitable for a wedding or long-term plans. The Capricorn pregnancy horoscope highlights the dates when every Capricorn woman who is pregnant should pay attention. It is mainly the period from July 23rd to September 4th, when you should be more careful about your health. Pregnancy annual forecast advises you to eat a balanced diet and get enough rest. Do not do anything strenuous, take more care of your health. Your care must now be multiplied, reminds the Capricorn forecast in this period. The end of the year is manifested by very good relations. However, watch out for accidents or wrong decisions related to health, which, according to the chart in this period, are made in December. The second half of December brings a warning against excessive consumption of alcohol and also against overeating. A Capricorn's health could change from day to day under the influence of bad decisions. The horoscope also warns about driving under the influence of intoxicating substances throughout the year. Do not even get into the car with a person whom you suspect is unable to fully devote himself to driving for various reasons. Thanks to this, you will avoid many problems that could arise from these decisions, the annual Capricorn annual forecast warns in the end. Positive energies that affect Capricorn this year. Capricorn enters this year with Saturn placed in the Zodiac sign Aquarius. The ruler placed in this way in the 2nd house indicates the Capricorn's great ambitions. Material security is of interest to you now, and the action of Saturn in the 2nd house is joined by Venus in this location in the early days. In January, however, Mars until the 12th and Mercury until the 18th of January are disruptively aspect. Despite this, these days Capricorn finds advantages for the future. Although the retrograde movement of 2 planets can cause self-doubt, you still discover a lot during this period. Thanks to the power of Venus and Saturn, the beginning of the year is ideal for household chores. You also analyze your past financial planning and the results of your work. Analysis is a good step at the beginning of the year. Summarize all the important things for you. If you are troubled by love, perceive how you did things in the past, how to do them better. If money is more your focus, explore how you can get more out of your ordinary days. The beginning of January is good for comparison and planning. The end of this month and the transition to the 2nd month means comfortable strength and the beginning of active work and active focus. Venus in January's placement speaks at the end of January about good news for Capricorn, which mainly concerns financial security. The opening months of the year are oriented towards good family relationships and the strengthening of Capricorn's family relationships. Moreover, the position of Mars in the 7th house has already been mentioned in the prediction of negative aspects. However, this placement can also have advantages for some Capricorns. A single Capricorn is looking for strong partners, and he succeeds in that. Mars indicates subordinate behavior in Capricorn. And that doesn't always have to be a bad thing. Your partner will surely be pleased if you agree with him on some little things. The position of Mercury from April 21st to May 15th is more disruptive. Well, from a positive point of view, the possibility to observe the surroundings and your loved ones also manifests itself. You can connect more with their thinking and decision-making by talking less, listening, and observing more. Let yourself become an observer of the family, analyzing everything that may cause more negative energies in later moments. Thanks to the fact that Mercury will return your attention to past projects and things you wanted to do, you have the opportunity to take more care of the household, improving the environment and starting things that seemed impossible to you before. In addition, this Mercury can also bring you the right people. Not just those who are supposed to be forgotten. Past friendships that date back to childhood are important in these moments. And because of this, retrograde Mercury is a favorable transit for several Capricorns. In the later months of this year from June to August, your thoughts revolve around long-term relationships. Astrological aspects say that several questions now concern your relationships. But also, past mistakes. Mercury placed in the 7th house during June is an extremely beneficial position for relationships and gives new meaning to your relationships. You will overcome the insomnia and distress that Saturn causes in some Capricorns through communication. And that's good news for any Capricorn who wants to enjoy the truth and pure energies in a relationship. Speak the truth, uncover secrets, demand the truth, advises the Capricorn prediction. Only if you purify your energies will the later months of the year be more harmonious. Capricorn Pregnancy Annual Forecast defines the most fertile days at the beginning of the year. Specifically, from the second half of January until April 21st. Later, the astrological aspects are correctly and favorably set at the end of the year from September until the first half of December. All these periods are fertile days for Capricorn, who wishes to expand his family in this year. However, in the second half of the year, the pregnancy horoscope advises much more caution for those women who become pregnant in the first half of the year. Take more care of your health. Eat better and don't forget your drinking regime, emphasizes the pregnancy horoscope for the Capricorn sign. The astrological chart says that the end of the year orients Capricorn in September and October to career and career advancement. Capricorn, who is looking for a job, is also doing well in these months. Unemployed Capricorn now has a chance to succeed. The last 2 months of this year will remind you of the importance of friendship. But also, that self-care is essential for a better future. A little selfishness does not hurt, the annual horoscope strongly reminds at the end of the prediction. Capricorn Love and Relationship Annual Forecast. In this part, fortune teller Sibylla focuses on evaluating the relationships of the entire year from the point of view of Capricorn's long-term partner relationships. Love Annual Forecast. Capricorn looks at your married and partner life and at the most important transits of the entire current year. Long-term relationships are harmonious at the beginning of the year. However, the disruptive aspect that manifests itself with Mercury until January 18th can have a more disruptive effect on long-term relationships. Under the influence of the astrological aspects of the first days of January, Capricorn tends to make hasty conclusions. Also, regarding relationships, the Relationship and Love Annual Forecast strongly advises you to avoid making final decisions about relationships with the arrival of this year. You may make decisions that will be irreversible. In Capricorn's relationship, Mercury placed at the entrance brings basic karma, which relates to self-development. Nevertheless, you are also examining your personal relationships, which may have been slightly threatened under the influence of disturbing aspects. Communication is blocked, so it is possible that you will say words to your partner that you will later regret. Horoscope advises to cultivate patience and consideration in this regard. Later, from January 18th until March 25th, you enjoy excellent relationships, especially from family relationships and those with your children. Children make you happy. They don't do things that would disturb you on your personal journey. Finances are not a concern for you now, under the influence of properly aligned Mercury. From March 25th, however, the first important transit for Capricorn's long-term relationships comes. Mars passing through the house of partnership and marriage complicates all Capricorn personal relationships. It can cause wrong decisions, but also arguments that will have more permanent consequences. Mars appears in this influence until May 20th. And in the meantime, the second retrograde process of Mercury is added to it, which also complicates the relationship of the long-term engaged Capricorn. Impulsivity affects Capricorn now. Capricorn considers the Zodiac to be a master of self-control. However, this gift, or rather a strong characteristic feature of Capricorn, will be disturbed with the passage of Mars through the 7th house. A disciplined and responsible Capricorn gradually becomes a bohemian person. One who wants to enjoy a lot and now. Impulsivity is also reflected in long-term Capricorn relationships. Your partner may now feel that your attention is flying, not focused on his feelings. And you are thinking how you would enrich your relationship with something new, and maybe even crazy. Mars gives love ideas that conflict with Capricorn's self-control. The energy that moves over Capricorn can cause annoyance. You want everything fast, now. Mainly in connection with long-term relationships. If you are a Capricorn who is thinking about expanding the family and having the first or next baby, the Pregnancy Capricorn annual forecast predicts that this desire of yours has been fulfilled with the arrival of the year, or will be with its end. Anyway, a Capricorn who longs for this step and is unfulfilled can now put a lot of pressure on his partner. The energy of Mars also exerts another disruptive effect on Capricorn. You are more submissive in a relationship. This can cause Capricorn to resist the partner's demands. Since retrograde Mercury also blocks your sense of communication, it is obvious that this aspect will cause several misunderstandings and arguments in a personal, long-term Capricorn relationship. During the action of Mars, many Capricorns focus mainly on their own person. You need to bring more romance and love into your soul. However, Mercury retrograde from April 21st to May 15th blocks your expression of feelings towards others. This whole aspect of Mars hand in hand with retrograde Mercury is disruptive for those Capricorns who love gradual progress in a relationship. Now things are happening fast, laboriously in your mind. You can push your partner into decisions that he would not like to rush. He needs more time for that. However, under the influence of these astrological aspects, you want your relationship to progress faster. You want to push things in a new direction. You don't want to wait any longer for your partner's decision. Since Mars placed in the 7th house makes you a subordinate person, your decisions are often not listened to, and you feel frustrated with a long-lasting relationship with your partner. In addition, this frustration is compounded by Venus placed in the 5th astrological house between March and April. This period is very disruptive for Capricorn's long-term partner relationships. Venus in this location multiplies your attractiveness. It prompts you to take steps in a relationship that you may later regret. Venus with such a placement speaks of affairs that arise in your life. It gives Capricorn such an inner and outer radiance that is charismatic to others. Not only do you attract the attention of others, Your dissatisfaction with a long-term relationship and its slow development may encourage you to enter relationships that you think will make you more satisfied. However, the opposite is true, warns the horoscope of love and relationships for this year. Fortunately, the vibration of these energies will only last until May 20th. Already in the month of May, you feel these energies more gently, because the negative aspects of Mars are overcome by Venus located in the 7th house. Venus placed in this way is also extremely important for Capricorn relationships on a wider level. Energies calm down. You can look back on the past and know that the pressure you exerted on your partner was excessive. Thanks to Venus in the 7th house, you will realize that you are not giving your partner as much attention as they deserve. Venus in the 7th house reminds you that you must not be a selfish person as you have been for the past period. Being selfish in a long-term relationship does not pay off. You push only your needs to the fore and forget the needs of your partner. The Sun moves into the 7th house from June to July. This key position for good personal relationships for Capricorn is here to calm the Capricorn previous bad decisions. How the second decade of the year will develop in the area of your love relationships depends on how you behave towards your partner during the unpleasant transits of the year. The first half of the year can be more challenging for any Capricorn in a long-term partnership. As the Sun moves into the 7th house, from June to July, you feel closer to your partner. Understanding opens up again in your life. Understanding now is essential to soothe previous discomforts. However, you behaved at the beginning of this year, you can fix everything now. The months of June and July are also suitable for communication due to their excellent position of Mercury. Also, to solve any problems that are bothering you in the relationship. The second part of the year, the months from August to the end of this year, are suitable for thinking about your career. Capricorn is also thinking about career advancement. As for personal relationships, the final months of the year, October, November, and December, are very important. They identify Capricorn with friends who are close to him. It is your friends who can now offer you good advice for the future. The final 2 months of the year, November and December, are specific due to the placement of several important astrological aspects in the 12th house. This position can redirect Capricorn's attention to their own inner self. Capricorn will work with inner emotions. At the end of the year, you expect a deep expression of feelings from your partner. You need to feel and perceive his closeness. At the end of the year, every long-term engaged Capricorn has a desire to achieve emotional security. Due to Mercury retrograde happening for the 4th time of the year, it is possible that your own expressions of love may be blocked in terms of communication. The horoscope recommends that you touch your partner more in December. Don't forget hugs, kisses, and caresses. Even the small steps you take towards improving your long-lasting relationship may be well received by your partner in this year. Remember that the present is here and now. Don't just focus on the future. Don't let the prospect of the future cause wrinkles on your forehead. If you don't know how to show your love to your partner after the difficult first episode of the year, it is advisable to get to his heart, even through intellectual rapprochement. As the Capricorn forecast predicts, this year there are also suitable opportunities for communication with a partner. Throughout the year, the fortune-telling advises you to bet on honesty, which is essential for a long-term relationship. Although the disruptive energies of Mars at the beginning of this year can damage long-term relationships, the door to love is still open to you. However, it is necessary to overcome the action of Saturn and Venus in the retrograde process. The horoscope does not predict any big storms, although a lot will depend on how Capricorn approaches the months of March, April, and May. Disruptive energies make Capricorn make decisions that they may later regret. Your home planet, Saturn, strongly affects energies, especially in the second decade of the year. Through this planet, you perceive the influence on your family, including on children, who deserve more of your attention in the second half of this year. Therefore, in the second quarter of this year, Capricorns may feel more uncertainty related to a long-term relationship and their own decisions. With the arrival of this year, all astrological aspects encourage Capricorn to cleanse their inner energy of negative aura. Karma that is connected to the past does not allow you to move forward. Clean yourself from unpleasant thoughts. However, flourishing family relationships, which the horoscope predicts in the Family and Friendship Horoscope, will be a support for your strength and energy, which you need to overcome a more difficult period with your partner. Strong family relationships help Capricorns in the months of the year, which are manifested by more difficult moments and more demanding decisions. Horoscope for single Capricorns. The love forecast is also related to those Capricorns who are looking for love. Fortune teller Sibylla also prepared a prediction for Capricorns who want to learn more about which dates are suitable for meeting a soulmate in this year. The forecast for the whole year will give you fortune telling even for single Capricorns. In this section, you will learn what astrological aspects will affect your love. Thanks to the position of Mercury in January, many Capricorns realize that they are comfortable with their solitude. Single Capricorn does not look to the future. Rather, he evaluates his past decisions and whether these decisions were correct. If you are facing the past and unpleasant memories, don't worry. The more disruptive energies of Mercury retrograde will fade on January 18th. From this period, the astrological chart talks about extremely favorable days. Thus, a single Capricorn has a chance to meet very interesting people from the second part of January, in the months of February and March. In order to avoid the unpleasant arrival of Mars in the 7th house from March 25th, it is necessary to prepare for slower progress throughout the year. Several retrograde planets from April until the end of this year do not predict much success for those Capricorns who want to find fateful happiness. But the horoscope assumes that Capricorn will perfectly identify with his past. However, the movement of Mars in the 7th astrological house, from March 25th to May 20th, is a warning. These days, there are energies that can summon an ex-partner. And that's especially so if your relationships were violent. Capricorn considers whether it is a good time to return to an ex-partner under the influence of disruptive Mars. However, the horoscope for singles strongly warns you to avoid these steps, especially if your relationship with your ex-partner was problematic, full of violence. Capricorn is a zodiac sign that should guard its inner shell. If someone has hurt you in the past, assume they will do it again. So, the horoscope advises you to make wise decisions. The disruptive energy of Mars is joined by retrograde Mercury in the 5th house from April 21st. The latter complicates the relationships of the single Capricorn even more. You long for romance, emotional security, love. However, this power of Mercury also prompts you to connect your feelings with the past. Capricorn's past is complicated. Capricorn often remembers mainly the good things and forgets the bad ones. And precisely the period from March 25th to the end of May can drive you into the arms of your ex-partner because of these twisted thoughts. And until the renewal of the past relationship. However, the Capricorn prediction does not believe that this decision is a good idea. All the bad things that were disturbing in the past will appear again. In addition, the planet Venus in the 5th house also affects Capricorn at these moments. Again, it talks about Capricorn making very bad decisions regarding relationships. Under the influence of this Venus, you rely on your own decisions, and you do not perceive what your friends or loved ones advise you. For many Capricorns, it happens that they get involved in a relationship with a specified partner. These affairs will not last long. They will enrich you with many problems and tears, warns the annual horoscope. Disturbing aspects can only be avoided if you connect with yourself. The past must be forgotten. You only have to look ahead. The perception of the present moment is also extremely important, especially for those Capricorns who cannot decide whether to start a relationship with their chosen partner or not. Here the horoscope has a definite answer in this period. You should end all relationships in which you can harm other people. Only then can you focus on yourself and who you really are. The second decade of the year, Saturn placed in the third house, gives you many opportunities to connect with yourself. If you survive the first part of the year to be proud of your decisions, there will be a period when the single Capricorn will receive many opportunities for happiness. The horoscope for singles for this year predicts greater compatibility in love with the Pisces, Libra, Scorpio signs and with another Capricorn. You will find love with these zodiac signs. But look for it in the long run. Annual forecast for Capricorn does not recommend short-term relationships. The horoscope says that you would make the wrong decision. From this point of view, short-term romances are not a good step for a balanced atmosphere in Capricorn's life. In connection with the Aquarius sign, you do not achieve high compatibility. You may feel more alone than before. In the second decade of the year, each single Capricorn supports his own mental development. Thanks to the personal growth that the second half of the year predicts, you are an extremely attractive person to those around you. The final Thursday presupposes Capricorn's orientation towards work duties and friendly relationships. Friends born under the sign of Pisces, Scorpio, Libra, or Capricorn are potential partners for every Capricorn in this year. You know that friendship is very valuable. On the other hand, you can see some of your friends with new eyes. The end of the year, specifically the month of December, is an opportunity to get to know fateful love. The horoscope defines transits that predict excitement and social events, but also new contacts in the final quarter of this year. Family relations and friendship horoscope for Capricorns. The horoscope of family relationships perceives the positive development of relationships in the family and with friends. The start of the entire year is manifested by the favorable placement of Venus in the fourth astrological house. The position of the Sun is also favorable, which indicates better compatibility with your siblings and parents. After January's retrograde planets fade away, Capricorn goes deeper into his own inner self, but also perceives improved family relationships. In this period, you realize yourself through communication, even through moderate interpersonal relationships. Venus in the fourth house is a key position for harmonizing all family relationships that may have been unresolved in the previous period. Any unresolved disputes from the past relate to the month of March. You will be reminded of these relationships by Mars in the 7th house from March 25th. Relationships that are mainly related to long-term past relationships can bring negative energies and feelings into your life. To overcome these negative vibes towards Capricorn, you need to have someone around you that you trust. In April, the horoscope predicts that this trustworthy person who will give you excellent advice will be someone from your household. It can be not only parents, but also your children, who now understand you perfectly. Your family relationships will be much more harmonious later. There is a period from May to August, when a very favorable development of relations is expected. From June to August, every Capricorn has the opportunity to improve interpersonal relationships. And even family relationships. Friendlies only get to speak in the second stage of the year. That's when several astrological planets focus on the 11th house of friendship and the future. The Capricorn mind is also focused on obtaining information about future needs. The last quarter of this year is a period of understanding. You understand your family members more than before. Moreover, even your friends are now identified with past decisions. Capricorn is now an understanding parent. You can guide children correctly, advise them, help them. In addition, the Capricorn pregnancy horoscope says that the second decade of the year can enrich Capricorns with a new addition to the family. If you desire it and your partner agrees with it, this dream of yours will come true. Every relationship at the end of the year will be enriched with a lot of joy and sincere interpersonal connections. You enjoy the closeness of loved ones and excellent interpersonal relationships. Social events also await you from October to December. You can also use social events to connect your family members with friends. At the beginning of this year, some members of your family may perceive you as a slightly selfish person. However, selfishness is removed from your life just as the last quarter arrives. Capricorn friendships are especially important in the final months. You should avoid gossip and toxic relationships, especially with Aquarius and Leo signs. The mentioned two zodiac signs threaten your good interpersonal relationships in this year, and especially from the point of view of friendship. At the beginning of the year, you distance yourself from several meetings with friends, which may disturb your own integrity and the feelings of your friends. None of your friends will beat your hard box. Moreover, you don't want to listen to their opinions and attitudes towards your decisions. However, the second part of the year will be the opposite. Then you actively look for your closest friends. You consider them to be the most valuable commodity in your life. With the arrival of October, you no longer feel the cold and isolation. And that until the beginning of 2024. In addition, for some single Capricorns, a friend can also become a partner. This year may mean that a certain friend will betray you. However, the love horoscope predicts that you will also tend to slander others. Even you can be tempted into bad paths by toxic friends. Enjoy the end of the year thanks to clean relationships. Don't forget to give a nice gift to the people you care about. Capricorn work and finance forecast. In this part, the horoscope discusses the work duties, but also the Capricorn's financial affairs. This year can be interesting for Capricorn, who works as an employee, entrepreneur. It can also be a turning point for those who take care of the household. Capricorn's work is also very important in this year. Will this period be successful for you? Are you expecting changes in your career progression? Should you be worried about being fired or starting new projects? Several astrological aspects, according to the astrological chart, encourage Capricorn to be active. Your activity is essential, even if you think you have well-established career options. Several retrograde planets affecting Capricorn, especially in the middle of this year, predict that career can be an important part of your future. How you approach several decisions in this year will be crucial for the following period. Your ruling planet Saturn goes retrograde from June 17th to November 14th. Saturn comes through the third house during the year. It means an influx of valuable things for Capricorn. Maybe you will direct your energy to your family. Under the influence of cosmic energies, you will face various work complications. You are a person who helps others overcome obstacles during this period. Sibylla mentioned this transit first, because until June 17th the chart predicts no disturbing career-related astrological aspects. Finances are affected by astrological aspects as soon as January arrives. Venus roams the second house throughout January. This position of the planet of love, but also the planet that is responsible for finances, assumes that Capricorn's attention is mainly focused on obtaining a better financial status. Capricorn is now very interested in a better financial position. You want to improve your financial budget. It is clear that you will be looking for ways that your work can enrich your budget. This Venus makes it possible for Capricorn to climb the career ladder. As soon as January means that a promotion or an extraordinary job opportunity related to better financial security may occur for some Capricorns. Men born under the Capricorn sign will also receive an interesting offer. Someone may appear in your life, probably a woman, who will offer you a job opportunity. Such an opportunity that cannot be refused from the point of view of financial well-being. If you have bad intentions at work, and you already thought about leaving last year, maybe this job opportunity will be the right one for you. the most significant astrological influence on the career direction of Capricorns will not be until the second part of this year. From July, Capricorn's attention is again focused on career. After overcoming the more distracting astrological aspects related to your personal life, there are days when you have to turn your attention back to work matters. You will have to catch up on everything you missed at the beginning of the year, or in the first 5 months. As early as June, there will be more pressure on your person. Several astrological aspects affect the 8th astrological house. You will have to be more interested in your household. It may happen that electrical appliances break down, or you plan a minor renovation. Anyway, in June, many responsibilities will be on your shoulders. And this despite the fact that you also have to pay more attention to your partner than before. Single Capricorns, on the other hand, have many opportunities to meet their fateful love, which are also intertwined with many work duties. August is the most ideal month for comprehensive relaxation of body and soul. But only until August 23rd. At that time, Capricorn is also interested in traveling abroad, getting to know cultures, tasting food. However, Mars in the 10th house from August 27th brings enormous energy and strength into Capricorn's life. The driving force from the planet Mars means that this planet gives Capricorn the possibility of career growth and overcoming the competition. This planetary aspect is manifested by the enormous competitiveness of Capricorn. The otherwise slow-moving Capricorn thus becomes a predatory person who longs to achieve more. Several Capricorns will consider changing jobs during this period. You may also come into conflict with coworkers who do not have the same opinion as you about your current status. Anyway, now you're hitting your head against the wall. This masculine energy from the planet Mars is favorable for Capricorn, who finds himself in a job he hates. In the second part of the year, Mars will provide you with several good opportunities for change in life. Make changes that will be beneficial for your psyche and future well-being. In addition, from October, Mercury lends Capricorn excellent communication skills. They are a powerful weapon for unemployed Capricorns. If you are wondering which months are the most favorable for your career, promotion and career advancement, they are the months of September, October, November and also December. The mentioned period is a turning point for Capricorn's career. Although there will be many work duties, you will overcome them thanks to the power of Mars. Last but not least, you will fulfill your dream of starting something new. Perhaps you will belong to the Capricorns who will start a business. Capricorn working in the household now also has more responsibilities than in the first half of the year. Under the influence of responsibilities, you are thinking whether you need a helper in your household to help you with household chores. Capricorn's financial budget seems to be in good harmony, so there should be nothing to prevent you from having someone help you with the housework at least once a week. If you can find such a person in your family, you have won. When the astrological aspects focus on the 12th house in the last months of this year, it is obvious that Capricorn will slow down its rapid progress slightly. You will focus on things related to personal development. The final months of the year are ideal for improving the average of students born under the Capricorn sign. Each of you is now interested in education, in encouraging your knowledge. This increase in knowledge also helps Capricorn in career advancement, including for 2024. What you learn this year will help you in the next year, underlines the annual work and finance horoscope in this period. From a financial point of view, the horoscope assesses only the month of January directly related to the financial budget and financial well-being. However, the month of August will be manifested by the lunar full moon in the second house. Thanks to this aspect, Capricorn can get rich with extra money. In the beginning of August, you can look forward to an improvement in the financial budget. You should invest the money in this year's vacation of this year. In order to rest well, however, do not take out any loans for the vacation of this year. Use the money that is your own for your relaxation. From an overall perspective, this year is not suitable for loans. Moreover, you should not lend money to other people either. Guard your money. Big expenses are not a good idea during the year. New career opportunities come only with the second part of the year, for which every Capricorn should prepare well. The final months of the year, specifically the months of November and December, are therefore stable for Capricorn's finances and career advancement. Astrological aspects placed in the 12th house predict self-confidence and the development of Capricorn knowledge. Thanks to this, the year 2024 can be much more beneficial for the Capricorn career. At the end of the year, the horoscope does not predict any extraordinary opportunities to seize a new job opportunity. However, an unemployed Capricorn is very competitive, so he has the opportunity to discover new possibilities to be satisfied in what he does. Venus in the 10th house from the 8th of November to the 4th of December predicts success in every decision of a Capricorn who wants to change jobs. Health forecast for Capricorn. In this section, Sibylla deals with the prediction of health and vitality, as well as advice that helps Capricorns in better health. From an overall point of view, the astrological annual chart predicts transits that can be difficult for Capricorn's health. There comes a time when Capricorn will have to slow down. This year is associated with several problems that will appear from the past. Even karma will remind you of what diseases you ignored in the past. Preventive inspections that you forgot about in the past period must be completed immediately with the arrival of this year. If you're stressed all year long, chances are that stress will have a devastating effect on your health. Capricorn will face various problems throughout the year. You are prone to problems with rheumatism, spine problems, injuries, and depression. However, problems of a physical and psychological nature can be soothed if you accept the advice that the health horoscope wants to present to you. You can protect your health by taking steps for better eating and a healthier lifestyle. The horoscope says that Capricorn is associated with oils in this year that can support his overall health. In this year, your oil of the year is orange oil, tangerine oil, and also lemon oil. All the fresh citrus scents unlock a healthier perception of your body through your mind. Thanks to the smell of orange, you overcome even stressful periods at work, which mainly come with many obligations from the June. However, even personal problems are easier to overcome if you place these oils in an aroma lamp at home or at your workplace. Oracle Sibylla likes to buy oils of the highest quality. The color of this year for every Capricorn is brown, orange, and shades of pink. Last but not least, these colors are associated with the chakra, which deserves your attention in this year. Energy centers, chakras, are the system of your body. If this system is disturbed, it causes many complications in your world. Capricorn Health Annual Forecast advises that during this period you should mainly focus on healing and supporting your sacral chakra. The second chakra is associated with the color orange and the mentioned essential oils. Thanks to the fact that you place orange accessories in your home, you can support the function of the sacral chakra throughout this year, which will probably be disturbed. You will feel the disruption of the sacral chakra for the first time in March. Then you cannot explore where your life is going. You don't feel emotionally safe. The energy is suppressed by the guilt you feel about your long-term relationship or your personal development. You encounter these feelings in the second quarter of this year. In order to eliminate problems in your relationship with yourself, it is necessary to heal the sacral chakra. And these problems can be the birthplace of other health problems. Therefore, it is essential to get them under control. However, a disharmonious sacral chakra also manifests itself in physical problems. Digestive problems await you. Furthermore, often occurring pain in the spine and cervical spine. Women born under the sign of Capricorn should also expect pain in the lower abdomen. Sibylla advises you to pay attention to overall female health. The horoscope also warns every pregnant woman born under the sign of Capricorn to be extremely careful with her health throughout the year. The pregnancy horoscope in this period certainly told you which months of the year are favorable for a Capricorn pregnancy. However, the health horoscope warns that you should rest more and focus mainly on taking enough vitamins. For pregnant women born under the Capricorn sign, it is essential to balance the sacral chakra. Harmonize the sacral chakra through the color orange. Support it through the scent of orange or other citrus fruits. Last but not least, definitely meditation. Conscious breathing, where you feel energy flowing into your body with inhalation and negative feelings leaving with exhalation, is also an important step to support your health in this year. And not only mental health. Throughout this year, it is necessary to focus on proper nutrition. In general, Capricorn knows how to eat properly. Capricorns often belong to people who have good eating habits throughout their lives. The horoscope in this period reminds you to maintain this habit during this year as well. It is advisable to include spinach, citrus fruits, more protein and whole grain bread in your diet. You need more fiber, but also protein to make your diet balanced. Capricorn must supplement the body with calcium. It is likely that your regular diet does not supply you with the necessary amount of calcium. This mineral is important not only for teeth and bones. It is essential for the activity of cells and muscles. And of course, for the total energy during the year. Capricorn should not forget about fish and the good fats contained in avocados. Avocados are also a great source of fiber. Likewise, leafy greens should be a part of every Capricorn's diet. You will protect your health throughout the year by remembering to drink regularly. Getting enough sleep, exercise, recreation, and de-stressing after work are essential steps for a Capricorn to keep their health in balance. The most influential astrological aspects related to your health come at the end of the year. At that time, the horoscope warns every Capricorn about addictive substances, which will now manifest themselves in full, negative force. In order to close this year without unpleasant accidents or other health-related complications, it is necessary to increase caution. In the final quarter of this year, beware of activities performed under the influence of an addictive substance. Do not sit in the car with a person who is prone to alcoholism or to the use of drugs, which damage not only the organism, but also the attention while driving. Just as much caution is required for those Capricorns who have risky jobs. If at the end of the year you will be renovating your home or doing work around the house, you need to be more careful about yourself and your health. The whole year warns against a Capricorn's lack of attention. This year seems to be difficult in terms of personal relationships and career. And so, it may happen that the range of duties does not allow you to concentrate on driving or other activities that may endanger you. Your health can change from day to day. And that is why the horoscope reminds once again that it is necessary to undergo preventive examinations in the first month of this year. Don't ignore the pains that bother you. These pains want to tell you that something is wrong in your body. Address any issues you feel. For better mental health, the horoscope recommends more physical movement. The better relationships you find at the end of this year can also support your mental resilience. Therefore, try your best to build more understanding, meaningful, and long-lasting relationships, advises the annual Capricorn forecast. Whatever problems tire you in this year, remember that you will always find support in a close person who loves you. Try to tune other members of your family to the wave of health, through a healthier lifestyle. Capricorn also warns the prediction against excessive consumption of sweetened drinks, which are harmful not only to your health. Dear friends, this was an overview of the year 2023. Listen to predictions for others, and find out more facts about the year and its effects on your friends, family members, and you. Horoscope and divination wish you all the best in this stunning year. According to Chinese astrology, 2023 is the year of Water Rabbit, when good things are coming. Listen to Chinese Horoscopes 2023 as well and be ready for this year. Subscribe to our channel for more information from the zodiac world. Remember to support us by subscription. In the description below, you will find links for all essential horoscopes. Know yourself better with the Horoscope divination site. With free horoscopes and tarot readings. Wish you all the best in 2023. The annual forecast for the zodiac sign Aquarius reveals the news that comes with the new year. In the beginning, we will discuss the facts about the Aquarius sign and how this year will mark your presence and the development of the future. Every person born after January 20th belongs to Aquarius. Therefore, astrology considers the period between January 20th and February 18th to be the Aquarius season. Even in this year, every Aquarius celebrates their birthday during this period. Astrology assigns the air element to Aquarius. The penultimate sign in the order of the zodiac, it shares an element with the other two air signs. Therefore, we recommend not only Aquarius, but also Gemini and Libra to the air signs of the zodiac. Although these zodiac signs have a common element, the predictions for this period are different. Forecast describes an Aquarius who is very original and independent. It is a sign that is different from the rest, because a person born with the sun in Aquarius can sometimes be eccentric, sometimes shy. The negative aspects of this year, described by the Aquarius annual horoscope, will be the strengthening of Aquarius's fear of emotional expressions. Several astrological transits during the year indicate that Aquarius feels a complication in expressing his feelings towards family members, even towards his partner. In several periods of the year, the fourth house is blocked by the movement of retrograde planets or by the influence of more negative astrological aspects. In addition, this year, Aquarius perceives the movement of the planet Venus in a retrograde process, in the seventh astrological house. The planet of love moves through the house of personal relationships, a good marriage, partnership and long-term goals. Even the retrograde movement of Venus will affect the love and long-term relationships of every Aquarius in this year. Looking at the astrological chart, the fortune teller predicts that entering this year will be a harbinger of assessing one's own life. The sun is located in the 12th house from January 20th, when the Aquarius season begins. Then it moves to the house of the first. This period is necessary for solving any complications in the relationship with oneself. The beginning of the year is therefore carried in the spirit of meditation, assessment of one's own life, in the spirit of renouncing certain things. Aquarius celebrates its birthday in this period, immediately with the arrival of this year. However, not only the sun enters the first house at the beginning of the year. It also houses Mercury, and in January, the planet Venus. In this regard, the annual forecast perceives the placement of these astrological aspects as a very pleasant and kind environment for the development of every Aquarius. Aquarius is now interested in developing his own relationship with himself, but also in general in improving all relationships. Also from a career point of view, the placement of astrological houses at the beginning of this year is very favorable. The first 3 months seem to be undemanding, full of joyful news, a good period. When Mercury goes retrograde a second time in the 4th astrological house, and later 3 times in the 8th astrological house, your energies can be blocked. Last but not least, during this year, the Aquarius forecast is also focused on assessing Saturn in the 2nd house in retrograde motion. According to astrological charts, Saturn is considered the 2nd Aquarius ruling planet. You achieve the strongest compatibility in love with the 3 signs of the zodiac throughout this year. And not only during the period when the energies of love and long-lasting partner relationships are affected. This period in this year occurs from July to September. At that time, the sector of love and long-term marital relationships or partnerships is the most affected. The greatest compatibility awaits you during the year with the signs Gemini, Leo, and Sagittarius. With the mentioned signs, even the disturbing transit of Venus in retrograde motion, from July 23rd to September 4th, will not be difficult. You can communicate well with each other. Astrological aspects are favorable to relationships with these three signs. Not only during the period when the planets focus on the 7th astrological house. Good relationships await you in other months as well. On the contrary, you will feel more disturbing energies in a relationship with the Cancer, Taurus, and Virgo signs. In partner relationships with these signs, the more negative, disruptive astrological aspects of this year can cause arguments, misunderstandings, or even breakups. As for friendly relations, this sector affects this year mainly at the end of this year. You will focus most on friendships in the final months of the year, specifically in the months of November and December. However, you also create good friendships at the beginning of the year. After the Aquarius season ends and the Pisces season begins, that is, from February 18, 2022. Disruptive energies will interrupt your good friendly relationships only from July 23rd. Then it is necessary to be careful about the 3 zodiac signs that can cause complications in your life. Forecast warns you especially against friendly relationships with the Taurus, Scorpio, and Capricorn signs. With the above 3 signs, avoid gossiping all year round. In addition, these friends can be toxic for your future, warns the horoscope. Good friendships and good advice are brought into your life by the Libra, Aquarius, Leo, Gemini signs. And last but not least, the zodiac sign Aries. With the described signs, you will find support and understanding throughout the year. Career is most affected by your zodiac sign in the second half of this year. At that time, several astrological aspects will focus on acting on the astrological house, which is responsible for work advancement, career success, and long-term goals. The second part of the year is influenced not only by favorable astrological aspects. More demanding moments await you, as well as more complicated interpersonal relationships. Relationships with the Scorpio sign will be the most deteriorated. In general, this sign is not very compatible with you. The relationships between Aquarius and Scorpio will also be challenging in terms of work duties. The relations of Aquarius with the Virgo sign will also be more negative, especially from a professional and personal point of view. If you want to start a business, or to fulfill your long-term goals or desires, you will create the best duo for work with the signs of Libra, Pisces, and the other Aquarius. Working with these 3 signs will be easy for you. Together, you will achieve success in this year. The health chart discusses several astrological aspects throughout the year that will affect your overall health. More about how astrology affects your vitality and energy will be revealed in the final part of this big prediction for this period. However, the health chart tells every Aquarius to get jasmine oil in the home. It is the oil of this year for Aquarius. Yellow, gray, and white are the lucky colors for this year for Aquarius. The air sign of the zodiac perceives these colors as liberating. They symbolize peace, removal of stress, new energy. If you get home accessories in the mentioned colors, it is obvious that the development of this year will be easier. Yellow and white colors also help you overcome stress. Use the strong support of these colors of this year to remove stress from your life during meditation or relaxation. Accessories of the mentioned colors should be part of the office of every Aquarius. In this year, Aquarius is identified with the solar plexus chakra. This chakra is also associated with the color yellow. Aquarius will feel the greatest damage to the chakra with the arrival of the second decade of the year, which seems to be more demanding from astrological aspects than the initial part. The chakra we refer to as the solar plexus is responsible for overall energy. If you belong to an Aquarius who feels exhausted for a long time and there are no known health complications to blame, it is necessary to deal with healing and unblocking the said chakra in this year. As a gift, a healthy chakra will bring you better self-expression, enormous personal strength, and less physical pain. You will learn about how to treat the chakra and what health complications it is responsible for in the final part of the annual prediction. That is why it is essential to know the complete, personal horoscope for this period. In the following lines, we will discuss the most important energies associated with your year. When is the right time to get pregnant? Which days are excellent for getting married? Is fateful love waiting for an unmarried Aquarius? Will your finances be better than in the previous period? We will also answer these questions in the next part, which fortune teller will present through the Aquarius forecast. Negative energies that affect Aquarius this year. The astrological aspects and the overall chart examined by the fortune teller represent several transits that are related to negative developments in the Aquarius life. In order to prevent the complete impact of negative energies on life, it is necessary to prepare for the negativity predicted by the Aquarius forecast for this period. In this regard, we will look at the astrological aspects that can have the greatest negative impact on the Aquarius year. From April 21st to May 15th, retrograde Mercury in the 4th house will manifest itself with great force. Mercury transits the Taurus. For Aquarius, it causes a return to the past. Aquarius now looks back. He feels connected to the past. The memories that now take away your peaceful sleep are connected not only to childhood, but also to the recent past. You remember everything negative that you experienced in the past years. These negative feelings are mainly related to family and childhood. In this context, feelings may appear in your thoughts that can negatively paralyze your body. Retrograde Mercury will remind you what problems your parents caused you with their upbringing, and what regrets remained unspoken in your mind. The aforementioned Mercury retrograde process brings karma to Aquarius, which is related to emotional development. So that you do not repeat the same mistakes in education, it is necessary to close the chapter from childhood through communication. This Mercury is disruptive. It blocks the sense of open communication with others. You tend to resolve personal conflicts only internally. However, after this negative vibration of Mercury subsides, you will be given the opportunity to express yourself. After it has passed, the Sun is placed in the 5th astrological house, where you have the opportunity to identify with the past. Thanks to correctly placed Mercury in direct motion, you can communicate with your family about any personal problem. The secondary ruler of every Aquarius is retrograde in the 2nd house in this year. It is a signal that every Aquarius will receive a life lesson regarding personal property or property. Finances will be of great interest to you. However, you desire to acquire more property than you can actually repay. For some Aquarius, this position of secondary ruler can mean a large acquisition of material goods that are beyond income. You spend more than you earn. Things in your life are more valuable to you than personal relationships. In order to get out of the current negative situation caused by the retrograde process of Saturn in the 2nd house, you need to stop looking at the world only as a place where you achieve material security. If you focus your attention on the real values, you will do the right thing. Focus on love and good relationships. However, Saturn in this position can block good personal relationships, and therefore setting up for a wave of love will be even more complicated. Love will require more work, Aquarius. Achieving the love you desire will be more difficult. Do not forget that it is necessary to work on strong relationships. This retrograde Saturn is joined by retrograde Venus in the 7th house. It operates from July 23rd to September 4th. And just like other retrograde planets, this Venus can also cause negative vibrations. Venus placed in the 7th house, in a retrograde process, forces Aquarius to think about long-term relationships. Everything that can have a longer duration and a faster development is now feared. You are progressing very slowly. Venus in the 7th house makes you want to suppress your feelings. You perceive everything rationally. Your heart comes second. You prefer to be guided by reason. However, this may not always be ideal for Aquarius. You are convinced that the world is not an ideal place for love. That love kills rather than grows. For many Aquarians, life now manifests itself through a game of chess. You compete with your partner. You want to win. You will use all weapons to defeat him. Due to the fact that you do not share life with your partner, but compare and fight, your personal relationship is more complicated. Retrograde Venus in the 7th house of astrology can even mean the breakdown of some relationships. And that's especially the broken relationships from the previous period. Relationships in which there were frequent manifestations of lies, deception, mistrust. The relationships in this year between the sign of Aquarius and the Taurus, Cancer, Capricorn and Scorpio seem to be more complicated. Even relationships with the sign of Virgo can go through complicated emotions during the period of retrograde Venus. Although you are able to help and support others in their own life decisions during this Venus, you are unable to take advice yourself. Not even finding a balance. Your ideas also change based on how those closest to you perceive the world around you. You are an easily influenced person. This fact can be used by someone close to you to manipulate you. The final months of the year are manifested by retrograde Saturn calming down. Since October, you no longer feel its strong effect. From October to December 13th, the horoscope predicts positive aspects, mainly favorable energies. However, at the end of the year, from December 13th, Mercury enters a retrograde process. This time it places strength in the 11th house of friendship. It will cause interesting feelings in the Aquarius mind. Aquarius longs to experience mental freedom. You want to apply your ideas. And that among friends, but especially at the workplace. Relationships in December may seem more complicated. Especially with the Scorpio sign, and last, but not least with the Taurus and Virgo signs. Relations with these people will be extremely complicated and unpleasant at the end of this year. Your negative mood will be the center of attention of several people around you. They will not give you as much success as you need in life. In the final days of December, some people may perceive you as a cold person with mental distance. Fortune teller advises you, in terms of negative aspects, to avoid over-resolving complications in an intimate matter. Personal relationships should remain as they are. You should definitely not save big life steps and decisions for the end of this year. The disruptive energy of a very powerful retrograde Mercury encourages you to make many changes in your life. However, the end of the year is not ready for these changes. So, as the Aquarius annual prediction predicts, Aquarius should prepare well for this period. The negative aspects say that Aquarius will be immersed in various problems that will require his full attention and subsequent solution. Sometimes your thoughts will flow strongly to the past. If you do not find answers to some life questions, it is possible that you will feel a depressive period full of frustration from unresolved past, personal relationships and problems. Positive energy affect Aquarius this year. However, the horoscope does not only talk about negative aspects. This year is also special in that positive news awaits Aquarius. They are a caress for the soul of every person born in the 11th sign of the Zodiac. They can endow you with more positive energy, optimism, and motivation for future decisions. In general, Aquarians are known to need motivation to move forward in the long run. The transits of this year also affect the positive direction of your journey. And not only in the area of love relationships. but also in the field of health and career. Even if the energies of disturbing retrograde planets, such as Mercury, Venus, retrograde Saturn, or even Uranus, are strongly felt during the year, you still have the opportunity to overcome these negative vibrations. Draw positive energy from them for your life. You have to take some situations firmly into your own hands. At the end of each part of the Aquarius annual prediction, you will find a list of retrograde planets. So, we list the periods that will be the most challenging for Aquarius. The list of retrograde planets is also a sheet that describes the affected areas of life. Anyway, Aquarius feels Mercury retrograde up to 4 times during this year. It affects your energies significantly. However, you can transform disturbing energies into more positive ones. Retrograde Mercury gives you enough opportunities to revive ideas and projects from the past that have already been forgotten. With Mercury retrograde, you have the opportunity to grow personally, meditate, and identify with the past. Although in several meanings, Mercury in retrograde motion takes you back to the past, be it to family with family, former partners, or to work failures. You always have the opportunity to learn from these moments, and later not to repeat these mistakes. And that is exactly the positive face of every retrograde Mercury in this year. However, the horoscope also looks at personal relationships, which are essential for every Aquarius. From the period when retrograde Mercury and Mars end their first action for this year, i.e., from January 18th, every Aquarius expects the arrival of their own season of this year. On January 20th, the Aquarius season begins, which lasts until February 18th. Already during this period, you feel the reversal of more negative feelings into significantly favorable ones. The astrological chart talks about the very beneficial placement of Venus, but also the planet Mercury and lunar positions, which favorably affect the development of Aquarius' personal relationships. In addition, the Aquarius pregnancy forecast considers the first 4 months of this year to be fruitful. Created for success in Aquarius, who is trying to produce the first or next offspring. The end of this favorable period from the point of view of the fertility of each Aquarius comes only on April 21st. The chances of success are ended by the second retrograde Mercury of this year. This Mercury is therefore more suitable for meditations, for thinking about your own future, as well as about the past, which you no longer want to repeat. On May 15th, this slightly disturbing aspect will disappear. However, the Sun is still in a very favorable position. Moreover, Mars is moving into the 7th house. And so, it affects the long-lasting relationships. Placement of Mars in the 7th house in most cases is not suitable for marriage. In this year, however, you do not have to worry about a marriage concluded from May 15th to June 17th. The Aquarius pregnancy forecast and the marriage prediction are essentially one and the same. The ideal periods for all these big life decisions are the months of February, March, and the beginning of April. Last but not least, the last quarter of this year is also auspicious. Specifically, the months from the beginning of September until December 13th, all these months are excellent for faster, more active, and more efficient progress in personal life. Although retrograde Venus blocks the development of personal relationships from July 23rd to September 4th, there is nothing stopping you from starting preparations for your big day. However, the forecast recommends choosing the period after September 4th, or already in the mentioned months, at the beginning of this year, for the wedding reception. The positive news predicted by the Aquarius forecast is success in career advancement for Aquarius, especially in the final quarter of the year. The astrological chart talks about the very favorable position of the Sun, but also of the planet Mercury, which makes you a highly competitive person. In September, October, and November, even long-term unemployed Aquarians need not worry. And with that, the horoscope gives them the opportunity to capture every job opportunity. And the one abroad. According to the chart for this period and according to the astrology table, the final months of the year are set in such a way that they can harmonize any broken and problematic relationships. With the fading of the more disturbing astrological aspects that will manifest themselves in the middle of this year, you have the opportunity to put an end to family disputes as well. Friendly relations also come to the fore at the end of this year. Then you will focus on friendly relations more than in the previous period. The positive aspects of the whole year affect even those who are single. The months of June, August mean many opportunities for meaningful love even for single Aquarius. However, there is also a warning about the relationships of single Aquarians, which is mainly symbolized by the planet Venus. During the month of April, you will learn more about how Venus will affect love during this year in other parts, which the forecast will present completely free of charge. Do not hesitate and take advantage of the opportunity to get to know a free forecast from the fortune teller. Finally, the prediction reminds you to put your world in the right harmony. You must also focus on anchoring your health. This year, and especially its first decade, can bring a lot of energy and strength back into your life. However, it is necessary to focus on chakra healing, meditation, and proper nutrition. Of course, every Aquarius also faces a change in personal principles and old ideas. They will be more modern in this year. The Health and Vitality Horoscope predicts more about what pains and health complications await you during the year, and how to transform them into a favorable form. You can find it in the final part of this big annual prediction for this period. Aquarius Love and Relationship Forecast. The Love and Relationship Horoscope assesses how the relationships of long-term engaged Aquarians will look. The forecast for this period also tells Aquarians who are interested in marriage and its development in this year. Aquarius forecast will look at what positive and negative news awaits you in terms of long-term relationships. Which astrological aspects are excellent for developing a long-lasting relationship? Which ones are distracting? The fortune teller has prepared an astrological prediction of the future in love and relationships, which will tell you more about the influence of the most powerful astrological aspects related to love. From January to December. In the first 20 days of January, the period begins when the Capricorn zodiac sign ends its season. But these days, Aquarius faces many problems related to love. Especially partner relationships can be problematic for those Aquarians who ignored their partner's needs in the previous days. If you are an Aquarius who is fully focused on work and completing tasks related to work duties, it is possible that you have neglected the needs of your partner. In order for your love to be stronger, it is necessary to use the astrological transits that come with the other days of this year. Already at the beginning of the Aquarius season, from January 20th, you can fully concentrate on communication and intimate stimulation of your relationship with your partner. If you want to keep the relationship in good balance, an excellent step is to take advantage of the action of Mercury in the first house. You perceive it from February 11th to March 2nd, this position of direct moving Mercury in an excellent position, which is not disturbed by other negative aspects, is ready for any Aquarius who wants to adopt his relationship to new circumstances. You may be thinking about expanding your family at the beginning of this year. The arrival of communicative Mercury already means that you have the opportunity to lure your partner into your wave of needs and desires. This position of Mercury can help you convince your partner that the decision to expand the family is the right one. If you both desire this step, under the influence of favorable Mercury, it is time to express yourself. Start trying to fulfill this great desire. The Aquarius pregnancy forecast specifies the period from January to April 21st as extremely suitable not only for the birth of a child. It is also suitable for expressing thoughts and communicating about any issue in a relationship. From an astrological point of view, the months of February and March seem to be focused not only on material security, but also on long-term partnerships and marriage. Property interests you not only from your own point of view, but also through your partner. Now you and your partner should decide on all financial expenses and plans related to finances. Only in this way will your relationship continue to be strong, unbreakable. Some Aquarians may have complicated relationships related mainly to finances. And that's under the influence of the position of Mercury and Mars, which can block your ability to properly communicate about family finances. Maybe your partner spends more than usual. Maybe you yourself want to buy something extra. Something your partner would disagree with. If you want to avoid complications in a relationship regarding money, it is better to leave major financial planning until the end of this year. The first part of the year could be more challenging in this respect, full of tense situations and energies that cause arguments and complications regarding finances and long-term financial plans. The second Mercury retrograde of this year is related to the personal relationships of each Aquarius. Although it affects the family home, it can also affect the long-term partnerships of each of you. Retrograde Mercury in the 4th house, from April 21st to May 15th, blocks overall personal relationships. Every Aquarius now tends to focus their attention on the past, dealing with past relationships that you now consider more important than your current ones. It is said that after a breakup, one focuses mainly on the positive qualities of the previous partner and forgets the negative ones. Such emotions are caused by retrograde Mars in this period. Specifically, from April 21st to May 15th. From this point of view, you compare your partner with all ex-partners who appeared in your life in the past. The memories are associated with the false security you now want to find in your partner. Mercury in the 4th house, in a retrograde process, completely disrupts your sober view of the present. You are in an environment where you inevitably have to show more love to your partner. Otherwise, your relationships can be complicated. Breakups may even lurk for some Aquarians, mainly under the influence of incorrect assessment of the current relationship, even under the influence of jealous scenes and suspicion. In order for the long-term partner relationship to be prosperous, intellectual stimulation is essential. And that is what you can enjoy during the retrograde processes of Mercury during this year. You can also find a list of the dates when the retrograde movement of Mercury occurs at the end of this part of the horoscope, which describes each retrograde movement that is extremely important for Aquarius relationships. It is during this period that you have the opportunity to communicate more with your partner. Even if the expressions of your love are blocked, you can soothe your negative feelings with long conversations either about the relationship or about the past. Realize that telling the truth is essential for long-term Aquarius relationships. Maintain attraction and pleasant tension in the relationship. In order to avoid being willing to risk your relationship, it is essential to connect the emotional world with your partner. Thanks to this, you will not be tempted by the unpleasant Venus vibrations. It tempts Aquarius to make wrong decisions. But how to avoid the negative impact? Aquarius' prediction says that it is mainly through communication and common interests that bind you and your partner closer together. While the second Mercury retrograde of this year takes place, Venus enters the 5th astrological house. These two astrological aspects are related. Together, they even work on long-lasting Aquarius relationships. Since you are slightly frustrated by your partner's lack of interest in improving or strengthening the relationship, you may also be interested in the attention of someone who is interested in your heart or your body. Venus in the 5th house makes you a very attractive person. Your partner also perceives this attraction. If you set yourself up correctly, you can avoid the negative impact of Venus on your long-term relationship. What emotions can this Venus cause? In the month of April, Venus in the 5th house can trigger complicated decisions in love. Aquarius may have ulterior motives regarding the relationship. Since someone close to you will show you their shocking feelings, it is possible that you will think about an affair or another wrong procedure in the relationship. Annual forecast strongly warns Aquarians to avoid affairs in any sense, not only with specified partners. Especially Aquarius in a long-term partnership can be tested in the first half of this year. And that too in such a way. The strongest emotions of love and long-term relationships are brought by the second decade of this year. It is specific due to the placement of several astrological aspects in the 7th house of long-term relationships and partnership. From June 5th to July 27th, the energies of love are very strong. Venus is centered on the 7th house. No disturbing aspects vibrate towards long-term relationships. It is in these moments that you have the opportunity to communicate any problem with your partner. You have the opportunity to get closer to each other. The period from June 5th to July 27th is considered the most favorable for concluding a marriage. So, if you are an Aquarius in a long-term partnership and want to seal this relationship, there is no better time than the mentioned days of this year. These days are strong for Aquarius, who longs to expand his family. Thus, such favorable energies are predicted for the middle of this year. Specifically, the months of June and July. Retrograde Venus in the 7th house, from July 23rd until the arrival of September. Retrograde Venus placed in the 7th house means more complicated and slower life progress for every Aquarius. Venus retrograde focuses all your attention on personal relationships. Present, but also past. Not only do you realize how complicated your past was, at the same time, you carry past mistakes into your present. For Aquarius, this placement of Venus from July 23rd to the end of October is a very challenging and complicated period. Up to 3 months of this year seem to be complicated from the point of view of long-term relationships. Some Aquarians are even facing a breakup. Especially those who are in a long-term relationship with the signs Taurus, Virgo, or Cancer. These Aquarius people should focus as much as possible on improving their personal relationship through communication and sharing interests. This retrograde Venus can navigate you to thoughts that other people don't understand your needs and feelings. You may feel isolated. Relations with your partner seem colder to you. Less felt. Retrograde Venus can mean that each Aquarius orients his knowledge more towards his own self. You are a selfish person. Although you may not be fully aware of it. All your attention will be focused only on what you want from life and your relationship. You forget about your partner's feelings. So, your personal life can really be turned upside down. Your relationship with your partner can change from day to day. You are hypersensitive to the external environment. So, you can react negatively to every reproach or every negative sentence from your partner. During this period, there are more arguments, misunderstandings, more complications in the relationship. With the arrival of September, the love relationship of every Aquarius improves. A period is coming that is, however, more demanding in terms of work duties. It is therefore likely that you will not have enough strength to strengthen personal relationships at the end of the year. Anyway, you can decide which way to go. At the end of the year, your ruling planet points to inner intelligence. In addition, it supports personal relationships with a partner. You can experience them at a deeper level at the end of this year. You just need to focus on your partner's feelings. More than for their own. Find time for moments alone, as a couple, which reinforce the correct placements of the planets in the months of November and December. In the final months of the year, Aquarius will not focus on the negative past. You have freed yourself from the departure of retrograde Mercury. And thanks to this, you can focus on the positive vibrations of the present moment. Horoscope for single Aquarius. Even the forecast for singles born under the Aquarius sign requires Aquarius attention. Especially those people who wonder if they will find happiness with their fateful partner in this year. Are you waiting for energies that will help you win love? Or would you rather focus your full attention on improving your own life through exercise, better lifestyle, personal growth? The fortune teller will now take a closer look at these questions through the horoscope for singles for this year. At the outset, it should be noted that the highest compatibility for singles is predicted by the annual prediction with the Libra, Aquarius, Leo, Aries and Gemini signs. You find understanding with these zodiac signs. For singles, Sagittarius also represents a huge opportunity for love. You will find love in this year, especially if you stop looking for it intensively. You have to connect intellectually with your new partner or potential lover. So, look to your new partner for a higher level of understanding. It is not only an intimate connection that is important. What is more important is how you and your new partner understand each other intellectually. And that's especially true for Aquarius who are looking for a longer-lasting relationship. The astrological chart wants to warn you at the beginning of this year. Specifically in the month of April. This month seems to be disruptive for any single Aquarius. And in the way that the vibrations of Venus in the 5th house are a harbinger of more complicated personal relationships for Aquarius. And that's especially true for single people. The transit of Venus indicates the beginning of a relationship with a specified partner. So, you may face a love triangle that will further complicate your own understanding of yourself and your future. In order not to become even more entangled in your own feelings of sadness, and sometimes even depression, it is necessary to avoid relationships with committed partners. And last but not least, it is extremely important to end such relations in this year. In the second stage of the year, you will lack the strength to fight for this relationship. You will also lack understanding of the transit of Venus in the 7th house, in retrograde motion. Your integrity and honesty make you a good person. Don't let these positive traits of your personality be taken away just because you make the wrong decision. In order for a single man or a single woman born under the sign of Aquarius to be more satisfied in a relationship, it is necessary to build a more durable, stronger personal box. And you build it precisely through the right decisions, with which you do not harm anyone else. Your life must be pure. As well as pure, white is the color that is identified with your zodiac sign throughout the year. The white color of this year gives you strength and positive thinking in times when the wisest decisions are needed. With the Venus arrival in the 7th house, from July 23rd to September 4th, it is likely that the single Aquarius will hear from someone from the past. Some of you ask fortune teller if this time is a good year to return to their ex-partner. The love forecast water gives a clear answer for anyone who is thinking about renewing a past relationship. 2023 is the year you refuse to worry. You focus your attention on removing sadness from your life. You want to overcome the feeling of loneliness. The second part of the year is a time that requires part and space to make the right decision. If you are an Aquarius dealing with the issue of getting back with your ex, taking time to assess your former relationship is essential. In the second decade of the year, you understand what you really want from life. And thanks to the fact that you identify more with personal feelings and needs, you can make the right decision. Your right decisions are also supported by Mars placed in the right position, so that you do not repeat the mistakes of the past. So the horoscope will not tell you directly whether 2023 is a suitable year for Aquarius to return to their former partner. In any case, fortune teller advises you to listen to your intuition now more than ever. She will give you the right advice in the second part of the year. If your ex-partner contacts you at the beginning of the year, it is better to leave the decisions regarding him for the final months, which are certainly more favorable in terms of decisions. The Aquarius love forecast for this period generally advises you to free yourself from such emotional connections that are toxic to your future. This year is an ideal starting point to decide which path you want your life to take next. The position of Venus throughout the year means deep insight. Aquarius has the opportunity to look into the deepest feelings. The last months of this year can be used for personality growth. To find out what you really want from life. The end of the year will free you from depressing thoughts about the past. The feeling of loneliness disappears from your life. Venus knows how some Aquarius people enjoy the single life, and therefore supports the energy of those who decide, instead of persistently searching for love and feeling lonely, to focus instead on encouraging personal life growth. Aquarius family relations and friendship horoscope. The family relationships of every Aquarius seem to be disturbed by several astrological aspects that come with this year. Pregnancy forecast Aquarius has already revealed which moments are suitable for this big life step and the decisions related to it. The prediction of long-term relationships and single relationships assessed which astrological aspects affect Aquarius and how they affect your overall relationships. However, family relationships will also be greatly affected by this year. They will also be connected with negative astrological transits, which will now be presented to you by the fortune teller. In this year, several energies belong to retrograde Mercury. Venus in the 7th house will also be involved in influencing your long-lasting personal relationships. Every Aquarius will deal with interpersonal relations on a broader level. Aquarius is a zodiac sign that cannot be completely happy if some personal relationships are broken. A more favorable development of family relations and friendship comes with the arrival of February. Astrological aspects predict times when you need to close certain chapters in your life. These moments are felt with the arrival of retrograde Mercury in the 4th house of astrology from April 21st to May 15th. You can only do one thing at this point: discover your spiritual box more deeply. However, you can also focus on interpersonal family relationships with those closest to you. These will now be extremely complicated and will require a lot of your attention. As Aquarius focus returns to the past, you are likely to blame your family for their past mistakes and wrong decisions. However, every Aquarius should realize that the vibration of energy from the past is caused by the retrograde Mercury and its disruptive influence. So from April, you connect with the planet of communication and with an incessant need to convince others of their past mistakes. It is this procedure on the part of Aquarius that can cause quarrels and misunderstandings in the family. Your impulsive behavior will be shown by Mars in the 7th house, from May 20th to July 10th. At that time, you want to put your hand intensively in order to crystallize the relationships in the household. You are more interested than ever in calming relationships and harmonizing them. Family members will understand that now is the right opportunity to restore good relations in the family. May, June, and the month of July are the months during which you can remove the coldness and isolation between you and some family members, especially with people with whom past relationships were complicated. You can resolve more problematic relationships with siblings or parents in the mentioned 3 months of this year. At that time, you will not feel overwhelmed by an excessive duty, which could complicate your focus on restoring family relationships. Several astrological aspects say that the second part of the year will be much more demanding in terms of Aquarius relationships. Although some favorable astrological aspects prevail in influencing long-term relationships, the same will not be the case in family or friendship relationships. The second stage of the year makes you a more isolated person. Even the arrival of Venus in the 7th house in a retrograde direction is an expression of imbalance in the entire horoscope of family relationships. Your selfishness is also manifested in this direction. From July 23rd to September 4th, you are an Aquarius who wants to express your true self in all circumstances. Personal needs and desires. Aquarius people are likely to neglect the thoughts and emotions of loved ones. In addition, someone close to you can confide in you with a big problem. You ignore him. And what's worse, you might even make fun of it. This negative vibrational field of Venus makes you a hypersensitive person, but only in relation to oneself. These days you may experience frustration from your own feelings, including from the past. You are closing in on yourself. You want to separate yourself from others. This sense of isolation is brought about by Venus. You will overcome it only with the arrival of September. From September, the full attention of a person born under the sign of Aquarius will be mainly focused on friendly relationships. The astrological chart related to the friendship of Aquarius does not represent any crises or unexpected storms that would complicate the overall friendly relations. Throughout the year, however, the Aquarius forecast warns of gossip. Gossip can be a poisonous ingredient of your year. They can complicate the whole year to your disadvantage. Gossip should be avoided, especially if you gossip with the Scorpio, Capricorn, and Taurus signs. Relationships with the mentioned zodiac signs will be more complicated in terms of family and friendly relationships. At the same time, they represent the biggest challenge for you to maintain them in harmony and stability until the end of this year. Aquarius work and finance forecast. The work and financial horoscope is an important part of the prediction for this period. Aquarius should know their work prediction. Whether you plans to change jobs in this year, find a new one, or travel abroad for work. In addition, the financial forecast can advise you on what financial decisions to make in this year and what decisions to avoid. With the arrival of this year, there is not much left for Aquarius to focus on work duties. You open this year with a deep knowledge of how your work life developed in the previous year. The position of important planets is set in January so that every Aquarius looks back on career and financial well-being. You can analyze everything you did right last year and what could be corrected. Astrological transits are now mostly focused on the first house. Later, also on the second house. And that immediately with the arrival of this year and the months of January, February, and March. Direct movements of Mercury in the first house tend to encourage Aquarius in communication skills. Thanks to this, every unemployed Aquarius receives opportunities for success as soon as 2023 arrives. Aquarius can seek the company of other people during this period. It is no secret that the astrological chart predicts many social events at the beginning of the year to which you will be invited. You react correctly to the problems and demands of your management and your colleagues. Mercury in a favorable position in the first, second, and later in the third house will give Aquarius excellent communication skills. And of course, enthusiasm for what you do. Some of you have to deal with multiple work responsibilities regarding households. In addition, since April 21st, you have also been fighting the bad mood of other family members. You also need to calm these energies. He also considers housework to be extremely important. You will succeed if you can remove the irritability of other members of your family at home. Thanks to this, housework will also be easier. In order to overcome the problems that will occur in April and May at your workplace, focus on strengthening personal relationships. Aquarius can expect complicated relationships with colleagues, especially with Scorpio and Virgo. With these two signs, some started projects may even collapse. The things you start together will be difficult. Saturn in the second house, which is manifested from June 17th to November 14th, will also be manifested by the Aquarius comfort. A slight laziness now manifests itself not only in career, but also in financial prosperity. In February and March, the horoscope predicts several financial opportunities with the coming of the year. From a financial point of view, the beginning of this year is considered the most beneficial for your finances. It is very likely that these 2 months of the year, which come right after the start of this year, mean better financial security and well-being for Aquarius. You are entering a new period where astrological aspects predict better financial security. However, this does not have to be maintained throughout the year. The arrival of Saturn in the second house, from June 17th, can be a harbinger of several financial complications. From June 17th to November 14th, the financial prediction for this period predicts several expenses. These are related not only to the Aquarius household, but also to the vehicle, healthy, Your financial budget can get complicated now. It is therefore necessary that every Aquarius be more careful about the money saved. If you are going on vacation from June 17th to November 14th, you should also pay attention. You calculate more, spend less. You can enjoy your vacation even without unnecessary extra luxury items. But let's get back to the work that the horoscope considers important, especially in the second decade of the year. That's when several astrological aspects focus on the house related to long-term goals and career advancement. Through self-discovery and education, you have the opportunity to grow personally from September. However, this personal growth is also related to later professional success. Overall, the second decade of the year is much more favorable for a career. In the summer, you will focus more on teaching others. Finances also require your attention. Likewise, the beginning of this year is associated with financial well-being and with getting information about money. However, April can complicate your financial situation. Venus in the 5th house may represent moderate personal success in the workplace. However, it also means affairs that may appear in Aquarius's life. Affairs can be related to your workplace and coworkers. Horoscope warns each of you to avoid workplace romances. And this is a very important point of the forecast for this period. In the second chapter of the year, you must learn to distribute energy. This is now connected with the correct placement of the astrological aspects affecting the 9th, 10th and 11th houses. In the second part of the year, you can decide on career opportunities abroad. Astrological transits are correctly set to support you in the correct development of your career direction in the second decade of the year. At the end of the year, you progress professionally. However, at the same time, many responsibilities come into your life and a huge speed that you have to manage. Since many obligations await you with the arrival of the months of September, October, November, and December, it is favorable that Mars lends you aggressive energy from October 12th to November 24th. This aggressiveness will support you in achieving work success. However, beware of interest in a job where you have to make decisions that conflict with your own self. Even if the position of the astrological planets at the end of this year allows you to get the job you desire, you should still not go against your own convictions. Your work may also be connected with travel in the final months. Throughout this time, Aquarius is required to re-qualify at various levels. Finance and Work Forecast recommends more involvement in education. The more you learn in this year, the better your prospects for future, successful career advancement. Multiple planetary energies are affecting your life. During this year, it is no exception that Aquarius will take on more responsibilities than they can handle. Physical household work will also be more demanding for Aquarius in this year. You should use the energy of Mars at the end of this year to accomplish the most difficult tasks. And also, to cleanse energies from negative relationships at work, which were typical for the first decade of this year. If you are planning major repairs or renovations in the home, make sure to make these decisions outside the influence of retrograde planets. The full list of how the retrograde planets work through this time can be found at the end of this part of the horoscope. The end of the year is therefore specific according to the astrological chart by focusing on work and the fulfillment of long-term goals. Aquarius interpersonal relationships are also better. There is mutual respect and understanding, and especially at the workplace. For unemployed Aquarians, the astrological chart predicts new opportunities for life application. At the end of the year, the planet Mars gives you the combativeness to travel abroad for work opportunities. For Aquarius, there is a specific persistence throughout the year. At the end of the year, you can take on the most difficult tasks, complete them, and benefit from them in the future. Aquarius Health Forecast. the prediction for this year for the Aquarius health and vitality in these lines will be devoted to how to increase the energy of people born under the sign of Aquarius who are suffering from a long-term illness. However, the horoscope also deals with predictions for those Aquarians who want to know how the year will develop in terms of health and what advice the fortune teller recommends to strengthen vitality. In general, people born under the sign of Aquarius should be very careful about addictions. This is also discussed in the astrological chart, which mainly at the beginning of the year represents transits related to injuries and unexpected illnesses. These may be related to the consequences of your addictions. Forecast strongly warns that no Aquarius should get behind the wheel under the influence of addictive substances. Do not even sit with a person who tends to maintain such habits. The astrological chart also warns Aquarius in the season that is specific to your zodiac sign. The months of January, February, and March therefore require more Aquarius attention. Overall, your nervous system may be disturbed in this year. During several months of the year, Aquarius will have a problem with insomnia, even with falling asleep at a regular time. Sleep problems can later result in several other health complications. Therefore, it is advisable to sharpen attention and eliminate these bad health habits as soon as the year comes. If you have trouble falling asleep, you need to think less before going to sleep. Put down the phone, computer, turn off the TV. Turn off all electronics. Focus on your thoughts that gradually calm your mind. They leave your mind. They leave you alone with your body. You gradually become more and more tired until you fall asleep. Do this kind of training regularly before going to bed so that you don't experience problems with anxiety and falling asleep during this year. Aquarius can feel several health complications even with the arrival of May. Then you feel restlessness, mainly under the influence of unpleasant problems from your personal life. The stress that is a part of this year can be removed by taking care of healing your chakras. The most disturbed in this year seems to be the chakra, which we also refer to as the solar plexus chakra, which is a source of personal strength. Solar plexus is the chakra responsible for energy. If you feel a huge personal exhaustion, the kind that takes your attention away from the beauty of everyday life, it is essential to work with the solar plexus chakra. The solar plexus chakra is also responsible for self-expression. Thanks to the support of this chakra, we maintain good mental and physical health. Growing is essential for an Aquarius, and that in any area of life during this year. You must also support the emotional world, which can be challenging for your year. In order to raise the solar plexus chakra to a healthy level, meditation is necessary. Even accessories of yellow color will help you bring the solar plexus chakra into balance. Last but not least, you should focus on aromatherapy. Your oil for this period, which is related to good health and vitality, is jasmine oil. White, yellow, and silver accessories can also promote better health throughout the year. In addition, jasmine is a plant that symbolizes love and peace. It supports your inner self, your own personality, and the development of your relationships. In addition, this oil can prevent infections and various diseases. Get jasmine oil of such quality that you can use it internally. It has enormous antifungal, antimicrobial, bactericidal, and fungicidal effects. Thanks to the inhalation of jasmine oil, you can reduce infections in the respiratory system. It is this oil that can help you if you are fighting a cold or a persistent cough. In addition, it also frees you from depression and feelings of anxiety or frustration. Aromatherapy can support you. She can improve health even in this year. Therefore, definitely do not underestimate her. Your mental health is affected with the arrival of the second part of the year. Then your mental health is affected by stressful situations, mainly from work. In the middle of the year, you will have a scare, but it will be mainly related to personal relationships and love. In order to free your body from stress, which could also harm your physical health, it is necessary to move more. Active exercise and the involvement of family members in any physical activity will improve your own health. Also, better personal relationships. Maintaining regular sports habits is essential for the Aquarius sign. Forecast Aquarius advises to do sports regularly. Keep your body in good shape. Because with the second stage of the year may also come weight gain, which is not welcome in your case. However, energetic Mars can lend you so much strength that you fight stress. Sports and physical activity are also helpful in the fight against stress. The most threatened overall health due to injuries or problems on the health front therefore come with the arrival of this year. You should be careful in the middle of the year, especially if you have any vacations waiting for you this year. Be careful when traveling. Don't wander alone at night. For long-term Aquarius, the annual prediction does not predict any extraordinary improvement. However, people born under the sign of Aquarius who improve their diet can achieve some improvement even in long-term illness. It is essential to avoid chemicals in food as much as possible. You don't need to research every food. However, cook more at home. You eat less in restaurants. Eat less processed foods and choose wisely. Try to eat more homemade food. Choose good fats. Be sure to include avocados in your regular diet, which contain healthy fats and plenty of fiber. Aquarius must not forget to replenish vitamin D. And that by staying in the fresh air and the sun. However, if you do not have the opportunity to expose your body to sunlight every day, it is advisable to supplement vitamin D in artificial form as well. However, remember that even vitamin consumption must be regulated. Aquarius should also reach for fruit. Oranges, pears, lemons, raspberries, and berries are the ideal choice for you. The listed foods contain vitamins that your body will need in this year, especially during a stressful period. Aquarius should also get to know seafood. Eat less meat and less chemically processed foods. Sometimes it's good to turn the label of the food you buy to find out what it contains. If you do not know more than 3 ingredients, definitely do not buy this food. It can be full of chemical ingredients that endanger your body. Although sometimes foods may seem healthy, they can shock you when you read the ingredients. It is good to choose organic food options. Or reach for organic food, if you have that option. If not, try mainly to eat homemade food that is good for your body. In conclusion, the health horoscope for this period advises every Aquarius to keep his body in good condition, through a proper and sufficient drinking regime. Aquarius should check their water intake during the day. The best drinking regimen is clean water that does not contain any other chemical additives. If you don't like plain water, try fruit teas without sugar. In order for your body to function, you need to support it with the right habits. Building the right habits is mainly supported by Mars at the end of this year. At that time, it is easier for every Aquarius to lose weight, and it is also easier to control. At the end of this year, the forecast gives you several options to improve your life. Whether in terms of relationships, career, but also health. Therefore, the end of the year can be more difficult for some Aquarius people. And so, the Aquarius forecast for this year reminds again of the necessity to focus on the healing of the chakras and a regular drinking regime. Dear friends, this was an overview of the year 2023. Listen to predictions for others, and find out more facts about the year and its effects on your friends, family members, and you. Horoscope and divination wish you all the best in this stunning year. According to Chinese astrology, 2023 is the year of Water Rabbit, when good things are coming. Listen to Chinese Horoscopes 2023 as well and be ready for this year. Subscribe to our channel for more information from the Zodiac world. Remember to support us by subscription. In the description below, you will find links for all essential horoscopes. Know yourself better with the Horoscope divination site, with free horoscopes and tarot readings. Wish you all the best in 2023. The annual prediction for the Pisces zodiac sign sheds light on the news coming with the new year. In this overview, we will discuss the facts about this sign and how this year will mark your present and future development. Jupiter, as the secondary ruler of the zodiac sign of Pisces, moves through the sign of Aries during this year. Later, it moves through Taurus in retrograde motion. Neptune has been stored in the Pisces sign for a long time. In the same way, Neptune works in Pisces throughout this year. Astrology considers water to be the ruling element of each Pisces. It is an element of constant movement. Pisces share the water element with the other two signs of the zodiac. Therefore, the water signs are not only Pisces, but also the zodiac signs Cancer and Scorpio. Although these three signs share a common element, the annual prediction will be different for all three signs. Thanks to the typical element of Pisces, this sign is said to be too emotional. However, Pisces can cope with suffering or sadness more easily than other signs of the zodiac. Often, Pisces is the sign that others look to for advice, help, and support. In addition, Pisces can often help others with solving emotional problems. It is because water makes the water sign Pisces a counselor and therapist. Forecast says that this element will be important for the whole year. It gives you opportunities to express yourself creatively. In addition, with the favorable astrological aspects of this year, it gives you a gift of talent that you can use to your advantage. The water element lends Pisces energy for the whole year. And especially in the second stage of the year, and in its middle, when astrological aspects predict more challenging times for Pisces. Pisces season begins on February 18th. Even in this year, every Pisces celebrates its birthday. The season will end on March 20th. It is in the range of these dates that celebrate their birthdays. Whether you are a Pisces or you have a friend born under this sign, be sure to pay attention to this year's birthday. Moreover, the astrological aspects of this period seem to be extremely favorable. Most astrological energies affect the first and second houses in Pisces season. This means that Pisces is progressing faster. Also expect better conditions in finances and personal growth. Two planets are considered to be the ruler of the sign of Pisces. First of all, astrology talks about the planet Neptune. Neptune is considered by astrology to be the main ruler of Pisces. The planet Neptune is in astrology means by its vibrations on Pisces. It affects the desire for truth. And that's why Pisces hates lies. It is the planet of trust and faith. The emotional field of Neptune is very fragile. When Neptune has a vibrating effect on a certain sign of the zodiac, it can mean greater sensitivity. In this year, the horoscope says that Neptune will be placed in the first astrological house, in your zodiac sign. This makes it vibrate even more towards your sign. From this point of view, it is clear that Pisces will perceive their surroundings more sensitively in this year as well. Neptune, like the water element, supports the development of talent in Pisces. It is clear from this description that in this year you will realize what direction you should go. Mainly at work and in long-term goals. Your life mainly revolves around work in the beginning and at the end of this year. At that time, astrological aspects predict the greatest impact of cosmic energy on career advancement and decision-making. The secondary ruler of your sign is Jupiter. Jupiter is also the ruling planet of Sagittarius. Sometimes it can manifest itself favorably, sometimes maliciously. This planet is associated with success, with the abilities of your zodiac sign. Astrology considers Jupiter to be the planet of expectations and progression, for a planet that promotes positive circumstances. In this year, Jupiter moves from the sign of Aries to the sign of Taurus. So, it will pass through the second and third astrological houses of Pisces, either in a direct or later in a retrograde process. Learn more about how the secondary ruler of Pisces will affect your emotions, and in this case mainly finances, in the financial Pisces forecast for this year. Both Neptune and Jupiter are planets that in this year will influence the perception of oneself, as well as family and financial matters. Other planets, such as the placement of Mercury, Saturn, Venus, the Sun, or the lunar new moon or full moon, will also influence your year. Cosmic forces also influence the choice of how you make decisions in important life situations and how you progress in the year. The Pisces Love Horoscope also speaks of the strongest compatibility in Pisces relationships. Several Pisces are thinking about how marriage, long-term relationships, or single Pisces relationships will develop. In this regard, the yearly Pisces forecast speaks of the strongest positive compatibility with the Capricorn, Virgo, and Taurus zodiac signs. You achieve the strongest compatibility with the indicated signs for the entire year. For this year, the love forecast predicts the weakest compatibility in love with the Leo and Gemini. In addition, with the mentioned two signs of the zodiac, during negatively aspect astrological movements, arguments, misunderstandings, or complications in the relationship await you. For example, in the second decade of August and the first part of September, the planet Mercury moves through the 7th house. In this case, it has a disruptive effect on every Pisces and their love relationships. And it will have the strongest impact on relationships with the Leo, Gemini, Libra, Aquarius. The mentioned relationships can be disturbed, subverted. As for friendly or family relationships, you find the greatest support in 4 signs: Scorpio, Virgo, Capricorn, and another person born under the sign of Pisces. All these signs give you good advice and support. In complicated life moments, you will find the greatest support in the Scorpio sign. For Pisces, this is considered the most important sign for this period. Another Pisces, with whom you form a perfect duo, is also considered an important sign. Not only for friendly relations. The horoscope also predicts excellent family bonds in these connections, but also for work duties. Single Pisces can expect the most complicated relationships with the Gemini zodiac sign. If you start a relationship with this sign, it is very likely that you will have complicated moments in love. And especially if the relationship begins during the movement of retrograde Mercury or Venus. You can read more about when the movements of retrograde planets occur at the end of this part of the forecast. Aromatherapy also plays an important role in supporting the health and overall vitality of Pisces. In this year, you should have jasmine and orange oil available. These oils are associated with the aromatherapy of this year. From this point of view, they can support your health. They can cheer you up even if you lack energy. Or there are more responsibilities on your shoulders than you can handle. Prediction says that each of you should surround yourself with the color green. In addition, this color is connected to the heart chakra, which can be blocked in this year. Looking at the astrological chart for the Pisces sign, the fortune teller assesses that the heart chakra may be the most blocked in your life. It can be responsible for many psychological and physical pains. How to properly work with the heart chakra, how to unblock and heal it, is explored in the Pisces health forecast, in the final part of this big chart. The friendly Pisces in this year is connected to compassion and intuitive action. This is due to the placement of Neptune in your first astrological house. Placing your ruler in this house gives you immense wisdom, gentleness, and a very strong friendly aura. The placement of Neptune in the first astrological house has a direct effect on the Pisces personality. It indicates that your nature will be firm. However, you will also rely on spiritual foundations. Faith and trust have a strong place in your mind and soul throughout this time. However, beware of the negative side of this Neptune placement. You should keep your feet firmly on the ground throughout the year. With the correct perception of what is around you, a properly harmonized heart chakra helps Pisces. In terms of work responsibilities, you may lack specific goals. Therefore, in this regard, the annual prediction likes to use the retrograde movements of the planet Mercury to think about the future. Also, to evaluate past failures. In this year, Neptune predicts that you will seek the support of other people. Mars in the 5th house lends you a fighting nature, right from March 25th, and later at the end of this year. This nature of Mars supports every person under the sign of Pisces to direct their life correctly, so that he is not afraid to step forward for success. Negative energies affect Pisces this year. The negative side of this year can be mistrust of other people. Pisces generally have trouble keeping their feet firmly on the ground, realizing the value of the present moment. Even during this year, you can expect transits that will negatively affect your life, personal setting, and direction. Focus on the most important transits so that you can overcome them easily. In this section, the annual prediction will introduce you to the most important of them. Throughout the year, Pisces fears rejection. You prefer to rely on your faith. Last but not least, you can become a victim of self-deception or illusion. And above all, in personal relationships. Long-lasting relationships and marriage can be disrupted with the arrival of Mars in the 5th house. Mars lends a lot of strength, but on the other hand, it can vibrate negatively towards long-term goals. And especially in a personal relationship. From March 25th to May 20th, Pisces will spend a lot of time analyzing past relationships. The mentioned position of Mars requires a lot of energy from the side of Pisces, who now feel the instability in a personal relationship. In long-term relationships, Mars can block trust. In addition, it can cause feelings of jealousy. It lends the Pisces a slightly aggressive behavior. In this period, you may be prone to jealousy. Forecast advises not to blame your partner for things he didn't even do. If you want to be clear in life, you need to use the communication power of the planet Mercury located in the 2nd house of astrology. Mercury placed in this way gives Pisces the opportunity to communicate about problems in the relationship. Moreover, the placement of Mars predicts that you put more pressure on your children. You want to realize yourself through them. You use considerable force and intensity. Also, any means for building a successful life path for your children. Because of this, your children can feel a huge pressure on their person. In this way, your mutual relations can also deteriorate. You put a lot of energy into independence with Mars in the 5th house. In addition, Mars placed in this way can highlight wrong habits. Especially the habits of those of you who are prone to gambling or other bad habits regarding finances. Every Pisces should avoid gambling throughout this period, but especially from March to May. While Pisces is affected by negatively aspect Mercury, the movement of retrograde Mercury in the 3rd house also occurs. This phase of Mercury retrograde means focusing most of your energy on understanding the other. As these days are blocked by disturbing aspects, this endeavor is blocked by astrological transits. From March 25th to May 20th, when not only Mars is active, but later also retrograde Mercury, many Pisces have problems with their siblings. Arguments are coming. Problems regarding finances, inheritance, past unpleasant confrontations. The aforementioned astrological aspects disrupt the Pisces' mental expression. Under the influence of ongoing cosmic energies, you cannot achieve fluency in your communication. You are looking for words. You can't express yourself properly. You may be pushed into the background as you lack dominance. This is exactly how this year will manifest itself in a negative sense in the first period of the year, which is considered disruptive for Pisces. The Pisces forecast considers the location of Venus in retrograde motion in the 6th astrological house to be the next negative aspect. Venus will be in retrograde motion for a longer period from July 23rd to September 4th. From August until October, you also perceive Mercury located in the 7th house, also in a retrograde process. These two astrological aspects put enormous pressure on each of you. They mainly focus on your relationships, and last but not least, on health habits. Venus in the 6th house can harm health. Therefore, caution is essential. For example, when driving, but also during any other risky activity that can harm your health. The health forecast predicts that this year will enrich you with a lot of stress. The period of placement of Venus in the 6th house is coming, which is the most disruptive in this respect. This year, like to maintain a healthy lifestyle. Drive carefully. Because the horoscope for this period assesses that it is Venus placed in the 6th astrological house that may be responsible for certain accidents that await you in this year. Careful driving is required throughout the year. But pay extra attention to driving, especially from July 23rd to September 4th, says the astrological chart for this year. So, from July to October, energies are disturbed by several influences of retrograde planets. In addition, Mercury is also waiting for you in an unfavorable location. You try to analyze the past. You want to learn about what mistakes you have made in the past. Especially in a relationship. You see the world through other people's eyes, which is the positive side of this Mercury. However, you may experience frustration from family and career in a negative sense. If things do not go according to your expectations or dreams, these feelings can drive you into unpleasant thoughts, even depression. The fortune teller again recommends betting on aromatherapy. Prioritize jasmine and orange oil, which are the oils of this year. Place the oils in an aroma lamp to remove anger and depressing thoughts from your mind. The end of July to the beginning of September is therefore enriched with more negative astrological vibrations. Nervousness, frustration, problems with a personal long-term relationship, problems in marriage await you. Forecast warns many Pisces about complicated relationships in the family, especially with siblings. The strongly aspect period from August until the beginning of October is, karmically speaking, a period of fiery forces that influence the simple direction of the life. All the things you decide to do in these months of this year will go slower. August and September represent the two most complicated months of this year. You need to create a strong and durable container in advance to overcome this negative constellation of astrological aspects. The yearly Pisces forecast specifies that during this period you have the opportunity to turn to loved ones who can help you overcome difficult times. Even if the relationships will not be the most ideal, you can always look for support from the other Pisces or the Scorpio zodiac sign. You achieve the strongest compatibility with these signs even when you can't go on anymore. The nervousness that will manifest itself with the arrival of the mentioned 2 months of this year will be very complicated to remove. Therefore, the forecast recommends you to exercise more. Also draw energy from the sun, through walks or trips with loved ones. However, the horoscope of positive transits for this period is already talking about this. Positive energies of this year that affect Pisces life. The astrological chart also indicates positive aspects that affect the Pisces energies. In this section, the yearly Pisces forecast will focus on the most important astrological energies that will affect the long-term relationships, career, health in this year. At the beginning of the year, until January 18th, 2 retrograde planets of astrology can influence faster progress. However, the situation will improve from January 18th. Thanks to the transit of Mercury into a direct position, you can better understand yourself. Thanks to this, you become an excellent parent, friend, and partner. All astrological aspects from January 18th to March 25th are extremely positive. You have the opportunity to build better relationships and trust with yourself and those around you. In addition, astrology predicts better financial security for this period. If you were troubled by finances in the previous period, with the arrival of the second part of February, your financial situation can quickly improve. It can be thanks to the partner, or even thanks to the excellent communication skills that the transit of Mercury from the first to the second house gives you. February and March are therefore suitable months for meditation and for solving any problems related to finances. You will do well to develop a past analysis of your income and expenses. From March 25th, energies are more complicated. However, Mercury in retrograde motion in the 3rd house is not only a negative aspect taking place from April 21st to May 15th. Its reclining position gives you the opportunity to go back in time. Feelings related to the past do not have to be only negative. Even if you face relationship problems, don't despair. Although these energies of Mercury retrograde are considered negative, you have the opportunity to return to what was in the past. Don't repeat the mistakes. You have the opportunity to analyze your thoughts. While this may not be pleasant for every Pisces, you can use this retrograde Mercury to your advantage if you forget about nervousness and cut it out of your life. Focus on using astrological aspects. Move forward. Other auspicious months mentioned in the Pisces pregnancy forecast are the months of May and June, as well as the beginning of July. This period is very strong for any Pisces who wants to expand their family. Pisces pregnancy forecast predicts very strong astrological aspects that support fertility. Not only is Venus placed in the 5th house, but Mars in the 6th house is also encouraging your health. It gives you the necessary strength to overcome any difficult problems regarding your health and unpleasant thoughts. Thanks to this, you will have a very pleasant 3 months of this year. They are strong not only for Pisces, who decide to take a big life step towards expanding their family. They are also favorable for Pisces, who wish to enter into a marriage union. The period from May to the end of July is ideal for this decision. However, from July 23rd, retrograde Venus begins its operation in the 6th house. This can affect both energy and strength. From this date until the beginning of October, the energies are rather more negative. Even a more favorable position of the Sun will not surpass them. In addition, Mars in the 8th house promotes nervousness and perhaps wrong decisions. More favorable transits occur as early as October until the arrival of 2024. During this period, the positions of astrological aspects are mainly focused on the personal relationships of each Pisces. Venus enters the 7th house in a direct position. Venus plays a key role in good personal relationships, for a lasting marriage, for the right decisions. Pisces pregnancy forecast again considers this period to be extremely fertile. The next months are the right period for weddings and marriages from October until December 13th. If you are planning a wedding in this year, choose the months of February, March, and the first part of April, June, July, and the months of October, November, and the first decade of December. These days are equally suitable for a long-lasting marriage, signing contracts, important life decisions. During these months, no astrological aspects are created that would interfere with your good judgment. As for the Pisces work commitment, the horoscope does not predict major disruptive effects on career advancement for your zodiac sign. positive aspects occur only with the final 2 months of this year, with the months of November and December. The mentioned months are oriented towards the career of Pisces. At the same time, also for long-term goals. They also improve your reputation. The last 2 months of the year bring some masculine energy into the life of Pisces, which is welcome in this respect. It helps you to overcome the competition. These months are also favorable for unemployed Pisces who want to seize their life's chance in employment. In addition, October also sets every unemployed Pisces in the mood for flirting with a job opportunity abroad. You don't have to be afraid to make this decision if you approach it in the final 3 months of this year. The last quarter of this year seems to be the most successful for Pisces in terms of career advancement. As for finances, energy will be more complicated for them. Retrograde movements of astrological aspects, especially Venus, warn Pisces about gambling, which could negatively affect finances in the middle of the year. Moreover, what you do not save with the arrival of the year, you will miss in the second part of this year. From a financial point of view, this year is therefore more complicated. At the beginning of the year, finances will not bother you, but at the end of the year, the situation may be the opposite. However, from a positive point of view, you can expect a balanced financial budget. At the beginning of this year, under the influence of favorable energies, you will manage to save more money, which you should put aside. Health and financial forecast warns Pisces against spending money on bad habits that threaten not only your health, but also the overall financial budget. Pisces love and relationship forecast. In this section, the annual prediction will focus on transits that are related to long-term relationships. Some astrological aspects of this year may affect marriage and partnerships. In this chapter, we look at long-term relationships and those Pisces who want to know if 2023 will be happy in terms of family relationships. Looking at the astrological chart for this year, it is clear that several months will bring favorable energies. However, some also mean a warning against wrong decisions. It is bad decisions that could permanently affect your long-lasting relationship and threaten what you and your partner have built over the years. The entry quarter of this year is extremely favorable according to astrological aspects. The placement of Venus in the first, second, and later even in the third astrological house means the support of personal growth. Thanks to the fact that you are not affected by any negative vibrations, you can also enjoy good long-term relationships. Relationships with children, marital and partner relationships are beneficial at the beginning of this year. After January's retrograde vibrations subside, on January 18th, Pisces becomes a kinder, calmer and more open person. In the case of long-term relationships, you can now move forward. These months of the year are also very favorable for Pisces, who wish to expand their family with the first or next child. From January 18th to March 25th, the fertility of each Pisces is highlighted. Fertility support from astrological aspects is excellent news for many Pisces. The mentioned months, and basically the entire first quarter of this year, also seem to be suitable for the marriage of Pisces in a long-lasting partnership. Those Pisces want to take their relationship to a new level. However, the annual prediction says to keep every big step clear in your mind. Only make these decisions if you are confident enough about them. The complicated relationship period occurs from March 25th to May 20th. Then Mars placed in the 5th house will take care of the feeling of nervousness in the relationship. Nervous expressions and feelings in a relationship can complicate your long-lasting relationship and marriage. But also, relationships with your children. In addition, Mars in this location also affects intimate behavior in a relationship. This Mars brings out the jealousy of your zodiac sign. From this point of view, you may be very prone to jealousy and to accusing your partner of things that may be nonsense. Only if you carefully re-evaluate all the suspicions you have about your partner can you start acting. Mars placed in the 5th house makes you an overly jealous person who is also suspicious of your partner. Avoid arguments and mistrust in the relationship that this behavior will cause. Complicated relationships appear mainly in the relationship between Pisces and Gemini, but also in the relationship between Pisces and Leo, Libra, and Aquarius. With the aforementioned zodiac signs, you may experience impulsive and volatile relationships that are specific to this placement of Mars, from March 25th to May 20th. Fortunately, the period when this vibration of Mars towards each Pisces ends on May 20th. Days are coming that are more favorable for your love. Venus is still placed in the 5th house in May. This can provoke Pisces to make wrong decisions. Venus in the 5th house causes a huge attraction towards other people. You feel beautiful, admired. Due to the fact that the past period was more demanding for your marriage or long-lasting relationships, you may feel less frustration. You require an interesting aura that is delicious to the eye of many a person interested in your heart. You may attract someone who is interested in subverting your relationship. Venus placed in the 5th house is a harbinger of affairs and wrong decisions in a relationship. Intimate pleasure now becomes your self-expression. You seek short-term pleasure from people who are not your long-term partner. This Venus will manifest itself only in some Pisces, especially for those who experienced more difficult feelings due to the action of Mars in the 5th house. This Mars could cause mistrust in the relationship, feelings that are complicated for harmonious relationships. Venus provokes Pisces to make decisions that are contrary to their own lifestyle. If you overcome the negative vibration of the months of March, April, and May, you can look forward to quite pleasant following months. June and July are months that are once again extremely strong for strengthening personal long-lasting relationships. However, the horoscope has a certain warning in this regard. You have to be more interested in the health of your partner and children. Their health may be damaged in this regard. Pay more attention to raising children. Enjoy every day, from every present moment. June and July are also months that are favorable for a Pisces vacation in this year. Go to such places that are joyful not only for you, but also for your loved ones. If you want to strengthen relationships, you need to listen to others more, connect with them, mainly through communication and intellectual rapprochement. At the same time, transits give you more space to think about yourself, about love, and about the future. After the auspicious 2 months of this year, which are suitable for sealing love by marriage for long-term taken Pisces, or even expanding your family, a more challenging period is coming again. So, as you can see, the astrological aspects of this year are set to see your relationship on a swing during the year. From August 23rd to September 15th, Pisces is affected by retrograde Mercury in the 7th house. You felt that you were ready for a big step in your life with your partner. However, this Mercury can put your thoughts of fast forward on hold. The energies of Mercury retrograde will affect those Pisces who are thinking about moving forward more quickly in a relationship. It doesn't matter what changes you want to make in your relationship. Changes will now be blocked. These feelings can deepen states of mental depression in your life. Frustration can be related to the fact that you don't know if your partner is ready for a big step in life, or for bigger decisions related to housing, the future. Since Mercury blocks your sense of open communication with your partner, you don't see the light at the end of the tunnel. This negative quality of Mercury retrograde will be reflected in the life of your zodiac sign as it affects the house of partnership. Again, you have trouble seeing your partner with the right eyes. You suspect him. You're accusing him of things he didn't do. From August 23rd to September 15th, you can expect an extremely psychologically challenging period in a long-term relationship. In the previous months, you need to cultivate love, mutual connection. If you don't want retrograde Mercury to disrupt your long-lasting partnership, it is not an exception that relationships fall apart under the influence of retrograde Mercury in this position. So, leave conversations with your partner about important things for another time. After all, you don't want your mutual decisions to be wrong. Under the influence of nervous and tense energy. The months of August and September are favorable for meditation. Think about who you are, where you want your relationship to go. You will want to transform the huge number of negative thoughts that appear with this Mercury into positive ones. This is the only way you can overcome an extremely difficult transit, which is the most disruptive transit of this year for the Pisces love of long-lasting relationship. After the passage of retrograde Mercury after September 15th, you have the opportunity to fix your love. Talk more with your partner about unresolved issues related to the relationship. A favorable astrological setting affects your relationship with harmonious vibrations. In the final quarter of this year, astrological aspects lend more restraint and patience to your relationship. You can move on with your partner thanks to a sober attitude towards a long-lasting relationship. Slowly, step by step. Your partner is no longer afraid of your ideas about the future. Since you have the gift of speech, you can transform all conflicts into mutual understanding. At the end of this year, astrological aspects predict the appeasement and purification of past negative karma. Your partner's attitude towards you is also harmonized. The Pisces annual prediction says that the final quarter of this year is a favorable period for any Pisces who wants to progress in a personal, long-lasting relationship. Although relationships in the past have gone through a complicated period, now you are facing a period that will be easier. The accurate yearly Pisces forecast predicts that you will have a peaceful end to the year, especially in partner relationships. At the end of the year, however, you do not have enough space left to solve all the complications in the relationship. And that under the influence of a more demanding period in terms of work duties. The exceptionally favorable position of Venus in the 7th house, in the month of October, allows Pisces to experience the life and feelings of another. Empathy is prominent. Cities are clean. You perceive your partner's feelings and needs. This makes you the perfect partner and friend. The relationship in October reaches a new level. If the relationship has remained strong and has overcome the negative vibrations of past periods, it is clear that this relationship will be even stronger. The chart assesses the overcoming of several major complications this year. The compatibility between Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn and your zodiac sign is very strong. It is also supported by this year. The breakup of the relationship is likely in the Pisces relationship with the Gemini or Leo sign. If these relationships do not fall apart, the annual prediction joyfully predicts that they will be significantly strengthened. Raising children is easier for you in this year, especially with the arrival of the second stage of the year. From October, children become your confidants, friends. You understand them, you understand their needs. This year is oriented towards emotions. On the need to calm down some relationships. The keywords of this year are mainly trust, work with yourself, removing nervousness from the relationship. Some relationships may go through complicated periods. You perceive other, more demanding transits through small arguments and misunderstandings. Anyway, can be more stable if you work with your heart chakra. You will find out more about how the heart chakra can properly harmonize the energy of love in a long-lasting partner relationship in the last part of the prediction for this period. Horoscope for single Pisces. Even Pisces, who are interested in whether is the year of knowing fateful love, will receive their prediction. The Pisces singles chart is a forecast that assesses the astrological transits representing the vibration toward love of the Pisces singles. Loving Pisces will have thoughts throughout 2023 that encourage you to yearn for love and human connection. The first quarter of this year is auspicious for any single Pisces. Even if your thoughts are focused more on yourself, it is clear that you have the opportunity to bring your search for love to a successful end. Venus placed in the 12th house forces you to look back at the past. You know what mistakes you don't want to repeat. In February, you feel that your energy is not focused on love. You don't always have to look for love. Sometimes your energy is directed to other areas of life. In this case, the attention will also focus on financial matters. The new moon that will take place on February 20th opens your mind around this date. Now you can overlook more than one opportunity that is pouring into your life. It's because you focus your attention mainly on yourself. For your personal development, you want to learn more and move your life forward. A positive new moon in the first house can cause some Pisces to desire short-term intimate experiences. Especially for those Pisces who are identified with their single status and are not looking for a long-term relationship. Satisfied single Pisces will be affected by several astrological transits that will play with personal feelings. They influence desires, but also ideas about the future. The first such transit that can negatively affect thinking is direct Mars, located in the 5th house. From March until the second stage of May, you feel more negativity in your life. You are also interested in how your ex-partner lives. You long for emotional security, which now in your life is mainly caused by the connection with the past. Your power is focused on the past. For past experiences that were happy, you forget the unpleasant things that flowed from the past relationship. Many of Pisces has a tendency to open up old relationships, to contact a former partner. Forecast does not judge whether such a step is the right decision at the beginning of the year. In any case, your thoughts delve into the realm of dreams and imagination. Maybe you idealize your ex-partner. You forget about the moments in your life when he hurt you. The position of Mars is also responsible for bizarre sexual experiences. Pisces should be extremely careful about their own decisions during this period. Even in the month of April, you are making wrong decisions. And that under the influence of Venus in the 5th house. For Pisces, there are no specific one-night stands. However, from March to the end of May, some Pisces may also manifest these desires. But be careful, the love forecast predicts that such a one-time relationship can only enrich you with sadness and mental decline. Moreover, this placement of Venus and Mars in the said period may also make you look for short-term romances. Maybe even ones that make you hurt other people. Forecast now strongly warns you to avoid relationships with specified partners. Pisces should therefore avoid relationships that bring more sadness than joy into their lives. Short-term pleasure can be beneficial for Pisces in this year, but only if astrological aspects also have a favorable effect on you. They appear with the arrival of the month of June and will not expire until August 23rd. This period is very favorable for a single Pisces who wants to connect her life with someone who will understand her. In this case, it can also be a friend whom you now see with new eyes. Pisces now gets an opportunity for love. For the right decisions. They can bring feelings and a person into your life who will have a pure interest in your heart. The astrological chart expects such favorable energies from June to August 23rd. At the same time, the period is considered the luckiest for any single Pisces. The most disruptive period for a Pisces comes with the onset of Mercury retrograde from August 23rd to September 15th. Every Pisces should meditate now. Close yourself off from the outside world. To think more about your future, to close the past. You don't want to repeat mistakes, so analysis is essential. Again, you tend to look back. You are dealing with wrong decisions from the past. You are afraid of rapid advancement. You fear change. You are afraid to show your feelings outwardly. All your worries are now being raised by Mercury retrograde in your mind. It causes a feeling of isolation, loneliness, and sadness. Fortunately, this astrological aspect lasts only until September 15th. After this date, a period is again beneficial for faster life progress. The end of the year predicts that you will find more than just advice and a helping hand from one of your friends. The final months are excellent moments for any single Pisces who wants to find both a friend in a partner and a long-term, steadfast relationship. The fortune teller draws attention to the relationships of single Pisces with the Gemini, Libra, and Aquarius signs. These relationships can be complicated throughout this time, and they will require more work from the loving Pisces. Family relations and friendship horoscope for Pisces. In this section, the chart deals with an important prediction that affects family relationships. Are you expecting transits supporting or, on the contrary, threatening family relationships or friendships? The astrologer fortune teller prepared the yearly Pisces forecast. In this episode, the prediction looks at the interpersonal connections that Pisces can expect in this year. Venus manifests in the 12th house in January. This position of Venus affects relationships. Pisces now loves solitude and secrecy. He wants to isolate himself from others. Pisces now becomes a socially reticent person. It is this aspect of Venus that can cause you to avoid social events related to family or friends. You crave solitude. You tend to think about the past and about the point in your life you are at now. The energies acting from Venus in the 12th house are very strong. They are subconsciously connected to any Pisces who now wants to return karmically and desires to improve family relationships. But you lack the active power to take steps to improve them. In February, Mercury enters the 12th house. It supports relationships by improving communication in interpersonal relationships. Mercury in the 12th astrological house is associated with the Pisces subconscious. You are dealing with previous experiences. Past complicated relationships can be improved thanks to the active intervention of your zodiac sign. Emotions are suppressed to the background. You can logically look at all problems related to family or friendly relationships. So, February is excellent for straightening out any broken relationships, especially if you have misunderstood a close person in the past, or if the quarrels arose because of money, inheritance. March also reminds that relationships must be good if you too want to feel safe. Emotional security is also related to strong family relationships. Of course, friends are an unspeakably precious part of your life. But good family relationships are also essential for the Pisces' happiness in this year. Mercury moves from the first to the next house in March. It stimulates your intellectual outlook. You look at the relationships around you with a new, adaptable perspective. Thanks to the fact that you learn useful information around, you can use this information to strengthen family relationships. They require love and forgiveness. If you are a Pisces who has had a fight with your siblings or parents in the past, now is the time for comebacks. The entry quarter of this year is ideal for renewing old, negatively aspect relationships. The middle of the year will be more difficult for Pisces relationships. And the end of the year is associated with work obligations, which will be many. The beginning of the year is therefore the most ideal for improving relationships. At the same time, the Pisces forecast predicts that you will be able to move your life significantly forward in this activity. Enjoy the possibilities that the horoscope predicts with the arrival of this year. Not only are these months favorable in love, pregnancy, they are also a harbinger of really strong opportunities for personal growth and for the return of relationships to normal. Benefit from the benefits that will accrue in your life from beautiful and strong family relationships. As a reward, the energy of understanding comes to you. Mainly a feeling of emotional security. The feelings that will support more than one Pisces during the more demanding times of the year will come in the coming months. Family relationships may again face problematic energies after the arrival of Mercury in retrograde motion. It will happen on April 21st. This aspect of Mercury will end on May 15th. The astrological chart predicts that the most complicated relationships will be sibling relationships. Even the neighborhood ones can be complicated. Relationships that spread negative energy around them already from previous periods can disturb the Pisces' attention. It is essential to set your mind on this aspect before it arrives. Don't start arguments. Do not complicate difficult relationships by adding fuel to the fire. Mercury retrograde placed in the third astrological house requires each Pisces to be calm and try to promote personal growth. The following months do not predict significant changes in the personal Pisces relationships. The Sun, which enters the fourth house on May 21st and passes away on June 21st, gives Pisces the perfect opportunity to connect with family. You karmically move into moments that identify you with thinking. The family plays an important role in this period. The months of May, June, and July are a time when you feel emotional security flowing from friends and family. These are powerful months. Pisces' interest focuses on loved ones. The family does not suffer from a lack of attention now. You know what a treasure your friends are. The Pisces forecast indicates that it is appropriate to use this period to understand the feelings of family members and friends. It is necessary to connect on a new level with the thinking of those closest to you. The mentioned months belong to caring for others. Although you may not have enough time to take care of yourself, you will still live through these months with joy and peace. Important life tasks await you, which you will overcome thanks to the proximity of people who care about you. From October, there are opportunities to involve loved ones in household chores. Since you will not have enough time left to complete all the tasks, it is obvious that your life is subject to a certain amount of stress. Maybe you don't have much time for hobbies. Therefore, it is necessary to seek help from family members. And of course, also with friends. If there is someone around you on whom you can fully rely, transfer certain tasks to his shoulders. This person is happy to help you because they love you. You are an important member of the family during this period. It is the end of this year that will show who the real friends are. And which people really care about you. This is because there are only those people around you that you can fully rely on. Enjoy family celebrations in this year. They are also visited by family members who can spread negative energy to others. However, you know how to process this energy. And especially if family celebrations await you in the season of the Pisces sign or in other favorable months of this year. Do not leave your friends out of the calendar of duties either. It is a lovely duty that you should support. New friendships do not appear in the chart. The end of the year, specifically the last quarter of this year, erases past disputes and supports relationships. It is an auspicious moment of this year. It improves all true friendships. Pisces forecast work and finance. Work achievements will be interesting in this year. From the period when this year begins, you feel Venus located in the 12th house in full force. You think about the past. About all the past mistakes, but also about the obligations that you have to complete with the arrival of the year. From February 18th, the season of the Aquarius zodiac sign begins, which is specific to thinking about oneself. You rate successes. Your past goals, wins, and downfalls. You focus on what you could have done better in the past. These mistakes don't drag you down. On the contrary, they allow you to move forward, thanks to the fact that you know what you really expect from life. The work achievements of each Pisces are ready in this year for their discovery. Career advancement awaits you. Also better working conditions. At the beginning of the year, however, you must also focus on personal growth. Thanks to education and focusing on your own personal growth, at the end of the year you can seize many chances to improve your life through a better career classification. The first period of the year, specifically the first quarter of this year, is identified with the Pisces season. This period is suitable for improving the family budget. Venus is also placed in the house that is responsible for finances, for correct life habits, and for setting priorities. Now is the perfect opportunity to determine what is essential in your life. Are you worried about finances? You need to be interested in the possibilities of how to attract them into life. Such thoughts bring astrological aspects with the arrival of this year. Moreover, the new moon in the first house whispers to each Pisces to finish all the tasks from the past year. These tasks can no longer stand on your desk. You have to finish them to your satisfaction. Also, to the satisfaction of your employer. Pisces, whose job is to take care of the household, can enjoy a favorable arrival of the year. You will have time for all the responsibilities that are related to work. Last but not least, there will be plenty of time for yourself. And that is extremely positive news from the horoscope for this period. The Pisces prediction defines that the harmonious first 3 months mean enough space for personal development, for learning, but also for more moderate advancement in career life. Now you can decide how your career will develop in the next months of this year. But beware, Mercury is coming in retrograde motion. The latter from April 21st to May 15th causes several problems at work, especially if you work in a family business or with family members. Problems may arise that will lead to the collapse of the company or your business. Long-term employed Pisces must be careful. Follow the habits and customs that are a necessity at work. The Pisces annual health prediction for this period also draws attention to several injuries that are identified with the astrological chart of this year. Caution is essential when performing any activity, even the one at work. Mostly, however, during the period of movement of retrograde planets. The period considered favorable from the chart's point of view is the months of May to August. The mentioned months are very friendly for family relationships and career opportunities. However, in this regard, they could endanger not only your life, but also your career future. Pisces should avoid work relationships during this year, especially with partners who are engaged. Avoid these affairs even if you are a dedicated Pisces. Mars in the 6th house operating from May 20th to July 10th means the excellent habits of each Pisces. Your analytical skills and organizational work habits are in the eyes of your employer. If you do not make bad decisions while Venus is in the 6th house, it is certain that at the end of the year you will have a better job and less obligations. If you use Venus in the 6th house for gossiping about others or for intrigues, expect many complications related to employment to appear at the end of the year. Avoid gossip. At work, pay particular attention to the signs Aries and Sagittarius. These two zodiac signs will try to block your work success. They can cause you many problems. Therefore, make good decisions if there are people born under these signs among your coworkers. Conversations about personal matters and problems should be taboo in this regard. The final 3 months of the year seem to be the strongest period for a Pisces career. According to the astrological chart, the last Thursday is a time that will give more than one Pisces a lot of success at work. Success awaits those Pisces who solved all the responsibilities and who thought before they said something. On the contrary, a deteriorated reputation and a more challenging future are in store for Pisces, who made many bad decisions during this year. Therefore, make your decisions wisely. If you have to express yourself about something important at work, give yourself enough time to decide what to say. November and December seem to be the most demanding for work duties. You will have so many obligations that you may forget about other, important areas of life. The yearly Pisces forecast advises you to find a balance between your work duties and your personal life. As for unemployed Pisces, the greatest opportunities come from September. Then astrological aspects and energetic Mars encourage your sign. Thanks to this, you are not afraid of job opportunities abroad. In fact, from May until July, you have the opportunity to start a business or start a business with family members. The unemployed will have many chances. But you have to retrain. As the year approaches, educate yourself. Focus on developing skills. The position of Mars after most of this year means strong competitiveness in those Pisces who want to work. So, there will be no shortage of opportunities. However, a lot will also depend on personal settings. If health complications prevent you from finding a job, it is essential to start solving these complications, the Pisces forecast for this year underlines. If you are a single parent taking care of a child and it is complicated for you to combine your personal and work life, do not despair. The astrological chart says that you are the one who cares most about building family relationships. Your family will help you a lot. Beneficial personal relationships support the general well-being of Pisces, and especially in the final 4 months of this year, and also from May to July. So, the horoscope also predicts luck for you in the work area. At the same time, however, you must also build strong personal relationships. Pisces health forecast. When looking at the annual astrological horoscope, it is necessary to mention safety at the beginning. Pisces must drive carefully. It doesn't matter whether you ride a motorcycle, a car, or a bicycle. Caution in Pisces requires prediction in any respect, because the yearly Pisces forecast predicts accidents. Mainly because of the carelessness of your sign. There is a possibility of an accident. And that in every month of the year. Pisces' bad habits can also lead to this complication. The Pisces health forecast for this period strongly warns against driving under the influence of alcohol. Any addictive substances must be eliminated from your life. Follow proper nutrition. It is likely that you lack some vitamins that will require replenishment in this year. So, to keep health problems at bay, it is necessary to be active. Do not even get into a vehicle with a person under the influence of alcohol. Mars in the 5th house already in March indicates great discomfort in terms of health. And that's mainly because of accidents for which you yourself are responsible. And that's thanks to wrong decisions and procedures. In terms of your mental health, you are also facing a more challenging period. This is due not only to more difficult family relationships from July to September, but also a more demanding work period at the end of this year. This year is therefore the best time to return attention to healthy lifestyle habits and exercise. Quit unhealthy habits such as cigarettes, smoking, or alcohol. Not only friends, but also family members, with whom relations have been improved since the beginning of this year, will help you at the end. If you change just one small thing in your life for the better, these changes will have an excellent effect on your health in the long run. The Pisces health forecast predicts a slight change in chronically ill Pisces. Your health will change for the better. If you strive for it, as we mentioned, through a healthier lifestyle. The stars say that a positive attitude and restoration of the right habits will significantly affect future health. This year is ready for you to undergo dietary changes. For people born under the sign of Pisces who suffer from pressure or heart problems, the annual Pisces forecast reminds you to always have your phone close at hand. You should always have someone available who cares and cares about you. Otherwise, it is essential to carry your phone with you, so that you can call for help if your health deteriorates. This applies mainly to older people born under the Pisces sign. Try to stay calm in this case. Do not consume a lot of salt. Adhere to a sufficient drinking regime. Salt endangers your health if you consume it in excessive amounts. Try to replace unhealthy fats with healthy food. Spread avocado on your bread instead of butter. It may seem like an impossible goal now, but it will improve your health in such a way that you won't have to wonder. If you feel long-term health discomfort, do not underestimate these feelings. Your intuition is very strong throughout this time. And maybe right now he wants to give you a hint that it's time to see a specialist. The most ideal period for preventive inspections is the months of May to July 2023. You have the opportunity to undergo a checkup, take care of yourself, get yourself examined, checked. Consult a doctor immediately for any persistent pain, such as a headache or pain in the lower abdomen. Do not underestimate health problems. See them as the priority of this year. Only if you have a healthy body and vitality can you cover the other things that will happen with this year. If you get sick and underestimate health problems, expect your poor health to hold you back from any progress in life. The state of mind is also essential during the year. In this regard, the Pisces annual prediction advises you to surround your life with the color green. From a health point of view, it is your color of this year. It can relieve headaches. And it can bring the deteriorated mood back into balance. Always be one step ahead of the health pitfalls of the year. Place scented oils with the scent of orange and jasmine in the aroma lamp. 2 fragrances of this year that support your mental health. They can also support the overcoming of some physical problems. The chart focuses attention on healing the heart chakra. It is a chakra whose activity you can support by placing orange oil in your workplace or home. Inhaling this essence supports the activity of the heart chakra. According to the astrological chart, the 4th chakra will be damaged throughout the year. Because the heart chakra is blocked, you cannot identify with kindness and accept all the love that the universe has to offer into your life. You may still feel uneasy. Rejection by others. Loneliness, feeling of isolation. An imbalanced heart chakra is also responsible for the mentioned feelings. At the same time, it also affects the energy and general feeling of Pisces' well-being. That's why you have to take care of her in this year. But as you can unblock the heart chakra through aromatherapy. Therefore, the horoscope advises to have jasmine or orange scented oil on hand. Opening the heart chakra will lend Pisces new feelings. Thanks to them, you can restore lost relationships with people with whom you had a quarrel. For example, with family or friends. A harmonious heart chakra will bring you beautiful emotions, which will strengthen not only your mental condition, but also your physical health. Placing the color green in the workplace or in the home also helps. The main guide to keeping the heart chakra in harmony throughout the year is to open your heart to others. Embrace the difference. Don't worry about things that don't directly affect you. It is advisable to include green foods in the menu. For example, spinach, kale. Enrich your drinking regime with the consumption of green tea. But be careful, 1 cup a day is enough. Open your thinking to a new level. Don't judge the life of others. Try to look at everyone around you through the glasses of love, understanding, and tolerance, advises the health forecast. In the 2nd decade of this year, when a more demanding period is coming in terms of work duties, it is necessary to supplement the body with the necessary vitamins. The stars have also prepared for you several days when you suffer from headaches. Some Pisces will also develop a fever. Mainly due to the fact that you underestimate the clothes during the colder period. Forecast says that your body requires your attention. Give your body everything it needs. Take advantage of opportunities to rest. Relax physically and mentally. Energy increases with rest. Dear friends, this was an overview of the year 2023. Listen to predictions for others, and find out more facts about the year and its effects on your friends, family members, and you. Horoscope and divination wish you all the best in this stunning year. According to Chinese astrology, 2023 is the year of Water Rabbit, when good things are coming. Listen to Chinese Horoscopes 2023 as well and be ready for this year. Subscribe to our channel for more information from the Zodiac world. Remember to support us by subscription. In the description below, you will find links for all essential horoscopes. Know yourself better with the Horoscope divination site, with free horoscopes and tarot readings. Wish you all the best in 2023.